Path of the Broken, The Being of Dreams, Book 2, written by Catherine M. Walker, narrated by Steve Campbell. Chapter 1. Wildfire. A cacophony of noise hummed throughout the jungle, from insects, birds, animals small and large that called it home. The uninitiated could be forgiven for thinking the wilderness would be quiet, believing it was mostly uninhabited. Human settlements close to the tree line contented themselves with foraging on the edges. There were many legends involving the great forest, and most, being superstitious, avoided venturing too far inside. Outsiders, explorers, and merchants at various times had set off to exploit the riches contained among the trees. There were no roads or trails beyond the edge, so anyone who wanted to venture beyond the boundary were forced to use hunting knives to hack at bushes and vines to get further. They either returned frustrated and empty-handed, or were simply never seen alive again. Only experienced huntsmen survived. With a series of basic huts scattered in the depths of the wilds only they knew how to navigate. Alex had no notion how long he lay there, stripped down to undergarments on the hard wooden cot in the hunter's cottage, in his weakened state. His dark brown hair was plastered to his forehead as sweat beaded on his skin. Uncontrollable tremors racked his lean, well-muscled body as he expended energy he was fast running out of in an effort to maintain his mental barriers. He was drifting in and out of consciousness, no matter how much he tried to prevent himself from doing so. It was too dangerous for him to slip into the darkness, yet that knowledge didn't keep it from happening. Another wave of sickness crashed over him, and moaning in despair, he lost control of the barrier he'd been sustaining. It flickered, then collapsed. As the power he'd been holding at bay hit him, Alex's eyes flared open, glowing. His body arched off the bed as thick bolts from the veil crossed the curtain between the worlds and appeared in the air all around him, repeatedly hammering into his flesh, energy hungry to get to him after being denied. Like a series of lightning strikes, the power channeled through his body and mind. Every muscle in his body contracted. Fire sang and raced through him. Incredible pain lanced with it, as if his body and mind were being forged in the fire. His mouth opened to scream, yet no sound came out to disturb anyone, not even the animals. There were advantages to occupying an abandoned hunter's hut. Even if he'd screamed out loud, there was no one near enough to hear him. If he lost control, there was no one else to hurt. Those with abilities to perceive the world around them in other ways were not so lucky. Alex's mental cry rang out, reverberating through the rank and file of the tainted, sundered, kin, and elder. The veil churned through him at levels he couldn't contain. Between one breath and the next, it stopped, as if someone had turned the power off at the source. A groan escaped his lips as he rolled over onto his side, curling into the fetal position and relaxed. As if that was the cue the energy had been waiting for, the surrounding air crackled with multiple bolts launching into him. The whole cottage seemed alive, the power writhing across the roof, down the wooden walls, filling the hut top to bottom. Alex stiffened and screamed in pain, and fire erupted from him. He saw everything around him disintegrate as his world exploded. Where once a hunter's hut had stood, there was a circular blackened dead patch of forest. In the unnatural silence, the only sound was a crackling noise from small flames dancing and flickering in the air around Alex's naked, unconscious form on the ground. Alex stirred, his groans muffled among the trees. The cheery flames flickering in and out continued their dance above him. Alex twitched, then jerked upright. He landed on his feet, looking around wildly, and the flames, seeming to recognize his fright, leapt higher. He looked at them wide-eyed. Then the flames went out, as if they'd never been except for the mute testimony of the blackened forest. Alex looked down at himself. His memory told him he should be gravely injured with bad burns, yet his skin was flawless, even if he was naked, which suggested perhaps his fragmented memory was correct. He'd been trying to stop himself from reaching the veil. Obviously, that hadn't worked so well. His powers had exploded out of his control, burning the hut to the ground along with the surrounding forest. Alex sank to his knees, hysterical laughter erupting from his lips. Despite what the healers had always recommended his whole life, he was rapidly coming to the conclusion that trying to cut himself off from the power of the veil wasn't a good idea. Just as he settled, the current, almost lucid state he seemed to have achieved fled him once more, and he lost control again. The veil surged into him from all around. His control faltered, filled to bursting point with the energy that had to escape somewhere. The building power seemed to throb and burn as it raced through him. Feeling his mind scatter like dust in the wind, he threw his head back and screamed in pain. Flame rose around him, roaring up into the sky, yet contained to the already burnt patch he'd been standing in. The wildfire ceased, and Alex collapsed onto his knees, tension draining from his body. Power glowed from him as he looked up, eyes blank, and then he disappeared into the veil. Chapter 2. Betrayal. Edward heard his nephew's mental cry ringing in his mind again and winced. No matter what the reason, it felt like a betrayal and hurt a lot more than he'd thought it would. He had gotten closer to the boy than he'd ever imagined was possible. He sent his words out to the far-off mind even though he was aware Alex would not hear them. "Forgive me, Alex." Edward closed his eyes before sighing and turning to look at the three people who had been at his side through what seemed like an eternity. "Kat, I know we've done the right thing, but the betrayal of their trust still hurts. He may never recover from this. Not all who go through transition alone do." Edward looked towards Kat, his eyes almost begging her, although he couldn't work out for what. "Alex is stronger than anyone knows, Edward. In case you've forgotten, that was the idea. Push him to early transition so that some of our less sociable brethren do not learn about him until it's too late." Kat looked at him, calm as always. Growing up in the streets like she did as a child thief meant it took quite a lot to shake her. They would have killed him if they'd known his potential. They would have assessed that he would grow and, at full power, threaten their power base. He will pull through this. "We've discussed this ad nauseum, Edward. We had to push him, all of them, to transition. Their survival depends on it. We could not continue to hide their existence much longer. We already failed." Cal was practical as always. Joanna's lips thinned, eyes narrowing. "Besides, abandoning him to learn for himself will make him much stronger." Ed saw the mad gleam in her eyes. There was no reasoning with her when she was inflicted with a psychotic break. He cursed himself again for being too late all those years ago when she'd been attacked. They'd spent a great deal of time in the intervening years monitoring Joanna, and not just because she was the former queen and Alex's mother. He'd been horrified the night he'd heard her mind voice scream from her tomb, where she'd been buried alive. It hadn't been hard to keep track of her with the three of them, although sometimes they left her to her own devices. Unfortunately, one of those times it had been long enough that she'd made Kyle her thrall. That was a circumstance he hadn't been able to convince her to change. Expediency is one thing, yet it doesn't mean it wasn't a betrayal. Still, they would have all transitioned eventually. My lady, now that Kyle is aware of your existence, it won't be long before he passes on what he knows to Alex. I fear Alex will not react well." Edward did not bother to hide his concern. The mad light in her eyes faded, and a satisfied smile spread on her lips. "No. I was lucky enough to be there when Kyle showed up in Simon's lair. He is mine now, which is just as well. To give himself to another is technically treason." Simon tried to suppress his annoyance, knowing that Edward would not take it lightly. As far as Ed was concerned, Joanna was under his protection. "Now, Joanna, if you hadn't been there, all I would have done is called for Ed, Kat, or Kyle. I may be the Skull Lord, but I'm not really all that bad. I tried to keep that den of thieves in line." A pained look crossed Simon's face. Somewhere in her crazed mind she seemed to think if she came to his place it put her closer to Alex, but didn't break Edward's injunction not to go to the palace. It had been most unfortunate that Joanna had decided to pop in at that time to check on Alex as she did periodically over the years, right at the precise moment when Kyle had shown up in his lair. Still, I've met Alex, and I fear Ed is correct. He will not take this news well. Kyle won't tell Alex anything. She closed her eyes, and a flicker of pain crossed her face, tears tracking down her cheeks as her mood swung to the opposite end of the spectrum, as it often did. Do you think me speaking with Alex drew attention to him? I was meant to stay away. It wasn't safe, but he was in so much pain all these years. I had to help. Ed shook his head. It was hard to keep track of her mercurial moods when Joanna was like this. She fluctuated from murderous to psychotic, to filled with guilt and pain. He walked across the room to Joanna, and he gathered her in his arms. He had known that she had been keeping track of Alex's progress, speaking with him. He had stood watch when she'd done so. The contact seemed to soothe her guilt. No, Joanna. I think your interactions helped him stay sane. Edward smiled as she tilted her head up, and he kissed her obligingly. Joanna, can you help Kyle become strong again? It is not good for him to be bound to you for so long. The longer he stays bound to you, the harder it will be for him to be independent again. Kat's face remained impassive, with a flicker of what Ed suspected was concern in her eyes. It didn't surprise him. Joanna taking Kyle was a concern for them all. Edward cursed again the fact that he had been away when she'd bound him as her own. That had been a nasty shock. Still, Kat had many virtues, but compassion, kinship, or concern for others were generally not among them. Yet the situation with Kyle got under her skin. He's not ready to be on his own. Kyle is broken, hurt. I won't abandon him to suffer the madness alone. Joanna stiffened, her face closing down, obstinate, blue eyes flashing with anger. You didn't answer my question, Joanna. Kat, enough. He's mine. I'll decide what is best for him. I know his mind in a way you cannot understand. Joanna smiled possessively as she thought of Kyle. He was hers, and they wouldn't take him away from her. Kyle is safe with me now. We'll secure Alex as soon as we can, once he grows strong. What of Jess? Where is she? Cal frowned, his first sign of concern. I don't know. She's disappeared, and it appears there is yet another player in this game. Edward knew that while on the surface Cal was displaying concern, his friend was grateful that Jess was out of Joanna's reach. Even if he would rest easier knowing where she was, he recognized that she was better off out of this. Edward looked up as Joanna stood up abruptly. I must check on Kyle. He needs me. Joanna smiled at them all and walked out of the room with a single-minded purpose. Simon watched patiently as Joanna left the room to check on her thrall. He was almost grateful that she felt compelled to check on Kyle. Joanna was extremely unstable, and it was never easy to predict how she would respond. Sighing with relief as the door closed behind her, he looked back at Ed. You can't afford to check on Alex. Leave it to me. Simon smiled, hoping his sincerity was apparent. Simon, you've put yourself at risk enough. Leave it to us, we'll sort it out. Ed's voice was firm. Ed, you know as well as I do, you all need to keep an eye on the situation here. Alex has met me before, he'll trust me. I'll keep an eye on him. If any of you try, Joanna will likely follow, and if she takes Alex as well, then where will we be? Simon glanced between Edward, Cal, and Kat, smiling with relief to receive their consent all around. Chapter 3. The Broken One. Ryan shivered, wind whipping around him straight through his threadbare shirt. He tugged at the edge of his cloak, trying to pull it further around to protect himself more. He grimaced. He'd grown too much in the last year, and the cloak no longer fit him the way it should. Hunching his shoulders, he glowered up at the looming figure of Tyson walking ahead of him. To call Tyson father wasn't something he could bring himself to do. Just because the man had shacked up with his mother didn't make him his father. Then his mother had died, leaving him alone in the world except for Tyson. Tyson was a merchant, or at least liked to call himself one. He dealt with many goods, but was an expert in none, and had seen better days. While alive, Ryan's mother had controlled the finances. When she died, things had gone from bad to worse. Tyson's drinking and gambling habit had increased. Old friends had drifted away. The people they mixed with became those his mother would never have approved of. Ryan looked around the darkened alley. The lamps had all guttered out, probably on purpose. The thugs and thieves ran around this area. It was not a good neighborhood. He was aware they did this because he ran with them when he didn't have to help Tyson. Saying a silent apology to his mother, he scowled. His mother would not have approved of the company he was keeping. There had been better days once. His mother and father had been respectable merchants. Not the richest, but enough that they had sent him to the central town hall 3 mornings a week to learn his letters from the scholars. That became less frequent with his father's death, and stopped altogether when Tyson came on the scene. By then, they couldn't afford the luxury anymore. Ryan shivered, but not due to the wind this time. His head jerked up and he looked around, trying to spot who or what the danger was. It was nearby, that much he sensed. Tyson suddenly grabbed hold of him, shoving him into a side alley. "Hush, boy, there's an easy mark. I'd warrant we'll eat well this week." Tyson's rough voice whispered down at him. Wrenching himself out of Tyson's grasp, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. Carefully, he eased himself off the rough stone wall and peered around Tyson's bulk to stare down the alley at the stranger that had caught Tyson's attention. Dread descended on him, and Ryan swallowed and stepped back further into the darkness. The stranger glowed in a way he knew most couldn't see. The dark-cloaked figure who walked down the alley was no one's mark. He was dangerous. The glow told him that much. "I don't know, Tyson. Walking this late, in this part of town? He seems confident. Leave him. I'll find us a different mark." Ryan saw the blow coming too late and staggered back as Tyson's fist struck him. "Enough, boy. Don't get in my way." The voice hissed at him out of the darkness as Tyson lunged forward into the alley, his cheap, worn knife clutched in his hand. Ryan fell back on the ground, the chill of the cold water seeping into his trousers, yet he didn't move. He watched, frozen, horrified as he felt a surge that told him the one in the alley was strong, stronger than any of his kind Ryan had ever encountered. The glowing figure swung round, one hand rising to block Tyson's strike as the fiery blade he wielded in the other plunged into Tyson. Ryan felt the anger that smoldered in the man, could see the eyes flickering from the depths of the hooded cloak, the power as it flared through him. Ryan could see the man's face from the glow thrown off the blade, his expression impassive as he looked down at the lifeless form of Tyson. He knelt down next to the body and made short work of searching him before appropriating the money pouch Tyson had stolen earlier that night. The man stood, his head swinging around to stare right into the damp alley where Ryan sat, frozen in fear. He seemed to know that he was being observed by someone else out in the darkness, maintaining a confident grip on his flaring knife. The man stared straight at him. Ryan shook himself and scrambled to his feet and dashed away down the cobbled street, not knowing where he was going. He only knew he needed to put distance between him and the man. Rough, mocking laughter followed him as he ran, but Ryan paid it no attention at all. Then he heard a voice in his mind as if the cloaked figure was standing right at his shoulder, whispering in his ear. "What am I becoming?" There was no anger in the mind voice, just pain and despair. As suddenly as he had laughed, he stopped. Alex glanced around, taking a slow step in one direction before stopping and turning full circle. His head twisted around to look in all directions. The hood fell back from his face, and his knife hand trembled as the flickering light illuminated the dark liquid on the blade. The blood. His eyes flickered over the dark, crumpled form of the dead man on the ground. Despite the circumstances, Alex smiled. At least this time, coming back to himself, he was wearing clothing. That wasn't always the case. Although he had no idea where he'd obtained them from. The last thing he remembered was being naked in the middle of the forest after burning down a hunter's hut, and a decent amount of the surrounding forest with it. Unbidden, a series of memories flashed into his mind. Taking a deep breath, Alex ruthlessly shut them down. He'd worked out that trying to tease the memories out of his head about what he'd been up to while not quite in his own mind always sent him spiraling back down to madness. Alex didn't know whether he preferred the moments when he was in his own head or the moments when he was absent, although he realized that even in those times he was not really gone. There was a part of him that was there, just with no control or inhibitions. His emotions surged in ebbs and flows along with the flow of the surrounding veil. Alex shuddered. Cutting himself off from emotions hadn't worked. Transition hadn't turned him into one of the sundered ones, at least not all the time, but its effects had been worse. Unlike those he thought of as sundered, he still had control over his actions. Cut off from emotion, he just didn't care. And he killed as easily as he once used to laugh, with no care, cause, or mercy. Alex looked down and patted his cloak, reassuring himself once more that this time he was wearing clothes. He also seemed to have armed himself again in the intervening time between the alleyway and his last memory. He didn't even want to think about where he'd appropriated the clothing and weapons from, hoping their previous owners were still alive, although he had to admit it was unlikely. He'd just proved he killed readily and efficiently enough when out of his own mind. He looked down at the man he'd just killed, searching within himself for any sign of remorse. Yet there was nothing there, not even pleasure or relief that his attacker was dead. Alex paused and smiled coldly. His attacker. The man he killed had attacked him first, which had proved to be a foolish move for the would-be thief. It wasn't a mistake he would ever make again, and the world was likely a better place without this man victimizing everyone he encountered. Alex laughed, bitter. It was amazing how he could excuse his own behavior and the death of a man. Not convinced by his own internal monologue, Alex continued to stare down at the man, trying to feel something, anything other than the emptiness inside that seemed to be his constant companion. Alex shook off his introspection. Time for him to move. He'd spent too long here. Most of his thoughts were unsettling anyhow, and right now he didn't want to think about them. He suspected his blackouts were getting shorter, although with no real measure to judge that by, it was hard to tell. If he ran around asking strangers what day it was, it would prompt concern and result in someone calling a healer. He'd rather avoid that for now. He walked back toward the dead thief and finished wiping the blood off his blade on the man's clothes. Power still flared and flickered the length of the blade, and Alex absently extinguished the elemental fire, then sheathed the blade. It had perhaps been overkill, since he doubted the thief had any ability to control the power of the veil. If he had, Alex doubted he would have been dead in the alley right now after picking the wrong person to divest of his purse. Dismissing his victim, Alex wrapped the veil around himself and walked down the darkened street. The guttering lamps flared, gaining new life as he approached, flickering merrily as he walked past, their flare throwing wide the pool of light. Not that there was anyone to notice their odd behavior. If any had walked past or looked out their windows, they would have seen the lamps flaring, but they would not have seen him. Alex acknowledged that his powers had increased, and he'd learned to hide his presence not just in shadows, but in light. He moved through this world unnoticed when he wanted to, except by those others sensitive to the veil, or others like him with power. That was another thing he was learning. He wasn't walking this world as alone as he'd thought. There were others out there that flared brightly at times before their glowing presence disappeared again. As a result, he spent a considerable time trying to improve his own barriers. If he could spot their psychic flares out in the world across and throughout the veil, then they could likely see his. That they managed to shield themselves so thoroughly meant he could too. Still, he sensed both Kyle and Jess on occasion before they too were shielded, although Alex had the distinct feeling that it was others doing the shielding. That might have caused him concern, except that when he sensed them, they seemed content enough with their own current lives. That afforded him a little relief, knowing his friends were alive and had not come to any harm. He felt sure he would know if they needed help, regardless of the presence of others and the shields they threw around his friends. They had both obviously sought out others like their own kind, other kin, to help them get through and understand their transition. Alex couldn't bring himself to do that. He knew he was being stubborn, yet a part of him needed to learn for himself. If he was being honest, he still had the irrational belief of being betrayed by the world. The thought made him snort. It wasn't as if the world particularly owed him anything. He'd grown up with every kind of advantage it was possible to have, unlike most others. Still, sense and feelings didn't always agree. Yet another difference giving him reason to suspect he was not one of the Sundered was the pattern of his kills. Oh, he killed readily enough. The memories that burst and broke like bubbles in his mind told him that. Yet from what he gathered, each person he killed while out of his mind had been individuals that had sought to harm him first, like the thief, or other Sundered. He seemed to seek them out even while he was crazed. They were everything he'd thought they would be. Their minds were a scattered mess, the power seeming to stutter, turning off and on. They didn't even have the control that a child seemed to learn automatically. When the power turned on and raced through them, it caused them pain, driving them further into madness. When he killed them, it put them out of the misery their lives had become. As much as he hated to admit it, perhaps he was correct. The Sundered were something else, even if he didn't quite know what. The best description he had for what he was going through, this transition, was broken. He finally understood what the reference in his uncle's diary meant. The moments he was driven out of his own mind, followed by jumps in his own power. Until the growth in his own power levels had stabilized, he wouldn't risk going back to those he loved. Alex closed his eyes and shuddered. Those moments where the power weaved around, intensified and charged into him were branded into his mind. The power levels became overwhelming, ending in him losing control and his awareness sinking into darkness. Inevitably, he would come back to himself in places like this. Alex turned the corner and walked down what obviously passed for the main street in whatever town this was. A vague memory tugged at the edge of his consciousness, which irritatingly wouldn't be teased loose. A smile played across his lips, his eyes flaring with an inner light of their own. The power came as he summoned it, the dead lamps popping and flaring to sudden life down the street, racing ahead of him as he walked. Big scary broken one I am. So scared of the dark I have to turn all the lights on. Alex chuckled. It occurred to him that he was walking down the street talking to himself. He'd parted company with sanity some time ago. He grinned and hummed to himself as he walked down the now well-lit street. At least he hadn't blown up the town with this pyromanic display. The residents of this village were likely to be a little shocked when they woke. The lamps usually gutted and died an hour before dawn. He wasn't sure when these would die, since they glowed blue, fueled by the veil. Alex's progress down the street halted. His eyes narrowed as he heard the unmistakable cry of the Sundered. Time for a little hunting. He shifted fully into the veiled world, speeding towards the mad presence of the others, using their mental howls as a beacon to guide him to them. He knew they weren't far away, still within the boundaries of this town. Chapter 4. Healer's Records. Aaron sighed, pushing the reports he'd been studying to one side. If someone had told him as a junior healer that if he reached the giddy heights of master, he'd spend a great deal of time buried in reports, he would have laughed. Yet the life that many in the guild would fight over, master healer in the king's court, saw him spending the bulk of his time in paperwork and meetings. Hearing murmuring coming from the outer office, he wasn't surprised to hear his door open. "Sorry to disturb you, Aaron. The dispatch from the guild that you asked for has arrived." Cameron walked across the room and handed the sealed dispatch case to him. Aaron took the case, seeing the unbroken seal of the Grand Guildmaster of the Healers Guild, and knowing what the content would be. "Thank you, Cameron. If this is what I suspect it is, it's the records I've been waiting for since Lord Kyle was drugged." Aaron waited as Cameron left his office and closed the door quietly behind him, before using a small knife to break the seal. He untied the bindings on the satchel and flipped the bag open. He removed the leather-bound records with care from the bag and placed them on his desk. Each volume bore the old seal of the Grand Guildmaster. The records they contained were old, from a time before the Sundered War. They had been locked under the Grand Guildmaster's seal and stored in the restricted archives. Given Aaron's rank and position, he'd known of their existence, although he'd never had cause to study them, until he'd tested the drug used on Lord Kyle. The results came back showing him the toxin used was not the same as the old folk remedy used in villages near the Great Forest. As he stared down at the volumes, he felt dread settle in his stomach. Delaying the inevitable for a few moments, he cleared the reports he'd been working on from his desk, placing them back in their file. Not able to delay any more, he took his knife and broke the ancient guild seal on the first volume. The existence of the scrolls was known to all the master healers on the Healers Guild's Council. The contents of the sealed accounts had been subject to speculation among the master healers, but none had felt the need to break the seals. If rumors were correct, the records detailed a failed medical trial by healer Katrina Lawrence in the era leading up to the Sundered War. The Healers Guild at the time believed they had cause to conceal the accounts, however didn't wish to destroy them in case the research, failed or otherwise, was needed in the future. Pushing back the old metal latch, Aaron opened the leather cover, settled back, and proceeded to read the reports and details of that lost time it contained. Chapter 5. Before the Sundered War. Hope. Katrina looked over her results, methodically triple-checking them, her excitement growing as her data told her what she thought it had the last 10 times she had run them. Her results in the lab spoke for themselves. She had enough evidence to go to a trial. If this worked as she knew it would, she would help her people no end. She'd seen how her brother had suffered through transition, his world transformed into a horrible nightmare. He didn't know where he began and others took over. They weren't a rich family or connected. Those strong in the power, like her brother, were left to muddle on through by themselves unless they were rich, a family with connections to get them into the palace. He didn't get the luxury of even being under the guidance of others who had been through transition before him, and as a result he suffered appallingly. She was grateful that her own use of the power had guided her to the Healers Guild. The guild was extremely well set up, controlled with strict, proven rules. She, unlike her brother, had had her emerging powers bound as a small child as soon as the journeyman healer had detected that she had the gift. Enrollment in the Healers Guild when she came of age had been mandatory, like every other child who bore the gift. They had taken her in and guided her. She'd been under the care of the training healers as her powers grew and she battled for her hard-won control. The memory of that made her shudder. What torment her brother must have gone through alone. She had long argued that the Healers Guild should expand to accept those born with power like her brothers, or at least there should be a new guild set up to guide and train those born with that great power, not just the little powers that most grew up with that was handled from family to family. Children learn from their own parents just as they learn to walk, communicate, and interact with the world. It had been accepted that it was impossible for her parents to guide, train, and protect her as she learned to use her own gift. They had not been expected to. The guild took care of that. And yet, for some reason, her parents were left to try to help her brother. They were woefully unprepared and didn't have the skill nor the power level themselves to understand. Her father and mother had the ability to heat their food or drink, push the salt bowl across the table. Her mother, with great effort, could speak mind to mind with someone she knew well. There was no way for them to understand and help her brother. He'd even destroyed the whole barn in spectacular fashion by accident. The difficulty was getting someone to listen. Still, in the meantime, there was the possibility Katrina could help those not born with privilege. She was too late to help her brother, but not too late to assist others like him, help them not go through the torment that her brother had. Katrina gathered up her paperwork and the small vial containing the medication she developed and scurried out the door. She most definitely didn't want to run, but she knew her last-minute double checks of her data had potentially made her late. That wasn't desirable either. She turned the corner and took the stairs up to the guildmaster's domain 2 at a time. Seeing the junior trainees on the boardroom door agitatedly gesturing at her to hurry, she left her dignity behind and ran the last distance to the doors that would determine the fate of her life's work so far, and indeed her own fate. She tried to pause just outside the doors, only to have the juniors unceremoniously haul open the double doors to the boardroom and push her through. Katrina stumbled through the door, her hand out thrust to break her fall. As the paper she carried fell out of her hands and scattered across the floor, she juggled the medication vial in her other hand. Breathing a sigh of relief as she secured it before it fell to the floor and glancing up to murmur an apology, she scrambled after her paperwork. She stood up and made her way over to the table, paperwork crumpled and clutched to her chest, and dumped her research in the place before the chair waiting for her. She raised her gaze from the table and her paperwork, which she realized with dismay was now out of order. Her eyes darted around the guildmasters, hoping she conveyed her apology, both for her tardiness and her undignified entrance. The silence in the room stretched until she became even more uncomfortable than she had been to start with. Then she saw a small smirk quirk on the face of the Grand Guildmaster. "Come, Katrina, relax. You're among friends here. You have, from what I've heard, remarkable results from your research. Take us through the pertinent details." His eyebrows rose as he looked at the mess of her crumpled paperwork on the table. "As best you can." Katrina closed her eyes, blocking out the stares of the masters gathered at the table, and took a deep breath. Then, still clutching the vial of the medication, she ran through her results in a calm, clear voice, the words of her research appearing in her mind's eye just as if she were reading from her notes. She could help those who channeled high levels of the veil with her medication. It would help to reduce their confusion and pain by controlling the incoming power they received. All she needed was the approval of the masters and she could start the actual trials. Then, hopefully, no one else would ever have to suffer as her brother had. Chapter 6. Illerith. Jesslyn stood in one of her favorite places, in a high tower overlooking the mountain realm of Illerith. It wasn't a city in the traditional way, nor a kingdom. Most of the land was wild and uninhabited as far as her eye could see, kept that way by the few that possessed the power to breach the barriers that protected this secret realm, the domain of the Elder, kin, and some humans. The few scattered settlements of humans who called Illerith home lived their lives with little interference from the Elder they were beholden to. They assured her that while they were free to leave and seek a life elsewhere, most showed little inclination to do so. Merchant delegations left to trade occasionally and keep in touch with the world outside their magic realm, yet always returned. One of the kin or elder would go with them to ensure they were able to depart and return to Illerith, and also to protect them while abroad. Moving between places was difficult for humans since there were only a few roads stretching between their villages. It was the Elder who had forged the roads through the wilderness for humans living among them using the power of the veil. Jess didn't understand how they'd done so. The Elder had no limitation on their travel using the veiled paths, and could travel from place to place with ease. The villages paid tribute to the Elder in both food and with the occasional person to help maintain their own castles, towers, and estates. Despite her initial concern, they assured her it wasn't something they demanded, just something the locals did. Given the Elder represented peace and prosperity for the locals that lived here, Jess could see why they did so. She had been here for months now as Damien's guest, since this was the sprawling, multi-leveled estate he called home. The floor-to-ceiling windows, a prominent feature of the estate, were to be found at every vantage point, affording incredible views of the surrounding countryside. It hadn't taken her long to track him down after she decided to do so, although it was more like he had tracked her down. She smiled, remembering. She'd been cast adrift, lost, searching for some sign of the elder that she had known must exist, yet had not been having much luck. She started her search jumping from village to village all around Vallantia, discovering when she widened her search a barrier in the veil that was impossible for her to penetrate. She remembered her shock. It had been like she'd run into an invisible wall. It had been frustrating and tedious when she found herself going around the outside of the barrier. She felt herself blush as she remembered how long she took to work out she could feel the barrier. Once she did realize, the process of discovery progressed much more quickly. She determined there was no way for her to pass it. Watching merchant caravans arrive and leave through one of the trade routes proved to her that those who were human, even some with power, could come and go as they chose. It was just that she was bound here. After some time testing the barrier to no avail, she withdrew in frustration. She still continued her search, getting increasingly frustrated with her inability to find any sign of the elder. Then, drawing on the power to leave a small village, Jess transitioned to that place between, appearing as she always did on the makeshift road. She remembered looking around, uneasy, and seeing another standing near to where she was. He did not appear to be concerned that she had found him, and she had no doubt at all he had been watching her. Jess kept her sword drawn even when she recognized him. It was Damien. She noted that while he was wearing a sword, he did not have his own blade drawn at all. He was tall, with an athletic build and dusty blonde hair. His eyes were the deep blue she remembered, and she noted his smile was as charming. His dress and bearing were no longer that of a hunter. Jess smiled cynically, wondering if he had ever been. His clothing was of a fine make, his body language confident, both of which placed him as someone with wealth. Still, he was no match for either Alex or Kyle in that department. They both possessed a certain self-assured easy flair that Damien did not. She suspected he was trying to emulate them, yet it wasn't something he'd been born to. The part that made her gasp was something she had not noticed on her previous encounters with him, although she should have. When Jess looked at him with her mind's eye, Damien shone with power. He glowed, and she could see the trail of power running through him and from him. He was bursting. In that arena, Damien was in his element, at ease with his power, yet he didn't seem even slightly mad. Just as suddenly as the power flared, it disappeared, as if shutters had been shut. Other than the fact that they were in the veil, Damien appeared like a normal human. Jess put the things her uncle had told her together and came to a conclusion. "Damien, I've been looking for you. You are of the elder." Jess was surprised at how calm she was. She wasn't accusing, just stating a fact. "Is that even your real name?" She sensed herself move through the veil under the other's will and fought to maintain her composure. They were traveling faster than she'd ever thought possible. They came to the barrier in the veil, and Jess only barely stopped herself, gasping in shock as they passed through it. She knew Damien had manipulated something to get them through it, yet she hadn't been able to see what he'd done, nor seen his use of the power at all. She only knew he must have. When they came to what was their destination, the veil blurred as they merged out into a comfortable-looking room. Jess knew it wouldn't be out of place in the finest mansions or even the king's palace, yet she had no idea where they were. "Forgive my rudeness, Jessalyn. I thought we could talk more easily here than elsewhere. Yes, my name is Damien, and yes, as you guessed, I am of the elder. Please take a seat if you will. You will not come to any harm at my hands." Damien gestured to some high-backed leather chairs arranged in a half-circle near large floor-to-ceiling windows. She felt a surge in the veil, and the fireplace, which had been empty moments before, lit up, merry flames dancing and crackling on the wood. Jess considered her options for a moment, then shrugged and put away her blade. She had the distinct impression that if Damien had meant her harm, she'd be dead already. In fact, he had the opportunity several times in the past. It certainly explained how he had tracked and rescued her during the kidnap attempt. On one of those occasions, he had moved to protect her. She walked over towards the chairs, but did not sit immediately. Instead, she walked over to the tall windows and looked out onto a village that sprawled down a mountain. The beauty of the mountain territory took her breath away. In the distance, she could see tall towers and spires that caused her imagination to take flight and left her burning with curiosity. She'd never seen its like before or had even imagined such things existed. She was in a tower on what looked like the highest point, with mountains surrounding her and what looked like the deep forest below. Jess gasped and turned to stare at her unexpected host. "Where am I? I don't recognize this place at all." Jess glanced back toward the amazing view out of the window, then back at Damien, who smiled. "You may not have been here before, but I am sure you have heard of it. You are in the fabled Illerith." Damien waited patiently, not concerned at all while she processed the information she'd been given. He gestured around the room. "This is, well, one of the places I and the others of the Elder call home." Jess couldn't help but laugh. "Illerith? No one gets to Illerith." "We allow very few inside our borders, but on occasion exceptions are made." So the tales that Illerith is a land of enchantment and magic are correct, rather than the monsters and your trade goods are possessed by evil variety." Jess's eyes sparkled. Damien laughed and bowed flurriedly. "I think the monsters and possessed by evil rumors were started by people who wanted to drive the prices of our trade goods down." Jess finally sat in the chair closest to her and noted as Damien sat down on the chair near her own that someone had set the table with food and wine. Damien took a fine green stained glass goblet that Illerith was known for and picked up a bottle of red wine, then glanced at her. His lips quirked in a half-smile. Jess laughed and nodded, her mood switching in the erratic way it had been of late, realizing that she wasn't going anywhere until her host let her go. She might as well relax and avail herself of his hospitality. He smiled and poured the wine, handing her the goblet before he poured one for himself. He turned, and catching her eye, he raised his glass in salute. Jess fell back on court protocol and raised her own in response. "What do you want with me?" Jess knew she was being blunt, but since Damien had brought her here against her will, she believed it warranted a little rudeness. Unconcerned, at least to outward appearances, she took a sip of the wine and had to admit that he hadn't stinted on that score. Damien smiled, amused. "I guess I deserve that. I want to help you, Jess. Besides, I believe you have been searching for me. You and your friends have fallen into a world you do not understand or know. The three of you are more powerful than you can possibly be aware of. You will become elder once you pass through your transition periods." Jess looked at Damien and held back a sob as pain and loss ran through her. "How can you not know? Alex and Kyle are lost, sunken into their own madness." Jess stopped as Damien shook his head. "No, Jess, they're not. Neither of them is of the Sundered as you believe. The Sundered have a very distinct stamp of madness that neither of your friends have. They are in transition. They each have their path to follow, as you will choose yours." "What do you mean, not sundered? I know they descended into madness. I shared their pain and anger, the confusion and loss. Alex killed that boy. He would never have done that if he were sane." Jess looked at Damien, her eyes wide with shock. "Kyle gave himself to another of his own free will, an act of treason he would never have committed if he were in his own mind." She noticed that her knuckles were white as she grasped the goblet in a vice-like grip, and taking a deep breath, she tried to relax. Damien shook his head. "Alex does what he needs to. There is madness in him, but he is strong enough that I believe he will rise through it. Kyle is under the protection of another, but not the Sundered Lord as you believe. He is safe enough where he is for now. I will act on his behalf if I need to, and he doesn't win his own freedom. I believe the others have it in hand, though. Both Alex and Kyle are constrained by the path they are on. Damien paused to look out of the window, but Jess could tell his mind was far away before coming back to her. Jess found she desperately wanted to believe her friends would recover. They had both been the center of her world, her sanity, as far back as she could remember. Yet she couldn't shake the images she'd seen from them both. I can't escape from what I saw, what I felt. Tears welled in her eyes, and she made no move to hide them. Damien stood and moved across the intervening space to sit in the chair next to her and gathered her into his arms. He whispered to her in a calm, reassuring voice filled with certainty. Both Alex and Kyle are what we call broken. They go through periods of madness, but there is still sanity in them, unlike the Sundered. Alex suffers. His power level is higher, and Kyle as well, due to the harmful effects of the toxin used during the kidnapping. But in my assessment, unlike many, they will recover and get through this period. Jess didn't reply, but allowed his words to comfort her. She couldn't contemplate a world where Alex and Kyle weren't there. If only she had a target, someone to take out in their defense. Yet right now, she didn't have an enemy to aim her energies at. She was unable to help them, and it hurt. They had both been there for her when she had been a small girl, uprooted and transported into an unfamiliar world, befriended her and taken her into their small, exclusive circle of friendship, defended her against all of their peers until she grew to defend herself. Jess struggled with a sudden rise of pain and anger at the world, a sense of helplessness. As suddenly as she had been overwhelmed, she felt herself return to calmness. She halted her inner monologue and glared accusingly at Damien. "You're soothing me." Damien grinned at her unrepentantly. "Of course I am. Those such as yourself and your friends born with great power do not appear very often. We have learnt such a one survives their transition in a much better state if given some guidance. Besides, I don't want you losing control and destroying my home. Come, let me show you around and you can pick a room that suits you. I've never had a student before. This should be fun." Damien stood, hauling her off the couch with a grin. Not letting go of her hand, he led her farther into his home. Jess allowed Damien to drag her off, head spinning at the sudden change of topic. She wondered how she'd ended up with a tutor, since Damien had just appointed himself as just that. Jess shook her head and laughed, her mood swinging from the sudden anger she'd been experiencing moments before to euphoria. Jess turned away from the window and walked through the tower complex toward Damien's sitting area. The walls threw off a blue glow as she approached, lighting up the corridor, fading as she walked past. The light caused the silver threaded through the fine silks of her gown to gleam. The fabric of her dress whispered as the cloth rubbed together with each step, her long blonde hair held back with some ornately carved combs. This had been her home for months now, and she had attracted her own servant, Clara, from the village, within days of her getting here. Jess still wasn't sure how the system worked, except that Clara appeared and tended to her needs, even living here in the estate rather than the village. Jess passed her days with some instruction from Damien on the veil and its uses. He taught her techniques on calming her mind. He'd explained that with her transition, she was one of the lucky ones. Still, she knew he considered her under his protection and for all intents and purposes restricted to the estate, at least until he gained confidence in her ability to protect herself. There was a way through the protective barriers of Illyrith, that much was clear. She didn't know what the key was to unlocking them, though. Damien had smiled at her when she'd asked about it and advised her that when she was ready, she would possess the ability to come and go as she pleased. Her reaction had been one out of character with how she would have reacted even a few short months ago. She'd made a conscious effort to batten down her emotions after her first day here. It seemed to work, since she'd accepted the restriction with an atypical calmness, without the anger she would have reacted with in the past. Now barely anything seemed to upset her at all. Of course, there were explosions on occasion in training caused by frustration. It concerned her abstractedly that she was turning cold and remote, shutting herself off from what it was to be human. Damien had explained to her that she wasn't human as she knew it anymore. She would live far longer than any regular human would, and that required adjustments. Thinking through it, she realized that if the elder raged and engaged in temper tantrums, it would be disastrous. Kings could wreak havoc onto a kingdom or a neighboring territory. The elder possessed the power to destroy the world. Yet from what she saw, they were remote, removed from the concerns of the world, even from the fate of their own kind. When she thought about it, she realized that her uncle exhibited similar traits. She also found it easier to wield the veil when she wasn't tripping over her emotions. How she'd managed in the past, bumbling through, reacting on instinct, was anyone's guess. Unfortunately, Damien insisted she learn control, learn to consciously do what she wished with the veil. That was a sticking point that required concentration and practice. He pointed out to her that the elders themselves built their own estates and towers. Utilizing nothing but the power of the veil, they built their estates and access roads to assist humans to settle nearby. Claire advised her that a new kin took a group willing to settle in a new place with them when they resettled. The humans and elder of Illarath seemed to have a symbiotic relationship. At first, the idea horrified Jess, suggesting that slavery was the way of life in Illarath. Yet Clara had disabused her of that notion. The humans had their own guilds, interests, and lives. The elder, from Clara's point of view, were their rulers and protectors, unlike in Vallantia, where those with the power to become kin were treated with fear and distrust. Her self-appointed servant told Jess that the elder left them alone to run their own affairs, only distantly aware or interested in them. The humans paid tribute to their elder. They provided produce and labor, yet it was up to them what and how much. Clara informed her bluntly that it was no different to the ruling family and class in Vallantia. She felt their system was easier, since if a village had bad crops and couldn't spare the food, they would find that provender appeared by the grace of the elder. Where the elder procured the windfall from, Clara didn't know. Jess suspected that on those occasions that some merchant in another town or another kingdom would wake to find their supplies missing when they checked. Or perhaps they just willed it into existence from the veil. The thought amused her, and Jess made a note to ask Damien about the magically appearing food stocks. The concept that she had the ability to construct an entire dwelling utilizing the veil astounded her no end, so she practiced at wielding the veil every day. Practiced trying to form common things around her, everything from knives to the vase on her dresser. While Jess found spinning what she wanted out of the veil easy, unlike with Damien's ability, hers had no permanence. She observed Damien as he wielded the power and concluded that there were levels to the veil she couldn't perceive. Just as in the past, the veil appeared as gray wisps to her. After she'd pushed herself too far defending against an attack by the Sundered, burning the channels of her mind further open, she had discovered she perceived the veil differently. They were different colors and intensity, which she believed denoted different strengths. She also decided that whatever power he was accessing, it was what he'd used to trigger the barrier in the veil. He was using an aspect of the power she couldn't perceive yet. It made her wonder how long this transition period was meant to last. Jess walked into the wide-open sitting area where she knew Damien was. She could feel his burning, bright presence. It wasn't like he was trying to hide. Lessons didn't happen at the same time, or even every day. She'd learned to seek Damien out when she thought she was ready for another lesson, and, depending on what he had in mind, the sitting room was one room those practice sessions occurred. She stopped in the archway, shocked. She'd been so involved in her own thoughts she hadn't realized that Damien had company. Both Damien and his companion turned to gaze at her. Only years of training stopped her from gasping as the elegant woman dropped the barrier she'd been holding around herself. Her power flared, almost blinding in Jess's mind's eye before she shielded again. This woman, like Damien, could hide what she was, giving off nothing to show that she was anything but human. The woman assessed her in turn, and Jess wondered what she saw. Unlike the other women who assessed her most of her life, at least this one wasn't showing the spike of jealousy. Jess smiled. She was powerful, self-assured, and beautiful, and Jess had a feeling that if the pair of them walked into the ballroom at home together, the collective ladies of the court would have been murderous. Sorry to intrude, Damien. I was preoccupied and didn't sense you had company. Jess smiled and, bowing her head, turned to withdraw, only to halt at the low voice rippling with amusement. No need to leave, Jess. Please, come in. This is Isabella. Damien smiled and gestured to his companion. Jess had to admit that if Isabella and Damien currently slept together, she might have been a little jealous. It was obvious the pair had a history together, potentially a very long history given that Isabella was an elder. Her display of power and ability to conceal it gave that away. Neither Jess nor Damien had tried to rekindle the time they'd spent together. He was the elder, the master, and she the trainee he had taken into his care. Anything they had shared previous to that had been pushed aside, as it should. It was confusing enough going through transition without getting tied up in knots for all the wrong reasons when he remonstrated her for the smallest infractions. If they'd been sleeping together, those tense, sometimes fiery moments would on occasion quite literally get all mixed up and messy. As it was, she could distance herself from that and understood it was for her own good. Damien was teaching her the control she needed. Jess shook herself, and utilizing years of training at the royal court, she walked forward and paused before her mentor and his friend. Nice to meet you, Isabella. I hope you will show me that shielding trick one day. Jess compressed her lips and mock glared at Damien. He won't show me such things. Isabella's startled laughter rang out. If you do not work it out for yourself, and this one does not instruct you, I promise I will show you. Isabella threw a glance at Damien, her amusement clear. You have your work cut out for you. Oh, just you wait. You might wish to trade one day. Damien's blue eyes glittered in challenge and amusement. The exchange left Jess confused, but she knew better than to ask. This was another thing she was destined not to know or understand, at least for now. Damien kept his own counsel, and it seemed Isabella was just as circumspect. Isabella grinned impudently, dimples showing in her cheeks. Possibly, from what I've sensed, I think this will be a challenging task you have asked of me. Yet there is need. I will leave you to your protégé. Isabella stepped forward and, to Jess's shock, hugged her. Take care, Jess. Follow Damien's instructions, no matter how infuriating he can be. He will teach you to be the best you can be. I will be away for some time, yet you have my signature now, so call if you need. I will come when I can. Isabella stepped back and exchanged a look with Damien. They were talking to each other. It impressed Jess no end, since she couldn't hear a word of the exchange. Then, with the only warning being the sudden draw of power from the veil, Isabella faded from view, drawing her shield around her. Again, Jess was suitably impressed, since even though she tried, she couldn't follow Isabella's trail through the veil. It disappointed her a little, since she was intrigued regarding where the woman was going and what she was doing. Still, she guessed she would find out. Eventually. Finally, she turned her gaze back to Damien, who looked at her impassively, with only a hint of a smile on his lips. I guess teaching me how to shield like Isabella did is out of the question? Jess grinned, knowing the answer before he spoke. I'm not sure you're ready for that. How about we go to the training area outside and we work on your defensive shielding? If you can master that, then soon we will learn the offensive techniques. Damien held his hand out to her. Pausing, only to wonder what and where the outside training area was, Jess grinned and took his hand. The veil wrapped around them, and he pulled her through. Chapter 7. Bound. Kyle sat, legs crossed on the training mat with his eyes closed, concentrating on the simple act of breathing. There were no distractions around him or on him. He was wearing a deep blue loose-fitting shirt and light trousers. His black hair had grown long enough since he'd left the palace to become irritating, and was tied back to keep it out of his eyes while he exercised. For the first time since childhood, he was unarmed. The breathing exercises helped to calm and focus his mind. The whispering voices of other kin and those in transition echoed through his mind. He ignored them. Their conversations weren't for him. Kyle inhaled deep into his lungs and held the breath for a moment. In his mind's eye, he saw the veil swirling around him, yet he made no move to control it. Exercising control, he exhaled, concentrating on the breath leaving his body. He'd lost count of how many days he'd been here. He wasn't even sure where here was. It wasn't Vallantia, or even in the realm at all. Of that he was certain. Simon had not asserted control over his mind the way he'd expected. Unknown to him, another had been present. Irritation surged within when he thought back to those days and the consequences he now lived with because of his actions. Kyle pushed his aggravation to one side. His mistress ignored him for now, but if he worked himself up too much, it would attract her attention, which was not something he wanted. Instant recognition and shock warred within him as the former queen, Alex's mother, created a bond between them, though he admitted grudgingly that the bond restored calmness to him. Unlike the bonds that Alyssa had burned into his mind and body, the forging of these bonds did not hurt. They were simply there, and at times when he needed it, he felt her presence, calming his mind and restoring his barriers. Then, when he was calm again, she withdrew. It was perfect. Or at least he thought so at first, before he'd realized his new mistress was not sane herself. There were moments where he could feel the madness in her mind rise to consume her, even though it wasn't the madness he associated with the Sundered. She had brought him to this place, her home, he guessed. He gathered it was a large sprawling estate all on one level since he'd seen no sign of stairs. He knew it was near the water since he could hear the waves crashing on the rocks, although she refused to allow him out to explore his new surroundings. She'd had him disarm. He had seen none of his weapons since then. Weeks passed. Months. That time was vague to him, almost like the memory of a nightmare. Slowly, he'd come back to himself. She'd kept that part of the bargain. Kyle shuddered at the thought of trying to deal with the surging, increasing power of the veil running through him now by himself. To his surprise, he was gaining control back, bit by bit, even more so when his mistress's attention turned elsewhere, and she was sane. Demons still plagued his sleeping at night. Memories of the innocent people he killed in his madness flashed in his mind. Sometimes this brought despair. Other times the need to kill rose. Those moments terrified him. At least now it did. Before he'd come under Alyssa's control, his kills had been clean, with clear treason against the crown. After the toxin had been administered and Alyssa had inserted her insidious bonds, his kills had become sickening. She had been driving him to madness. In contrast, Joanna asserted her control when madness struck him, shunting aside the rising bloodlust, restoring balance. At his worst, she forced him into a deep, dreamless sleep. Other times, the shocking images and feelings that bombarded his brain were not his own, but hers. He was powerless to block them out, to block her out when she succumbed to psychosis. On those occasions, Edward, Cat, or Cal would intervene when they could, allowing him some peace from her raging thoughts. Kyle vowed that if he managed against all odds to regain his freedom, he would never let another bind him to their will. Worry about what he would become had driven him when he'd asked for Simon's help. Worry about what he would be forced to do if he judged wrong. Shame for not being able to bring himself to ask Cat for help. Yet Simon had been their friend and had fought with them during the Sundered War. Kyle had battled with himself, but believed that without help he would have no chance. No one would have. He had been losing control of his power, of himself. Taking a slow, deep breath, Kyle let his mind wander back to that moment he'd allowed Joanna to enslave his mind. Simon agreed he would help, but then another stepped from the shadows and intervened before Simon could take any action. Her calm voice indicated she believed he would be better with her, and their alignment would not be treason. The Skull Lord conceded to the other and backed up, showing not even a hint of emotion. Kyle remembered he couldn't help the overwhelming feeling of relief that hit, and his legs buckled. His downward slump to the ground was stopped by the supporting hands of another. Kyle realized the hands that supported him were not those of the Skull Lord who still stood in front of him. The delicate hands belonged to the yet unseen woman who had intervened. Kyle looked up into the eyes of the one who held him and caught his breath. With her dark brown hair and intense blue eyes that bore a startling resemblance to Alex's, he recognized her instantly. "Milady, how?" "Shh, Kyle. I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner. Let me help you undo what that other did to you. Relax. Let me in." A tear traced its way down his cheek. He knew what he was about to do and feared the consequences, but let down his barriers. She was in his mind, delicate probes following the paths Alyssa had burnt into him. Yet this time it didn't hurt, and as he tracked her progress, she helped sections of his mind heal while still inserting her own control mechanisms, although not the ones relating to sex, he noticed. Kyle felt that familiar calm wash over his mind, the kind he hadn't experienced since he'd first met Alyssa, and nearly wept. Except he knew it was the lady who imposed that on him, like she was placing herself between him and madness. When she withdrew, he knew she was still there in his mind. Taking one more shuddering breath, he acknowledged his reality, standing to face the woman who had bound him and kneeled before her. "My lady, mistress, I pledge my soul to your service." It had only occurred to him after it was too late to be a little concerned how Alex would react when he found out, not only that his mother was alive, but had taken his best friend as her mind-bound slave. Kyle brought himself back to the present. Being taken by another was not what he thought it would be, what his first experience had taught him it would be. At least, up to this point, it had mostly been the exact opposite. No one had lost their life under his blades since. Joanna had explained to him that he would remain here until he regained conscious control. The problems stemmed from when he discovered the former queen wasn't always quite sane. Kyle remembered asking Joanna whether his brush with madness was purely due to transition or the combination of the toxin and Alyssa. He couldn't understand at all how he had gone from who he had been to the mess he'd become. Joanna believed in his case that it was both, although she knew nothing about the toxin used on him. The insidious effects of the drug and the mental control Alyssa had installed on him shocked Joanna, and indeed Edward. It raised considerable debate amongst them regarding the origin of the toxin. The group, with the addition of Kat and Cal, had questioned the role of the Order and their true purpose. Eventually they had settled the debate, believing it had just been the small cell of people, headed by Daniel, spurred on by fear and jealousy. Since they were already dead, no further action was necessary. Kyle did not agree with their assessment, but kept his opinion to himself. He believed Alyssa and the Order would have kept dousing with the drug until he became addicted to it and unable to function without it. He would have succumbed to madness, or Alyssa would have full control of his mind. Probably both. At that point, he would have become her puppet. Fortunately, a moment of sanity where he had been able to break away had saved him. Jess had found him and called Alex. Kyle realized how lucky he had been that Alex had broken Alyssa's hold on his mind, even if he didn't know at the time what he was doing. He understood now that if Alex and Jess hadn't put their own minds between him and Alyssa, it was likely she would have regained her control on him. Kyle chuckled, although it held nothing but bitterness. His friends had managed to break him free from Alyssa's control of his mind. Almost the first thing he'd done was run to someone else and allow himself to be enslaved again. Resolve firmed in Kyle's mind. He would gain his freedom again. First, though, he needed to heal. He needed to gain control of himself and his powers again. Kyle cleared his mind, sensed the veil around him, and released his breath. He wasn't sure why the breathing exercise helped. He only knew that it did. So it was an exercise he performed every morning and evening. His life was becoming routine, time slipping away with nothing to indicate to him how long he'd been here. He was working on Joanna to allow him out into the world again, but he'd learned he needed to pick his moments. She confirmed to him she would allow him greater freedom when she judged he was stable and more accepting of his status. So he curbed his impatience and throttled down his anger at his own stupidity. He followed the instruction she gave him, the outward picture of obedience to her will. Any rebellious thoughts were exiled to the back of his mind. He pushed aside other concerns and continued with the next phase of his exercise. Kyle concentrated as he drew in strands of power, selecting the ones he wanted with care, and he willed it to take form. A small flame appeared before him, dancing and flickering in the air at eye height in front of him, held there by strands of the silver-gray power. Manipulations of the two different powers to do as he wished took concentration. It was an observation that caused him to smile. Oh, he was aware that lighting a candle was possible. A lot of people had that skill, even if they didn't flaunt it. But to control the flame, to have it appear in the air right in front of him and stay there with nothing for the fire to consume? A few months ago, he would have not even thought it was possible to do such a thing at all. Yet it was a small thing from what he'd seen Joanna and Simon do. Their feats were beyond what his imagination could conceive. Every day he practiced, and every day he was closer to winning his freedom. The day he could fulfill his retribution against the order moved ever closer. As the door opened, the flames went out, and Kyle found himself on his feet, his whole posture defensive, only to relax at seeing Edward standing in the doorway. He expelled the breath he'd been holding. He shook his head and fought down his sudden burst of irrational anger. "Edward, nice of you to drop in." Kyle had to admit his voice was cool even to his own ears. The small smile that formed on Edward's lips did not help Kyle's temper. "Calm down, Kyle. It's time for you to practice before you lose your edge." Edward's smile was sardonic as he offered the extra blade he carried to Kyle, his head cocked to one side, waiting for a decision. Kyle felt his breath shake as he exhaled, and, closing his eyes, he steadied himself before taking the few paces necessary to claim the blade that Edward offered him. One of his own blades, he noted. As he backed up a few steps to the center of the room, his eyes flicked back up to Edward. "Does Joanna know about this?" Kyle contemplated Edward. His presence here had left him confused. He'd caught mixed messages and couldn't work out if Ed was here keeping an eye on him or Joanna. He had to admit it seemed like a little of both. "No, she's sleeping right now. She'll likely fish it out of your mind when she wakes. It's easier to beg for forgiveness than permission." Edward's tone gave away no hint of concern as he paced forward, raising his blade in salute. "What about Alex? With all of you here, he's having to stumble through transition alone." Kyle was worried for his friend, who shouldn't have to be facing transition by himself. "Alex will be fine. He didn't run off and allow himself to be bound to another's will." Edward unexpectedly grinned. "He's not alone, or won't be for long. You need to concern yourself with getting better so you can be that blade at his side once more." "I'm uncertain Joanna will ever allow that." Kyle settled himself as his old swordmaster had shown him when he'd been a small boy. He smiled as he realized that what he'd been doing of late was just an extension of those lessons he'd learned as a child. Kyle flipped his sword up in salute to his sparring partner in that universal sign of one master to another that he was ready. "We're working on it. Joanna is unstable, ranging from unreasonable to dangerous to all around her when she's not in her right mind. When sane, she's not dishonorable." Ed's words were more frank than Kyle expected. "Ah, I thought you were lovers." Kyle hadn't just thought it. He was absolutely certain the pair were sleeping together. A smile spread on Edward's lips. "Off and on we are. Now, concentrate, Kyle, and leave Joanna to me. Blade work today to get you back in form. We'll work on integrating your powers later." With that last instruction, Edward signaled his own readiness in kind and lunged. Kyle's own blade rose to block in a long familiar pattern that his body and mind knew well. Although he hadn't traded blows with Edward all that much, Kyle knew his opponent was also a master with the blade, a competent one. He allowed his world to narrow and leave other concerns aside, his blade becoming an extension of his arm, and Kyle lost himself in the exchange of blades. Chapter 8. Evacuation. Booted feet ran, doors slammed, people yelled. There was the distinct scrape of wood against the stone floors of the castle, and the sound of horses milling in the courtyard below. An energy, a feeling. Panic. Scholar Clemens stood at the window looking at the milling people, his people below. Despite the warning they had received, he didn't panic. The king's men would come for them due to the failed kidnap attempt, but he knew it took time to mobilize such a force. It wasn't the first time he had been driven and forced to abandon his home. He ran his hands along the rough stone wall. Evidence every block had been crafted by hand in a different era to this one. This keep would stand as it had for generations, and he would come back one day. It amazed him, the attachment that could be woken by coming back to a place. He remembered a different time in these halls. The blue eyes of his sweet Isa. He'd seen her in the village so long ago, dancing with some other girls. Her beauty had shone in her eyes and smile. He'd selected her to be his, taken her into his home. He still recalled her scream of fear as she'd been torn from his arms. All his girls taken from him, as the screaming and yelling from an angry mob who'd mustered up the courage to attack echoed through these halls and rooms. As the flames spread and thick smoke filled the rooms, he'd fled then, too. Turning from the window, he glanced around the now bare room that had been his home. Memories of a long-ago time still assaulted his mind. He'd never been able to forget, so he'd come back, abandon what he'd built elsewhere. Discovering the Killiam Order, he'd joined their number. It hadn't been hard to spin a tale of despair at the hands of monsters that they'd believe. An exercise in patience had allowed him to rise through their ranks. He'd learned lessons from his long-ago past. He'd gathered people to him. This time the mob would be on his side. Scholar Clemens rode out the large gates of the keep with some of his people around him, yet he was isolated despite the company. As they had discussed, during the exodus they rode out in small groups rather than one big party, using the different exits to mask their departure as much as they could. The longer it took for word to get back to the king that they had evacuated the stronghold, the safer they would all be. Their next base wasn't as salubrious as the keep, but he'd been assured they'd made the village they'd taken over as comfortable as they could. Still, it was only a short-term solution. They would move on to a safer base on the lands of an ally, once they'd received word their intended home had been searched for their presence. Not all the High Lords had turned their back on their duty as they sought to the common people, or forgotten their allegiance to him, to the Order. Clemens was aware that some of his people shouldered guilt at the villages and farms who'd lost their lives as they'd been cleared out of their homes. They'd organized multiple raids by the Sundered and their controllers to achieve the panic and fear. That fit within their goals. The population did not fear the attacks by the Sundered as much as they should. It was time to change that, as the time of fulfilling his retribution on the people of Vallantia was close to being realized. As fear spread throughout the two major sprawling cities overcrowded with people, Clemens knew they would put pressure on the king to act. That thought made Clemens smile. Kevin had assured him that their actions were being noticed, and it was only the king noticing his people suffer that would force him to act. Kevin coming into the fold of the Order had been a turning point. The Order's progress had been accelerated, and they had achieved so much since he'd come to them. A trained master healer, it had been his idea to recruit others with the mind control gift from the ranks of the Healers Guild. That had proved to be a strategic move of pure genius. His work at refining their medication, continuing from the Order's founding father, the great Gale Killiam, had heralded a number of major breakthroughs, putting them in a good position. It was in the annuals from the founding, articulating the path the Order should follow. They would keep refining the medication until they had an army of the Sundered under their control. Once that goal was achieved, they would take the fight to the monsters in this world regardless whether the king approved the action or not. Once Vallantia was under their control, they would spread their reach, bringing safety to all the lands. Clemens smiled. It was so nice that the Order's long-term goals and plans happened to fit in with his own desires. He wanted it all back, and he would use the Order to achieve it. "Scholar Clemens?" Clemens turned to see Stacy Frost frowning as she moved her horse closer to him and repressed a sigh. Some members of the Order really tested his patience. Stacy was one of them, but she was a good follower. An organization such as this could never have enough followers, even if he could wish that she didn't question so much. "Yes, Stacy, how can I assist you?" He kept his irritation out of his tone. "I don't understand why we are abandoning the keep." Stacy's lips compressed. "The king's people will come after us there." "We're ready, we can fight them now. With the strong walls around us, we have the advantage over the guard." Her back stiffened as she turned and gestured to the stronghold they were leaving behind them. Clemens smiled coldly. At least Stacy was one of his people that wasn't afraid to fight. Indeed, she and her partner were spoiling to engage in the war they knew was coming, even if they were a little premature in that desire. "The time is fast approaching. A few more pieces need to fall into place. Then we will take the fight to the king and his people." "You keep saying that, yet year after year we hide rather than fight directly, and now we run—" Clemens cut her off, his temper snapping. "Enough, Stacy. The steps we take are necessary. We have more allies than you know, and we will need all of us in this fight." Seeing the others nearby turn, their eyes wide at the argument, Clemens pressed his lips together. He turned his gaze on them all, waiting until they broke eye contact and looked away before he spurred his horse to a trot, putting some distance between himself and the others. It took all of his willpower not to kill Stacy for questioning him in front of the group. At least Stacy wanted the fight and wasn't one of the ones who wailed over the death of innocents. Those would have to be dealt with. He pushed down his irritation and remembered his goal. A smile spread on his lips. Soon a time would come when none would dare question him. Chapter 9. Liaison. Alex flashed through the veil, drawn to the surging power that called to him. He knew what he would find. It was the Sundered, the mad ones. He had no idea how long the last period of blackout had lasted. Alex wasn't even sure he was in his own mind now, although he thought perhaps he was. Generally, though, if his flickering memories were correct, at those times he was at his worst. Times when he would kill someone he'd encountered for looking at him the wrong way. Well, to be honest, not quite that. Some unfortunate had to make the mistake of attacking him first, or be sundered. Still, as the dead thief in the alley had shown, it didn't seem to take much. It wasn't like money was much of a concern. He could get money from the palace any time he wanted with no one noticing, or by asking William. He believed an increase in the surging power of the veil channeling into him was what caused his mind to overload and black out. It heralded an onslaught of pain and confusion and pushed him out of control. Alex checked absently, once more reassuring himself that he was wearing clothes and had a sword. At least he hadn't blacked out with an unknown amount of time between the alley and now. Going up against the Sundered, naked and unarmed, probably wasn't the most spectacular idea. As he flew through the veil, Alex looked around and saw the thick strands of veil arcing through the air, through him, from him. He winced, realizing that in the past this would have been enough power to sink him into unconsciousness or madness. It seemed, despite everything, his impression that he was getting stronger was correct. Or maybe he was just getting used to the level of power. He smiled ruefully. Perhaps it was both. The thing that concerned him most was what he did while he experienced those blackout periods. Still, his mind shied away, but the flickering pieces of memories told him things he didn't want to know. Alex reached his destination, and what he saw in the courtyard below gave him pause. It was a sight he hadn't seen before. 3 Sundered fighting against... Well, he couldn't say who the 4th person was. The hooded figure fought against the Sundered, using a merged fighting style, incorporating the power of the veil with swordwork. The hooded figure wasn't Sundered, he was certain about that, but seemed to be like himself, Kyle or Jess, someone he guessed going through transition. Or at least further along the path than himself. Whoever it was, they seemed to have a firm control of both their own power and ability to fight. The figure drew an impressive amount of the power. Alex shook himself out of his introspection and shifted into the courtyard below. Another thing he found odd. Every other time he'd fought the Sundered, it had been in more remote areas. Although, he could tell this place was situated on the forest edge, which might explain the unusual sighting. Without giving it further thought, Alex threw himself into the battle, aiding the stranger in the fight against the Sundered. Now he was closer, he could see that the figure was female, although he was suddenly too busy to notice much detail. Whoever she was, she made short work of the Sundered she had been fighting. She turned her attention to another of her attackers, and it didn't take long before the head of the one she had been fighting hit the ground. He felt her probe him, then dismissed him as a threat, or at least not the most immediate threat. Alex dispatched his own opponent, then turned to help with the last remaining Sundered, only to see she had already slain her enemy. Alex smiled, noting that she didn't sheathe her blade. Instead, she stood watching him, waiting. She seemed so confident and self-assured, with good reason, both qualities he liked. Alex knew she was assessing him just as he assessed her. She reached a decision and pushed back her hood. She smiled, her mind voice low and somehow soothing. "I'm Isabella." Alex licked his lips, then replied in kind. "I'm Alex." Isabella smiled, her head cocking to one side. "Thank you for your help against those." Alex glanced around the courtyard, realizing they were in the backyard of an inn. If the noise coming from the inside was anything to go by, it was a boisterous one. Alex assessed his current state, then grinned. He seemed to be stable, or at least as stable as he got these days. "Can I tempt you to a drink? We seem to be in the right place." Isabella laughed and sheathed her sword, then turned with him, falling into step as they walked to the inn. The warmth and lively music hit him as they walked through the door. Alex barely paused, scanning the room, spotting an empty table near the back. He placed a hand on Isabella's back and guided her through the crowded tap room towards the table. At their approach, a group of men about to sit at the table froze. One horrified glance at Alex, and they backed off, hands raised in the air. Alex frowned, then noticed he still held his sword. He shook his head and raised a hand in apology, sheathing the blade. The men grinned at him uncertainly, but went off to find another table. Alex sat next to Isabella on the bench, his back, as was customary, against the cool stone wall. He raised his hand to the serving boy. "Beer, wine, or—" "Beer will be fine, thanks." Alex ordered a pitcher of beer and a plate of whatever food of the day was from the kitchen for them both. Out of habit these days, he checked his pockets and belt for money. He breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered he had money on him, the money from the thief he killed. Isabella, noticing his brief panic, chuckled. "It's all right, Alex. I've been in the same position in the past more times than I can count. Isabella was still assessing him, and he didn't blame her at all. Still, he could tell she liked what she was seeing. When the food and beer arrived, they both took time in between eating and drinking to exchange brief histories. Her full name was Isabella Katrina Hunt, and his eyes widened when she admitted to being from Illerith. In the light of the tap room, he took in her long blonde hair spilling around her shoulders, and her blue eyes he found he couldn't look away from. She intrigued him. She took the news of who he was in her stride with only a faint look of surprise, her eyes widening. "You're that, Alex?" Isabella laughed as he nodded in reply. "Of all the people I thought I might encounter someday, you were certainly not among them." Alex smiled in return, and leaning back against a cold stone wall, he relaxed, placing one of his booted feet up on the bench. "Why do I get the distinct impression you're not being terribly sincere?" Isabella chuckled, the sound low and pleasing. "Oh, right, Alex. Yes, I know who you are. I've been looking for you." Alex looked at her appraisingly and realized to his shock that she was not what he had first thought, as he caught the flare in her power before it had dampened again. He guessed it had been deliberate, since she was remarkably good at hiding her true nature. "So you found me." Alex picked up his beer and swallowed a mouthful without taking his eyes off her. "Yes, or rather you found me." Isabella reached across and picked up some cheese, nibbling the corner cautiously before smiling and taking a larger mouthful. "Okay, I'll bite. Why were you looking for me?" Alex had to admit curiosity. "Damien thought you could use a mentor." Isabella smiled again at seeing the shock on his face. "Damien?" Alex felt his mind racing, memories of things attributed to the hunter falling into place in his brain. He is kin?" Isabella's eyes crinkled as she held back laughter. "No, Damien is of the Elder. He has taken in your friend Jess as his protege." Alex tilted his head to one side, amused despite himself. "I'm supposed to be yours?" Isabella shook her head. "I'm a friend, if you'll allow it. More, if you wish." Alex unaccountably felt his cheeks go red. He had no doubt at all about what the more entailed. Alex wandered aimlessly around the village he found himself in. He'd stayed in control for a few days. The continuity of being in his own brain space for an extended period gave him hope he'd be able to maintain control of himself and his powers sooner rather than later. Isabella had left him to his own devices today with an injunction to call her if he needed her. Alex found he was a little confused as to what exactly Isabella was to him. Friend? Mentor? Potential lover? He had to admit, even if it was only to himself right now, he had a strong reaction to her. That realization left him restless, and he resorted to wandering about the village to occupy his mind. He had enough presence of mind to know he'd found himself here in this village on more than one occasion, so there must be something about it that attracted him. After having breakfast and paying the innkeeper to keep the back corner room for him, he headed out to explore. What he'd thought of as a small village hadn't turned out to be that small. Emberbreak was a bustling trade town on the tri-border Vallantia shared with the Heights and Solana. The marketplace was a hive of activity, filled with tradesmen from the Heights Protectorate and Solana. Some of the stalls were permanent three-sided wooden structures. Others were just a series of portable tables arranged under tarps strung out to give them protection from the sun and rain. Traders from all over Vallantia converged on Emberbreak to swap, barter, and trade. Towards the end of the week, the numbers in the market swelled with performers and storytellers taking their places scattered throughout, entertaining any who cared to stop and listen, all for a few coins tossed onto a blanket they spread nearby. Still, for all that, the village sprawl was bigger than he thought. He realized the inn he'd been turning up at was in the quiet corner of town, and was one of the few multi-story establishments. It was surprisingly respectable for him, particularly remarkable since there was a less respectable part of town that, in the past, was much more likely for him to turn up in. Alex found himself wandering along the dock that ran along the wide river to one side of the town. The great forest sprawled on the far bank, its expanse only broken by tributaries from the river. He was intrigued and distracted by the barge trader families from Salena docked along the pier. Their wooden barges utilized not only to haul their trade goods but to house the traders themselves as well. Suddenly he froze, hearing the wail of pain through the veil. It was different than normal and didn't sound like one of the Sundered. Moving out of sight into a side street that ran between two warehouses, he looked around, and not seeing anyone around, he pulled the veil around him and followed the pained screams like they were a beacon. He looked down on the scene in what looked like an abandoned warehouse, and Alex felt his face pale in horror. Chapter 10. Before the Sundered War. Madness. Colin screamed, struggling against the bonds that held him strapped to the bed deep in the heart of the Healers Guild. At first, the medication that the healer had given him had seemed to help. He'd been a willing participant in the trial. It had cut his access to the veil and had appeared to be a blessing. The healers had told him that with the control of his medication, they would introduce him slowly back to the power of the veil, that he would be able to learn control gradually, instead of just being opened wide to the energy as those who regularly went through the transition were, as his sister had been. She had gone off into the wilds, lost time, and killed. She had eventually come back to herself, yet she had never forgiven herself for what she knew she had done during her transition. He had been terrified that he too would be unable to cope during the transition. Everyone said the madness was due to going through the transition, and that those who broke ran in families, so he had been only too glad to agree to this trial. Yet something had changed. He begged the healers, pleaded with them to stop. The medication wasn't working as they said it would. Every time the antidote cut out, the power of the veil shot through his body in excruciating pain. It surged, along with the voices of the others around him, somehow amplified and worse than what he remembered. He found himself screaming in pain, begging for the tormentor to stop. Yet they didn't listen. They didn't stop. They continued with their trial. Until now. Colin didn't know what had happened, but he hadn't been given his medication this day. He felt like his body was on fire. He felt sick, his body going into convulsion as the power was suddenly able to run through him. Even if they came and forced their treatment on him, it was too late. It would cause him excruciating pain. Where before his power had been steady and increasing, now he felt like his brain was erupting as the power surged off and on, totally out of his ability to control. As power racked his body, he felt his back arch. He screamed his pain out into the veil as he heaved at the bonds, and a crack echoed around the room as this time they snapped. Colin leapt from the bed and staggered along the rows of others like him, all of them begging to be released. Falling to his knees as pain racked him again, he grabbed his temples, screaming into the void with tears running down his face. Colin felt himself be sick again, leaving a mess on the floor, but his stomach continued to heave even when there was nothing for him to bring up. He staggered to his feet, making his way to one bed after another, freeing those strapped down on the beds. They didn't stop. They didn't wait or help. Some ran staggering from the room, while others seemed to have enough control to draw the veil to them, disappearing into the veiled world. As Colin released the last of those that had been in the healer's torture room, he looked around when the door suddenly opened to see the young medical student who had been dosing them with the medication come in. The healer got halfway across the room before he realized something was wrong. He stopped, looked up, startled to see Colin standing there. The young medical trainee dropped the tray, the medication smashing, spreading across the floor. He turned and started running toward the door. Feeling the surge of power, Colin grappled with it, then pitched himself forward to grab the trainee and snap his neck. Letting the broken healer fall to the ground, Colin threw his head up and screamed, releasing his pent-up pain and anger into the veil before transitioning into the veiled world to escape. Chapter 11. Ryan's Injury. Ryan allowed the wadded-up cloth clenched in his teeth to fall out, cursing himself for a fool once more. As it turned out, he wasn't a great thief, no matter how much he tried. Not that he could see any other way out of what his life had become now. He hadn't thought his life could get worse until that fool tyrant had tried to rob the man in the alley and paid for it with his life. After that moment, Ryan's life had unaccountably spiraled out of control. He found himself living in an abandoned warehouse with the local thieves' guild. They'd taken him in and promised to teach him. Turns out, so far, he'd been a terrible pupil. He watched as Ken heated the sewing needle in the fire, not ashamed of the tears that dried on his face from the fire. Ken nodded at Jian, who picked up the wadded cloth and stuffed it back into Ryan's mouth. Ken threaded the fishing twine back through the eye of the needle and then, using clamps to pull his flesh together, shoved the needle through his skin, pulling the twine through to nip the jagged flesh together. Ryan's hands clenched on the rails that ran around the edge of the shed, his knuckles going white, and screamed as Ken shoved the needle through his flesh once more. None of them paid him any heed. Jian and Elsie helped to restrain him while Ken shoved the needle through his flesh over and over again, closing up the hole he'd made in his side. It had been his own fault. His knife had been out, clenched in his hand when he'd slipped on the roof of the merchant they'd intended to break into. His knife had ended up lodged in his side as he'd fallen from the roof onto the cobblestone courtyard below. To their credit, Jian and Elsie had come after him, helping him back to their base rather than leaving him for the occupant to find. Feeling like the world was dropping out from beneath him, Ryan looked up in alarm and saw the glowing cloaked man appear. He hadn't seen his face that night in the alley when Tyron was killed, but he was certain it was the same man. Seeing him draw his blade and surge forward in a blur of speed, Ryan spat the bloody rag from his mouth and cried out a warning, pushing Ken out of the way. He screamed as the twine jerked at his skin, but was rewarded by the sight of the three desperately backing away from the stranger. "No! Don't kill them, please! I'll give you anything you want!" Ryan held up his hands desperately toward the cloaked figure, who stopped and swung his head back to him. Alex paused and looked at the boy on the ground, blood seeping from his side and soaking dirty clothes he'd been sitting on. He was the one he'd heard screaming in pain through the veil. He could touch the veil, although clearly had little understanding of his capabilities and was too young to go through transition. "You enjoy being tortured?" Alex frowned and absently put a barrier up between him and the girl who had been trying to sneak up behind him. "Elsie, no, don't! He'll kill you!" The boy looked at the girl and shook his head. Alex pulled back his hood, perplexed, trying to understand what he'd seen, given the boy's obvious concern for the three who'd been disfiguring him. He walked over to the boy and knelt near him, grasping him with one hand as he cringed away, wincing with obvious pain every time he moved. "He's right, Elsie. Don't test my patience. I have a remarkably short temper these days." Alex looked back at the girl as the knife she'd tried to throw at his back hit the barrier instead. She blanched as it stopped midway through the air and clattered to the floor. She looked at him horrified and backed up as she spun and ran for the doors, followed by the other two. "They were trying to help me." Ryan slumped back, defeated, knowing he had no chance of fighting against this man. "You need a healer, boy." Alex frowned at the lad, still not understanding what he'd seen or why it had been occurring. That anyone would do that to someone who needed to seek the attention of a healer horrified him. Ryan laughed, then stopped, grimacing in pain. "Healers don't have time or energy to tend to someone like me. Don't have the money to spare to pay them." Ryan pointed to the twine and dangling needle hanging from his side, with the clamp still grasping his flesh in its grip. "They were trying to sew me up, to stop the bleeding. Might give me time to heal." Alex closed his eyes at the boy's simple words of explanation, appalled as the meaning sunk in. "What's your name? I can't keep calling you boy." Alex tried to look at the lad reassuringly, although, given he was in pain and terrified, he wasn't sure he was successful. "Ryan, it was you in the alley that night, wasn't it?" Ryan was certain there could not be two people who shone like this man had in the village. "In the alley?" Alex was thrown by the unexpected question. "You killed Tyron that night. He deserved it, but he was all I had. It's how I ended up with them. They took me on. I'm a terrible thief, though. I fell and stuck myself with my own dagger." Ryan wasn't sure what had possessed him to blurt out all that to the man looming over him, except that he seemed to be listening. While he was listening, he wasn't sticking that dagger that licked with flames into him. Alex flinched as the memory of the man in the alleyway he killed flashed in his mind. "Was he your father?" Alex looked around the abandoned warehouse with the sinking sense of responsibility for leaving Ryan without a parent to care for him, even if the man had been a bad one. "No, my father died, but Tyron took up with my mother. Then she died." Ryan felt himself drifting and tried to wrench his wandering mind back to the man in front of him, trying not to be wooed by sleep. Ryan's words struck Alex like a blow. It meant he held responsibility for the position the boy found himself in. Alex shook his head, seeing Ryan was struggling to stay conscious, and gathered the weakly resisting boy into his arms, standing up smoothly. "Stop squirming, Ryan. You need a healer." Alex pulled the veil around them both, and, sensing the boy's shock, he sent soothing thoughts to the lad, trying to calm him. Alex glanced at Ryan, concerned as he fought to stay conscious. The lad's breathing was shallow, tremors running through his body. He felt the pain stab through the boy any time he shifted his grip, and Alex sensed his fear as he struggled to breathe. While it didn't take him long to traverse the distance between Amberbreak and the Summer Palace, despite the village being at the extremes of the realm, it seemed an eternity for both him and Ryan. Alex made his way through the palace he knew so well, ghosting his way along the corridors. He arrived at Aaron's room and didn't pause or show any courtesy. He didn't have time. As he entered the healer's room, the boy started to cough. Alex sensed the sharp pain shooting through him every time he did so. Bright, frothy blood appeared on his lips. Aaron looked up in shock as Alex dropped his concealment, any chastisement he'd been about to administer dying on his lips as he saw Ryan. He stood up from the desk, gesturing Alex over to the bed. Ryan moaned as Alex deposited him on the bed, grabbing at Alex's arm, trying to rise back up. "Can't breathe." Alex helped hold his slight frame up as Aaron, hearing the comment and understanding the cause, piled pillows behind the boy. Alex stood back as Aaron placed his hand on the boy, detecting the surge of power. He took a deep breath, relieved, watching as Aaron did his work. While he could heal himself, Alex realized he did not understand how the healers accomplished their work. Alex spun as the door opened, only to relax when Jocelyn walked into the room. She paused, looking at Alex before taking his presence in her stride, and, with a brief acknowledgement, walked past him. Jocelyn assessed the scene before her, then moved over to the side bench to pick up a fine knife from the array of implements. She walked up to the bed and, after a moment's hesitation, went around the other side and crawled across the covers. Kneeling at Ryan's other side, she removed the clamp, holding it without looking around. Alex stepped forward without comment and took it, placing the implement on Aaron's desk. He was fascinated as Jocelyn sliced through the fishing twine with the knife, and then, after handing him the knife, she pulled the pieces of twine gently from Ryan's flesh. Once done, she placed her own hands to either side of the wound. Alex worried due to the long time the two worked. yet the boy's flesh knitted under Jocelyn's power and his breathing eased. As he'd feared, there had been more damage than he could see. Alex watched the power around the pair out of interest. Jocelyn had switched from healing the puncture wound caused by the dagger and was now channeling power to Aaron. He didn't quite understand why she did that or why it was needed. Then again, he still didn't understand healers. Aaron sat back, a wave of exhaustion hitting him. He looked down at the boy Alex had brought to him, and he placed his hands on his shoulders as the boy tried to get up. "Relax, Ryan. I healed your body, but you still need to rest. You did quite a bit of damage to yourself." Aaron smiled reassuringly at the panicked boy. "Thank you, healer, but I can't pay and this looks too fine for the likes of me. I'll mess your bed up." Ryan looked around in panic. "It's fine, Ryan. His father already paid." Aaron's lips twitched in amusement and his head jerked in Alex's direction. "I don't understand why his friends didn't just take him to the local healer. What they were trying to do was barbaric." Alex looked unhappy with what he had seen. Aaron sighed, wishing he was not familiar with the problem. "Alex, there just aren't enough of us. Healing can be exhausting, particularly if the village only has a journeyman who might not even be in the village when the problems occur." Aaron paused, sending a mental suggestion to his patient to sleep. "Your Highness, it's a practice the Healers Guild is aware of." Jocelyn looked sad, but not outraged. "Those who are less fortunate resort to these types of measures trying to stay alive long enough to heal, or for a healer to see them. We have at least 3 healers at master level here in the palace at all times, Your Highness. Plus all the journeymen. The smaller villages share a journeyman." Aaron grimaced. "Still, if they'd taken the lad to a local healer, he would have been treated. We struggle to convince the poor that they can come to us. They see the more fortunate pay. It helps with food and upkeep, so the healer can concentrate on that instead of where their next meal is coming from. Unfortunately, the poor think they have to pay, so they don't show up when they should." Jocelyn nodded. "You may not be aware, but it's also why we help as many as we can during the royal procession. The locals all know they can come into the healer's pavilion to receive treatment." Jocelyn shrugged. "Our journeymen and trainees also run a clinic twice a week in the village, either here or at the Winter Palace, depending on the season." Alex looked a little pale. How could I not know before now that people are forced to resort to this kind of practice? Aaron shook his head. "I wish I didn't. He must stay with us for a few days, Your Highness. I'll have him transferred to a bed in the recovery wing." Aaron paused and said hesitantly, "You recognize the power in him?" Alex nodded. "I'll make arrangements. He's strong enough for transition to be a risk." Aaron raised his hand as Alex drew in the power. "Alex? How are you coping?" Alex shook his head and disappeared into the veil. It wasn't something he wanted to ask himself right now, particularly when he felt more than a little responsible for the mess that the boy had ended up in. Alex looked down on the practice session going on below him and smiled. He waited patiently until the session broke up, then when the ones he wanted were alone, he reached down and drew them to him. The 3 guards spun, drawing their swords and the veil, only to freeze when they recognized him. Marcus stared at Alex, tension draining from him. He sheathed his sword, motioning for the others to do the same. James and Megan didn't hesitate or question as they put their own weapons away, breathing a sigh of relief, although they didn't release their hold on the veil, which caused Alex to smile. "Marcus, it's good to see you. Are you all still practicing?" Alex grinned, knowing his guard well enough to realize that he was being assessed. Alex waited, showing a level of patience that surprised him. In a way, he enjoyed the experience, since it had been quite some time since he was capable of exhibiting such a trait. Marcus looked at his fellow guards, and they both shrugged. "Yes, Your Highness, we're still practicing, just in case." Keep doing that and expand your sessions to all the Force Elite that are trustworthy and talented enough. You remember the attacks we went on?" "We remember." Marcus glanced at Megan and James once more. "We have kept up our practice. It's just that without you, my Lord Kyle, and my Lady Jessalyn, we have little chance against the Sundered. We will do our best, though, Your Highness." This time, both James and Megan nodded agreement. It relieved Alex that the 3 guards were serious. They still trained even though they knew that to take up such a fight by themselves would mean their deaths. Alex looked down at the ground before looking back up at the guards, his expression firm. "You won't have to. I'll be back. I only need some time. Look after my father and William." "Yes, Your Highness." Marcus nodded, along with assent from both James and Megan. "There's a boy, Ryan. He's in Aaron's care. I feel more than a little responsible for him. Can you see to him in my absence, please? Arrange somewhere for him to sleep, training, something. He has power, enough that he will go through transition, but not for years yet, I judge." Alex stared at the 3 guards. Marcus shook his head. "We're not set up to mind children, Your Highness. But we'll work something out." Alex smiled. "If you need money, speak to William." Ryan's last occupation occurred to him. It may not be prudent to give the money to the boy, though. Alex suddenly grinned at the guards, who knew him well enough not to ask, since they all knew they wouldn't like the answer. All the guards straightened and stood at attention, their faces not showing any doubt at all as Alex moved them back to their barracks. Chapter 12. Consequence. Kyle walked down the wide corridor, the cooling breeze flowing around him from the wide windows down at the end of the corridor. It was normally soothing, but on this occasion it barely registered on him as he made his way to what he thought of as Joanna's day room. Or at least it was the place she tended to be during the day. Kyle took in a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. The conversation he was about to have with her would not likely come out the way he wanted, but he had to try. He entered the solar and turned toward the windows that looked out over the cliff where his mistress stood. It was one of her favorite places, looking out over the grounds toward the bluff with the ocean beyond. Ragged cliffs were visible to one side, towering up and ringing the estate, the tinge of green at the top hinting that a forest sprawled beyond the cliffs. Kyle smiled as that sparked an idea. If he could convince her he shared her obvious love of the grounds and wanted to explore, even if it was just the immediate surroundings of the estate, it would afford him one small step to freedom. He kept the breathtaking view he could see from the window in the forefront of his mind, as if he were thinking of nothing else. "Morning, my lady." A polite greeting to start was always safe. Kyle watched for a response as he approached, trying to judge what her mood was like today. It would have a big impact on how the conversation would go. "Kyle, you've done your exercises this morning?" She looked over her shoulder at him and smiled, holding her hand out to him. Kyle didn't allow the relief he felt to show. Joanna was having a good day. He took her hand in his own, bowing to her, and brushed his lips against her fingers. After growing up in the palace, courtly graces came as second nature, even after all the time he'd been away. "I'm about to, mistress. I have not seen you for some time, so I thought I would greet you first." Kyle kept his tone neutral. "Good, Kyle. You shouldn't neglect them. It's important for your recovery." Joanna turned her gaze back to stare out the window. Kyle let the silence settle between them for a moment. He knew he had to take this in small steps if he ever wanted his freedom again. "It looks beautiful out there. Calming." Kyle allowed a hint of longing to show in his voice, keeping his gaze on the crashing waves. He was aware that Joanna turned to look at him, yet resolutely kept his gaze on the water as if that was all he was thinking about. He didn't want to give her cause to take over and search his mind. She would know what he was up to if she did that. As long as he didn't arouse her suspicions, she left him to his own devices. He'd been stable the last week, able to ride with the surges in the power without it adversely affecting him. It is beautiful. I keep forgetting you haven't seen the grounds yet. Joanna looked at him appraisingly. No, not yet. Could I go for a walk after my morning exercises? Kyle again allowed a hint of longing to tinge his tone, turning to look at her. Please, mistress? Joanna looked at him, considering his request. The silence stretched between them, and his face fell in disappointment. Without her approval to go outside, her orders to stay within the walls of the estate constrained him. She was his mistress, and he'd worked out he could not go against her direct orders. Her hand reached up and stroked the side of his face, and Kyle closed his eyes, having no choice but to relax as a steady calm washed over him. He knew it was Joanna, willing calmness in him. He didn't fight her. He hadn't fought her control from the outset. Kyle smiled as a small burst of pleasure washed over him. It showed Joanna was pleased with him, with his acceptance of his status. I know you have worked hard to accept your servitude, Kyle. This change has not been easy for you to accept. You will see. It is best for you to belong to me. Joanna's voice and gaze were possessive. I am your servant. I understand that now, mistress. Kyle fell to one knee, head bowed. He wasn't lying. She owned him in a way he'd never thought possible, although he had no intention of allowing this current state to be permanent, and hoped fervently Joanna did not search his mind for signs of rebellion. Complete your morning exercises. Then you may go for a walk on the grounds. You will not go beyond the borders of the estate, Kyle. Joanna's eyes narrowed as she reinforced her new orders. Kyle shuddered in reaction as the last command swirled in his mind and settled on him. She had enforced her words with a compulsion, and there was no way for him to breach her injunction. Still, it was more freedom than he'd had since he'd arrived. Kyle took several deep breaths, allowing her will to settle on him. Like a web settling all over his body and mind, it was disconcerting, her words placing a real binding of power on his body and mind. She didn't need to use physical restraints or keep him under guard in a cell. Her means of control over him was absolute. Shaking off the momentary dizziness he felt at her alteration of her compulsions on him, Kyle stood. At her wave of dismissal, he bowed to her and retreated from the room. It was time for his morning exercises. He walked back down the corridor towards his training rooms, a hint of a smile on his lips. He kept the pleasure of the small victory to himself. One step at a time, little by little, he would win his freedom back. Kyle controlled his impatience and concentrated on his breathing exercises. Now was not the time to show any kind of negligence towards his morning routine. Joanna granting him permission to the grounds of the estate was a victory. A small one, but still a win. If Joanna suspected even a hint of an ulterior motive in him, that small concession would be rescinded. If he was honest with himself, in the beginning he'd had his bad days. Days it had terrified him that the toxin was rising in him again. Uncontrollable power would surge into him at levels he'd never experienced. His concentration had shattered under the assault, with pain and madness consuming him. As his control would slip, he would sink into darkness. It was Joanna that would force him into unconsciousness during those periods. She informed him the surges in the veil were a part of transition. He was changing, and right now his body and mind couldn't take the overload of power. For her care and help during those dark days, he was grateful. Kyle shuddered, thinking of the damage he could have inflicted, out of his mind and in pain due to the power fluctuations. Now he was doing much better, and even the power surges didn't knock him around as much anymore. But having a life, until now, of doing pretty much what he wanted when he wanted to do it, he was chafing under the restrictions. Inexplicably, Joanna, who was perfectly reasonable about most other topics, turned possessive in the extreme about him. She would not consent to releasing him. She had maintained that standpoint every time it had come up. If the topic was pushed, unchecked fury would rise in her. He realized Joanna could be the sweetest, most compassionate person, and she would have been an incredible queen. Yet there was a part of her that had broken in the sundered attack all those years ago. In her mind, he could see she tied releasing him to her inability to protect and defend Alex in that clearing all those years ago. Others trying to force her to release him spiked those memories. She would not abandon him the way she had abandoned Alex. Kyle's eyes flew open as the floor under him rumbled and a loud explosion sounded. He pulled the veil around himself, reaching out to that cupboard where he knew she kept his weapons and drawing them to him through the veil. A trick he'd have to consider when he had time. Grateful that when she had relaxed her compulsions to allow him into the grounds she hadn't restricted his weapon use to the practice room, he dropped into the open space outside the estate house, appearing behind Joanna. One part of his brain noted that she was not fighting alone, but was still outnumbered. He noticed with concern that she was not a strong fighter, with Edward forced into a more defensive posture to protect her. The next thing he recognized was that she and those with her were facing off against attackers who were all using the power. These foes might be more skilled in the use of the veil, but their blade work was shocking. His grin turned hard as he realized none of the attackers were paying any attention to him. They had sensed his arrival, but they didn't see him as the more immediate threat. More fool them. Kyle drew the veil into himself while jumping into the battle, his blades a blur, moving in long familiar patterns. Except this time he also drew on his experience with the veil to help him fight, making him faster and stronger. He willed the veil to take shape even as he struck with his blade, and a barrier like a shield formed in front of him. He braced himself for the metaphysical blow that struck his shield and absorbed the shock while lashing out with his knife. "That won't be enough to kill him, Kyle. He will heal even something you would normally consider a mortal wound." Kyle ignored Joanna's panicked advice, and with an effort he tried to shield himself from the distraction her concern caused. It was something he already knew from previous fights with the Sundered. It was a little irritating, but unless you were careful, they would not stay down. Still, the physical blow was enough to cause his unsuspecting target to stagger back. He paused for a moment, concentrating on healing himself. Kyle used the opportunity to slice through his opponent's neck. With the force of the veil bound around his blade and enhancing his strength, his blade cut through his adversary's neck and spine like butter. "Heal that!" Kyle staggered as a blow struck him. He shook his head, trying to recover his balance. He turned to see a shaft of twinned green, silvery gray coming straight at his head. Reacting on instinct, he threw his hand up, reinforcing what he thought of as a shield. It seemed the attackers had realized their mistake, and half of them had turned on him. He staggered back, trying to hold back veil attacks coming at him from several fronts against people who were more experienced at utilizing the veil than he was. Joanna's panic flooded into his mind, confusion welling up and tremors racking his body. He almost groaned out loud. This was not the time for Joanna to interfere. "Joanna, please stop!" Kyle fell to his knees, battling to maintain his concentration and shield against multiple attackers raining blows on his shield. He saw a feral snarl and a gleam of triumph in the eyes of his opponents. Kyle's eyes widened as he felt the ripple through the veil, a sure sign that someone was incoming. This was a signature he recognized, yet far stronger than he could believe. Relief hit him. Alex. The incoming power was Alex. Alex smiled at Isabella's joke. They had retired to a private, cozy sitting room at the back of the inn with a decanter of wine and food to talk in private about the veil and its uses. Given its location in a border and merchant hub, the inn maintained several rooms where the merchant class could discuss business. He and Isabella had fallen into a pattern with an ease he didn't share with many people. For the most part, Isabella let him explore and discover his abilities by himself. Then they would meet up in sessions like this and discuss any issues he might have. As a mentor, she was excellent at explaining the subtleties of using the veil. That was a skill he didn't quite have the knack for yet. More than anything, she had proven to be remarkably good company. As he felt that tug of the veil on the edge of his mind drawing his attention, he stiffened and placed his goblet on the small table beside him. That signature was Kyle. A series of images came to him of his friend fighting, outnumbered, against those with power. Not waiting to explain to Isabella, Alex pulled himself into the veiled paths. His arms wide, fingers splayed, he drew power into himself as he rushed through the veil, closing the distance between himself and Kyle. The world outside blurred, but Alex paid it no mind, intent on his goal. Alex materialized, placing himself between his lifelong friend and his attackers. The force of his arrival caused a shockwave of power to roll out, with him at the epicenter. Alex raised his head to pin his shocked opponents with his gaze. With a predatory grin, he reached out as far as his senses would allow and drew in even more power. In his eyes, he could see the multiple thick bands of power arcing through the air, striking him one after the other. Alex saw two of his enemies flee, there one moment, then gone the next, before he blocked the remaining kin from leaving. He saw their eyes widen in shock as they tried to leave, but found they couldn't. Alex shaped the power he gathered, and with a snarl hurled it at the four men in front of him. His power sliced through their attempt to erect barriers with ease. Then, with little time for their eyes to widen in shock and pain, just like the boulder in the clearing, they exploded. What had once been human disintegrated into ash, scattering in the wind. The stark silence that followed the explosive crack of power was absolute. Alex relaxed with conscious effort, allowing the excess power to drain from him. He knew he would pay the price for his excessive display, but he'd sleep later. Alex's lips twitched as he turned to face his friend, standing there looking at him wide-eyed. Alex thought he might need to pay more attention to Isabella. He needed to learn some subtlety. He had to learn how to fight while not giving in to the anger that flooded his mind. He had to learn he didn't need to use every bit of power he could draw, pushing aside caution or any thought of consequences while he was at it. Alex let the calm of the veil wash over him and let his anger at those who had attacked his friend drop away. It helped that the miscreants were dead or had fled on his arrival. He would deal with the ones who ran later. It was a puzzle he still had to solve. They were not sundered, their mind signatures too controlled, too calm. They had also not been like himself, slowly healing from madness. At least now he could maintain conscious control of himself, even if he was still inclined to be ruled by his emotions. "Brother, you know how to make an appearance." Alex laughed and hugged his friend before stepping back. He ran his eyes over Kyle, assessing him both visually and with the veil. He was a long way from the man who had been losing himself in a downward spiral to confusion and madness. Alex recognized now that his friend had been exhibiting some of the traits of the sundered. "Yes, well, I knew you were in trouble fighting and outnumbered. I have a feeling I've had a little more practice fighting than you have of late. You shouldn't play with them, Kyle. Just kill them." Alex looked over his friend again with his other side, then froze. It was almost second nature for him to check for signs of those malignant bonds in his friend after the mess with Alyssa. He stepped forward, grasping Kyle by the shoulders. "What the hell, Kyle? Who's done this to you?" As tired as he was with his overcharged display, Alex drew in power, intent on taking Kyle with him back to safety. Alex staggered back in shock as multiple blows struck him and a sword plunged into his abdomen. He pressed his hand to his stomach and looked up at his friend, and saw him drawing power, ready to strike again. The power seemed to gather around them both, with the entire sky above them blocked out by a writhing mass, the crack of power rolling through the air. Alex hastily drew in power himself, throwing up a barrier between him and his friend. He held back his instinct to fight back. "Kyle, please. This isn't you. Fight the control." Kyle's only answer was to draw more power and launch it toward him. Alex deflected the blows, which exploded into the surrounding ground, with earth, rocks, and grass flying up and giving out testimony to the strength of the power being used. "You will not take him! He's mine!" A woman's voice shrieked at Alex, almost unrecognizable in its fury. Alex froze, staring at his friend. He had a moment to wonder why pain flashed across his face before he turned and caught sight of the woman, the one who his mind remembered talking to him, reassuring him, chasing away the nightmare since he was a child. His mother. Alex swallowed, his brain shrieking at him with instant recognition. Of all the people to have enslaved his friend, he hadn't expected to see her. He felt like he'd been hit again when he recognized she was being restrained by Edward. Her madness hammered at the shield on his mind as the power gathered and swirled around her. He'd known that his mother was alive, but he'd never expected to see her alive in circumstances like this. Certainly not with his uncle being present as well. Edward must have known all these years that she was alive. "Why?" Alex heard the anguish, the pain in his own voice. He didn't doubt what he was seeing. For once, he welcomed the blackness that rose and fled into the comforting darkness of the veil. Kyle's relief at seeing Alex alive and well was momentarily replaced with horror when Alex realized that he was under control of another. As Alex's power surged, his intent to take Kyle somewhere safe to deal with Joanna's bond surged in his mind. Kyle tried to struggle as his own will was thrust aside, compulsion driving him. "Joanna, no! Stop it!" He continued to struggle against her control as he felt himself draw power, and in a deft practice movement his body lunged, plunging his sword into Alex's abdomen. Kyle screamed, aware it was only in his own head as he drew power and attacked Alex, who only threw up a barrier in his own defense. Edward struggled to restrain Joanna, conflicted and not wanting to hurt her, yet watching the unfolding drama with a pained expression on his face. "You will not take him! He's mine!" Joanna screamed, her eyes burning in anger. Kyle continued his futile struggle against Joanna's control, a part of him dying inside. He'd just committed one of the very acts that had given him nightmares before he submitted to Joanna's control. Attacked his own friend, consumed by madness. Yet that madness beating through his brain wasn't his own. As Alex called power and disappeared into the veil, Kyle slumped in relief as Joanna let her iron control of him ease off. "Damn you, Joanna! That was Alex! You made me stab your own son!" Kyle's voice was raw with emotion. He saw the moment his words and pain penetrated Joanna's madness, as she wilted into Edward's grip. "No." The mad light retreated from her eyes, her head shaking in denial. She covered her face, great racking sobs shuddering through her slight frame. Joanna sank to the ground in Edward's arms, crying like a woman who'd just lost everything. Chapter 13. The Absence of Power. Relief washed over Alex as bit by bit the world around him intruded. It was dark, blessedly dark, and he couldn't hear anything either, not even the crackle of power that had been his constant companion from childhood. A complete absence, a void he'd never experienced. He rolled over onto his back and breathed a sigh of relief, his muscles relaxing one after another like a wave traveling down his body. The last thing he remembered was rushing through the veil to help Kyle. He'd drawn more power to himself than he'd ever done before, courting madness to save his friend. Then, nothing. Alex poked and prodded at his own mind, although he should have known better. Those memories would come back when they were ready, or not at all. Waking up with no recollection of his location or what he'd been doing wasn't a new experience these days. He lay, eyes open, staring up into the nothing, content to let his mind wander, free from the pain for this small space of time. Alex snorted as he remembered his uncle's astonishment when he'd found out months had passed since they'd last seen each other. While the absence of things seemed like a moment in time to him, he realized that this nothingness prevented him from knowing how much time actually passed. It could just be moments, or weeks, or even months. A vague thought crossed his mind. His lack of awareness of the veil, of power, of his surrounds should concern him. Yet it was the opposite. He felt content, warm, safe. Alex closed his eyes, noting that it made no difference, the blackness the same regardless of what he perceived around himself. Alex's eyes flared open, and scrambling to his feet, he turned around, seeking a point to use as a reference. There was nothing, just a deep blackness. For all he knew, he might be in a small contained room held by another, or perhaps in a great expanse in the veil of his own making. Alex realized that the barriers in his mind were in place, more so than he'd ever been aware of doing so before. So firm, he realized that he'd blocked out his access to the power himself. This is what the absence was. This nothing he struggled to understand. It was new to him, something he hadn't experienced since childhood. To be honest, he didn't even remember experiencing this as a child. As far back as he remembered, the power of the veil had always been a part of his life. Alex sank to his knees as the realization came to him. He'd constructed this refuge in the veil. It was just that he'd almost constructed a wall between himself and the power, which was the cause of the peace he now experienced. The peace that normal people felt all the time. Or at least he figured this was what others experienced, except in their normal worlds. After a little consideration of his situation, he lay down and closed his eyes again. Relief washed over him, and he was content to rest, even knowing this wasn't a good idea. He'd tried it before, and it had not ended well. Alex woke again, or at least he thought he'd been asleep. It was hard for him to tell. He moaned and rolled onto his side, one trembling hand rising blindly up to his face. Unlike the peace last time he woke, this time he was aware that something was terribly wrong. His body shivered, although he couldn't figure out what it was in reaction to. He wasn't cold in this place, or hot, or anything. Where the absence had been soothing the last time he woke, now he felt a terrible dread, as if something vital he needed was missing. Uncontrollable tremors racked his body, pinpricks of sweat breaking out over every inch of his skin. Memory flashed in his mind. Kyle, his eyes blank, lunging forward with his sword, and the sudden pain in his stomach along with the realization that Kyle had just stabbed him. "My friend, no. What have you done to yourself?" The surrounding void fragmented, pinpricks of light shining as cracks appeared in the black mirror. The background hum of power assaulted his mind, growing increasingly louder, and then the dark mirror shattered as piercing light drilled through and burst upon him. Alex bucked in agony as the power assaulted his mind and body at levels he hadn't known before, almost as if the veil was punishing him for locking himself away from its influence. Alex screamed as wave upon wave of power charged into him. It was like he was exploding. The power channeling through him was overwhelming, and even though he tried to grapple with it, to control it, he didn't know where to start. Just as he thought he was gaining control, pain assaulted him once more, power burning through every fiber from head to toe, over every inch of his body. His mind became confused and he lost himself and his battle for control. The space around him seemed to change and merge from a vague something to nothing, color receding until everything was a writhing, crackling mess, the whiteness of pure energy. Rippling out for him, the space transformed, with walls rising around him and a roof above. He felt constrained as the walls closed in on him, the power crackling everywhere as he writhed in pain. His vision seemed to explode in a mass of small glittering bursts of light. He screamed out into the veil, begging for forgiveness, for the pain to stop, for something familiar to intervene. Alex, come back. Stop torturing yourself. Isabella's mind voice was calm and reassuring as she separated from the whiteness and walked towards him. She knelt and gathered him to her. Alex clung to her desperately, allowing Isabella to draw him back. Alex became aware slowly, realizing he was comfortable and warm. He'd obviously found his way to a bed, and feeling movement, he realized he hadn't found the bed alone. Alex shuddered as a memory assaulted him. The nothingness, the lack of power. Then the pain as pure raw power broke through barriers he hadn't intended to construct. Then, Isabella's voice out of the nothingness, reaching through the power, shunting it aside and drawing him back to her. He remembered he'd sobbed with relief as she'd drawn him back and soothed his mind and chased the pain away. He hadn't fought against her compulsion to sleep, certain he was safe as she watched over him. Alex opened his eyes and turned his head to one side, and found Isabella curled up with him in the bed, her hand resting on his chest, one leg over his. Given they were both fully dressed and lay on top of the bed, even if they had slept in each other's arms, he gathered on this occasion he could trust his memory. They had just slept last night, Isabella offering him security and comfort. Alex stifled a groan. He didn't want to wake her. This was a complication to his life he didn't need. Still, assessing how he was this morning, he realized he didn't want to move either. This current calm and peace wasn't something he'd known for a long time. He realized he felt safe to be with her and around her. In part, he realized this was because she was strong with the veil herself, competent and sure of herself. He knew that if he got out of control, she would be fine. He nearly sat bolt upright when the memory of the fight hit him in a series of rapid-fire images, first against the group of kin. Then his shock at finding Kyle was once more enslaved to another's will. That shock compounded when he realized that someone was his mother. Alex closed his eyes, and the memory of his fight with Kyle hit him. Or rather, the fight against his mother when he tried to free Kyle. She'd set Kyle on him. He knew his friend would never act like that on his own. Alex ran his hand against his midriff, noting that his injury from Kyle's blade had healed. He knew when Isabella woke. Her breathing rate changed, and she took a breath in, her eyes opening, a smile on her lips. "Morning, Alex. How are you feeling?" Understanding shone in Elizabeth's eyes and was clear in her tone. "Isabella, please. I don't want that to happen again." The bed shifted as Isabella moved closer. He didn't resist as her arms folded around him, her soft lips kissing him lightly on the temple. "Rest, Alex. You're safe. I'm here. You need to stop fighting who and what you are." Alex relaxed again as he allowed himself to be soothed in Isabella's arms. He didn't want to contemplate the mess with Kyle or his mother right now, content to allow the world to look after itself for a little bit longer. Isabella was correct in her assessment. He had to stop fighting against his own nature. It was easier said than done, though, having spent most of his life fearing he would become one of the sundered. Chapter 14. Before the Sundered War. Failure. Katrina frowned, staring at the data in front of her, flipping from one page to the next, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. It made little sense, and a lot of the data seemed to be contradictory. It wasn't what she thought she would see, nor what her initial small-scale trials had shown her should be the result. She raised her hands to her temples, using her fingertips to massage before she loosened her hair from its strict bonds. Her face screwed up, and she flung herself up from the chair with such force the plain wooden chair clattered to the ground. Katrina moved from behind her desk, her pace short and sharp as she moved back and forth across the room. It didn't make sense. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The internal monologue ran through her mind over and over again in a litany she couldn't stop. There was what she had intended, what should have happened. Yet the results on the pages of the report did not agree. Katrina stopped halfway across the room, her hand moving from her temple to cover her face, trying to hide her tears. She didn't even know who she was trying to hide from. It's not like anyone could see her right now. Since this trial had started, she'd had her own office. She flung her head back and laughed, the sound bitter even to her own ears. It was her brother's shade she had failed. She had wanted to set out something that would be his legacy, his gift to the talented. Instead, her medication was making it worse. Obviously, something vital was missing. Unaccountably, many of her trial participants had sickened, and when they continued with the treatment, many of those had died. Others had suffered extreme pain, screaming for release. Then there were the ones that at first she had thought responded well to the treatment, only for her to learn that instead of improving, they'd gone mad, murderous in the process. Katrina closed her eyes and took a deep, long breath, holding that breath at her maximum capacity before slowly letting it out. Usually the exercise calmed her agitation. She opened her eyes, certain of what she needed to do. No matter what it meant to her career, she needed to present her findings to the masters. Her trial had to finish until she could establish what she had missed, why it had gone so horribly wrong. Her lips firmed and she nodded, then turned and stooped to gather the results of her research, one piece of paper at a time from her desk. After gathering them all up, she arranged them back into an order that made sense, even if the findings didn't. She opened the drawer to the right, pulling out a fresh piece of paper and placing it on the desk in front of her. Without thinking or having to look, her hand tracked across to the pen off to one side of the desk, and she made notes for herself. Brief, short, distinct. The highlights. The most important parts of her research to date that the guildmasters needed to inform their decision. Katrina laid down her pen and pushed her chair back, her hands rising to cover her face as tears tracked down her cheeks. The last thing she wanted to admit to was failure. Chapter 15. Freedom. Damien checked in on Jesslyn, finding she was preoccupied with practicing the exercises they had trained in the other day. He frowned, realizing that he was going to have to talk to her at some point about her bad habit of locking away her feelings. Nothing good would come of it. He'd seen plenty of examples of what happened to those who ranked among the kin who did so. To say they turned into psychotic killers was a mild way to put it. Jess was an elder, or would be once she finished her transition, whether she knew it or not. At the power level she would attain, what she would become if she continued on this path was a scary thought. Still, for now, he could let it slide until an opportunity presented itself to broach the subject. Right now, there was another more pressing matter he needed to check on. Shrouding himself in his shield, he pulled himself through the veil, passing the barrier that surrounded Illerith without having to give it much thought. He smiled, knowing that Jess was bound to work it out eventually. It was just a matter of time. By that time, she would be elder and coming fully into her powers. He made it to his destination quickly. While he hadn't been here before, he was well aware of its location. He was careful to keep his barriers in place. It wouldn't do for her to realize he was here right now. Uninvited guests tended to push her over the edge into madness. Damien scanned the estate below and smiled as he detected the person he was after. "Edward, I need to speak with you." Damien smiled as he felt Edward start, followed immediately by guilt. As well he should feel guilty. Edward was well aware of his feelings on this particular topic. His eyes narrowed as Edward appeared in the veil without announcement. He was capable of shielding his presence completely, as many of the Elder were. Edward turned around slowly and, finally spotting his location above the cliffs, closed the distance between them, his expression wary. "Damien, it's good to see you, if somewhat unexpected." "You know why I'm here, Edward. Joanna still has Kyle enslaved." It was a circumstance that he could not abide. Even though his own experiences with the subject were more years ago than he cared to think about, he still held the practice of one person enslaving another as abhorrent. It was getting increasingly difficult to convince Isabella not to intervene. Thankfully, other than her brief communication with him, she had her hands full keeping track of Alex. "I know. Please, give me a little more time. It is not her fault. It will be better for her state of mind if she releases him willingly." Edward was almost pleading with him. Damien knew Edward's own feelings were compromised where Joanna was concerned. You couldn't be attached and involved in a relationship for as long as the pair had been and avoid it having an effect on your judgment. He could feel for Edward, though. He was undoubtedly torn since he had watched over Kyle right alongside Alex and Jess since the three friends had been children, playing in the Vale. "Fix this, Edward. I will not allow this to continue for much longer. Regardless of the cost to Joanna's sanity, Kyle will be granted his freedom." Damien stared at Edward, allowing his own growing anger at the circumstances to be felt by the other. Edward nodded in acknowledgement. "One thing. We've lost track of Jess. Please tell me she is with you." Damien smiled. "Yes, she is my guest at my estate in Illerith." With that piece of information, Damien retreated through the Vale, heading back to his own domain. Still troubled about the situation with Kyle, but willing to give Edward more time. Chapter 16. Emotions. Jess stalked down the wide hallways and checked out many of the rooms in the sprawling estate that Damien called home, yet she could not find her host and mentor anywhere. Looking with her mind's eye, as she'd learned to do, did nothing to help her either. Not that it necessarily would, since her encounter with Isabella had shown her that the Elder could shield themselves remarkably well. All that remained to her was walking and searching. As fascinating as the exploration had been, she now found it a little disconcerting to be rattling around in the estate by herself. Not even the local villagers who normally came to help around the estate were in attendance today. Jess wandered through the empty hallways, finding herself standing at the large arched window, her favorite viewing platform. Yet today it failed to settle her agitation and frustration. She laughed, the sound echoing around the room. She was bored. It was a rather perplexing position to be in, and quite unfamiliar to her, to be honest. In her old life, even traveling along with Elizabeth's entourage, while boring, had at least served a purpose. She could content herself with being on guard for a threat. Right now, she would even jump at the opportunity to listen to the inane, mindless chatter of the other ladies. She gazed down at the village below. Jess frowned at the atypical bustling, wondering what was going on. Then she spotted movement on the road and some tents going up in a large common area toward the center. As she absently contemplated the scene below, a smile lit her features. The village was hosting a market, and it looked like people from other villages were attending. Jess spun, and lifting her skirt, she ran back towards her rooms. She yanked open the double doors to her wardrobe and scanned the racks of clothes hanging within. A long dark blue coat caught her attention, hanging to one side with intricate woven designs in silver thread around the borders. She grabbed it off the hook and threw it around her shoulders, fastening the 3 ornamental clasps at the top. Jess turned to look in the mirror, nodding at her appearance. She'd noticed that while her wardrobe of clothes were here and steadily multiplied, there were no hunting clothes. Even her original set she'd arrived in had disappeared. Clara only ever smiled at her and ignored her questions about where they were. Even Damien would only smile, observing she was unlikely to see them until she left, and would then change the subject. She'd given in and stopped asking about them. The last time, Damien had shaken his head at her suggestion he fetch some from her rooms back at the palace. He shrugged, saying that while he was capable of doing so, it was likely they would just disappear again. That had prompted a lesson on Illyrith and the locals, and he'd explained that it had nothing to do with her being a woman. Rather, it was what they deemed to be appropriate attire for the elder. For her to be wandering around in trousers like a commoner was inappropriate by local customs. He'd raised his hands in defense at her outrage, informing her it wasn't his view, it was, however, the locals' view. She'd even gone through her wardrobe looking for plainer dresses. That search had been in vain. Even walking into a high court ball, she would be perfectly attired wearing anything in her current wardrobe. Pulling the large lined hood up onto her head, Jess smiled, although her face remained hidden in the depths of the hood. If she understood correctly, the locals would know by her attire that she numbered among the ranks of the kin and elder. Hopefully they wouldn't know exactly who she was, though. Then again, she gathered by now that there were not as many kin and elder as she'd previously imagined. When she had asked about this, Damien had smiled a little and observed that long life wasn't suited to everyone and that human nature didn't change because one had great power. When she'd looked at him a little perplexed, he'd told her blandly that they fought amongst themselves. He then assured her that they were unlikely to test her, since she was under his protection. Jess couldn't decide whether that was arrogance on his part or whether Damien was as powerful as he thought he was. It was very hard to tell. Still, she figured that was in part why her weapons, at least, had not disappeared. She'd spent considerable time after that checking out her surroundings with a defensive eye. Damien had caught her at it and raised an amused eyebrow, but hadn't told her to desist. Which was just as well, since that was an injunction she wouldn't have followed. Shrugging off her introspection, Jess grinned. She could explore the village, and was surprised that the idea hadn't occurred to her before now. Then again, she'd been kept busy training, always either trying to perfect what Damien had taught her, or throwing herself into new lessons. Jess pulled the veil around her and moved toward the village below. Damien had spent considerable time drilling her on moving safely through the veil. She'd understood her uncle's original injunction against appearing inside the walls of places she didn't know. Now, though, it didn't apply. The increase in her strength came with some advantages. Now appearing where she wanted, unless there was a shield to prevent her, was no hindrance. Still, old habits held, and she moved herself to a cobbled street after checking no one was standing there, just as she'd been trained. Keeping the folds of the veil around her to obscure her from the untalented eye, Jess looked around as she ghosted through the town, not bringing any notice to herself. The village looked like any other number of prosperous villages from home, although she had to admit she'd never lived in one, not even before she'd gone to the palace as a child. Her family's estates had been in a remote setting, yet while nothing compared to the luxury of the palace, it had still been opulent in its own way. Jess grinned at the children that raced past in a game of tag, as carefully she danced out of the way before chuckling to herself. They may not see her without talent themselves, but they could still run into her. She wasn't ready to make her presence known yet. The couples in the street were well maintained, with no sign that they were deteriorating or neglected. Flowers lined the windowsills of the single-story houses, all nestled up close to each other with herb and vegetable patches out front. She already knew the livestock were kept on the outskirts of the village. Clara had explained to her that they were communal and tended to by the village. The children held the duty to care for the animals in the morning under the supervision of some of the adults. The hubbub of noise, laughter, excitement, calling, and cheering alerted her she was drawing close to the center of the village and the market. Hugging close to the wall of what she guessed was the local inn, Jess gave herself a moment to take in the sights and sounds of the bustling excitement of the market. Unlike the inns that she was used to, this one was a single-story stone building with a storage shed attached at the back. The building contained a kitchen and a tap room, just big enough for a few wooden stools along the bar. Instead of being inside, the tables from the inn were spilling out into the cobblestones in front of the premises, with flaring tarps held up on poles to protect those frequenting the establishment from the elements. At the moment, it was a beautiful afternoon, without a cloud to mar the blue sky. Yet she'd been here long enough to know that the clouds could boil up quickly between one moment and the next. Still, she spied extra tarps and screens piled up nearby, and knew it was a circumstance that the locals were equipped to deal with. Beyond the inn, a raised stage hosted some boisterous musicians who had struck up a popular tune. Adults and children alike danced in groups, bouncing and twirling around energetically in a series of concentric rings in time to the beat. On the other side of the large open commons, they had set up stalls to sell everything one could imagine: bolts of fabric, leather goods, shoes, kitchenware, and children's toys. The variety spread out and taking over that entire corner made her smile. She wondered if they had brought the goods up for trade from one of their regular trade runs to the world outside. Her gaze tracked to the middle, and sprawling out in the center were a series of food stalls, some with smoke and steam spilling up into the air. The smells wafting in her direction were mouth-watering. Jess dropped her concealment and walked out into the bustling market, almost holding her breath as she wondered how the villagers would react. She would hardly blend in, which she would have preferred. Her gown and even her cloak would stand out. She guessed that was the idea. She smiled within the depths of her hood, knowing none could see it. There were some startled glances thrown her way by the locals, although none sought to hinder her. If anything, they cleared out of her way as soon as they noticed her approach, even though not appearing particularly fearful. Some even seemed curious, yet left her be. Jess wandered around the stalls, almost wishing she had money, since it would be nice to buy a few small things. She hadn't thought about asking Damien for any. It hadn't occurred to her before now. Back at the palace, her money pouch had always been full, seen to by the servants at the orders of her aunt and uncle, she guessed, and then out of the royal coffers when she became a companion of the fourth. Still, she was content to look at the wares the traders had to offer, and spent what seemed like hours weaving between the close-packed stalls. She stopped at one stall with fabric. While she was not a clothes horse, some bolts were stunning and drew her eye. Bolts of silk and lace, all of them incredibly fine, dazzled her, and she trailed her fingers along a corner, appreciative of a bolt of patterned blue with white lace. It would make a beautiful dress. Then she paused, aware of the hush that had fallen over the market, like a wave the once boisterous marketplace silenced. Jess turned, wondering what had happened, and made her way between the stalls. She noticed adults pulling children back, hiding them behind tarps and crates, anything they could find nearby. The sound of childish glee startled her, loud in the eerie quiet of the market. She spun to see a small child running, a panicked-looking woman chasing after him. The child thought it was a wonderful game. Stepping to one side, Jess scooped up the boy as he tried to run past her, passing him off to the worried mother, who bowed before running back between the stalls, hushing the child. Then Jess sensed what she'd missed. Another with power had arrived, one that the locals didn't seem happy to see. That seemed odd, since none of them had paid her much mind at all. She was certain they had a good idea of exactly who she was, even though it was the first time she'd appeared in the village. She had just arrived at the edge of the stalls to see a kin, near the inn that was the object of everyone's attention. A middle-aged man stood up from a table out in front of the inn and walked across the square towards the man before stopping.
"You should know this village is under the protection of Elder Damien."
The interloper laughed, an ugly bark.
Your bluster is useless. He's not around right now.
The smile on the face of the spokesman of the village faltered.
You're welcome as long as you're not here to cause harm. Elder Damien will be displeased if you are here to cause trouble.
The man casually pulled in power and with an audible grunt lifted the spokesman into the air, with his feet dangling just above the ground.
He's not here now, and the likes of you can't stop me, little man. You don't have the power.
His voice was oily, a sneer marring his features.
He's taken in a stray, and I want him. He's here somewhere. I sensed it when the little whelp made the mistake of leaving the safety of the shields around the estate.
The spokesman compressed his lips and looked steadily at the man, although Jess guessed he knew full well she was here.
Please, just take whatever you wish and leave.
His voice cut off, his hands clawing at his throat as if he were being choked by invisible hands. Jess's eyes narrowed and she walked forward, drawing power to her as she did so. She punched it forward as Damien had taught her and smiled as the other grunted and stumbled. It had the desired effect of him losing his hold on the spokesman, who looked at her wide-eyed as he laid sprawled on the ground. As the elder spun towards her, two of the other villagers ran from the inn and helped the shaken spokesman back to the rudimentary safety of the inn.
Enough! Leave the villagers be!
Jess concentrated on drawing more power to her, closing the gap between her and the man who had inexplicably come for her.
What do you want with me?
Jess could feel the other's momentary shock at her appearance. Then, with only a split-second warning, she felt him launch an assault in her direction. She deflected the blow and followed up with one of her own, grateful for the hours she'd spent on her shield work with Damien. Taking that as the stranger's answer, Jess wasted no time at all in closing the distance between them. Using the veil to push herself forward, she raised her hand, deflecting yet another hammering blow from the man, and drew her sword. She threw a splash of fire at him, and he flinched and raised his own hand in reflex to deflect. Without a pause, she lunged, plunging her sword into the man's abdomen. She knew it wasn't a killing blow, but he reeled in shock, clutching at his stomach. He gathered his power, and she knew he was about to flee into the veiled paths. Jess's eyes narrowed. The power around her surged, the real world fading as if she was between both worlds. The channels of power filled her. Sudden euphoria hit with flickers of raw white power. Bathed in power, she didn't want to let it go. Looking at her attacker, she saw him pale as he glanced at her. She grabbed hold of the man with the power of the veil, wrenching him back into the real world and slamming him into the cobbled ground, his breath expelled from his lungs in a pained grunt. Jess strode forward, closing the distance between them. Reversing her blade, she slammed the hilt into his skull. His head snapped sideways with a crack, banging into the cobbled street. She looked at him dispassionately, watching as the blood splattered out and pooled on the cobbles, realizing she'd probably hit him on the head a little harder than she'd intended. Jess looked up at the frozen villagers, then concentrated to call out into the veil.
Damien, damn it, come back. I need you.
She paused, not hearing a hint of reply, and swore explosively.
Isabella? I need your help. A man attacked the village. He came for me in Damien's absence.
The response this time was much more prompt. Jess felt the rush of the veil that indicated that someone was incoming. She had a moment to hope it was Isabella and not another who might want to kill her. There was no doubt that was what the man had intended, though his attempt had been clumsy. She stood, drawing power, her sword raised and ready to strike, yet hoping it wasn't someone intending her harm. Jess staggered off balance as something unexpected hit her from behind. Sword raised, she spun, blade following her movement as she swung to where she sensed someone behind her. She felt power not her own wrap around her and stood frozen in its grip. Instant panic hit her, and she started to struggle, only to find herself spun around and Isabella's hand grasping her shoulders, shaking her.
Jess, snap out of it. It was only a child running into you.
He's no threat." Jess turned her head and saw the small boy not far from her who stood frozen in fear, his eyes wide, with a trail of thin blood running down his neck from her sword. She sagged with relief as Isabella finally released her. Jess sat in the outdoor area of the inn at a table with Isabella. An assortment of food and drinks had appeared on the table without either of them making any request at all. The spokesman, head villager Dean, had been profuse in his thanks for her intervention, and then had promptly scolded her for putting herself at risk for him. Jess had endured his outburst, noting that Isabella was trying not to laugh, and had allowed him to usher her over to the nearest table. He'd scurried off, bellowing orders that had resulted in the pile of offerings on the table for them. Jess eyed the dead man again, flicking her gaze to the other site once more to check that he really was dead and not healing. Some of the villagers were rolling the body into a tarp to dispose of it. It had horrified them when she'd offered to help, and they'd waved her off. She turned her gaze back to Isabella, who sat observing her. "No, that one will not rise again." I guess. Just making sure." Jess eyed the food, then picked up one of the small morsels of cooked meat and bit into it. She caught the juice from the meat on a napkin as the burst of flavor hit her, smiling appreciatively. "Jess, you can't keep going like this. It's not good for you." Isabella looked at her kindly. Jess looked at her companion, startled. "Continue like what?" "As much as the surging emotions, along with everything else, hurts, you need to allow yourself to feel. Otherwise, you'll turn into a cold, hard, psychotic killer." Isabella smiled to take the sting off her words. "I don't understand what you mean. After dealing with the attack, the boy startled me, that's all. I'm sure I wouldn't have killed him." Jess shrugged and brushed off Isabella's concern. "Never mind, it will come to you. But I warn you, it will hurt more." Isabella sighed, and pain flickered across her face. "I know from personal experience." Jess frowned, a voice in the back of her mind whispering to her that she knew exactly what Isabella meant. It was like something had shut down deep inside since she'd learned of her mother's ultimate betrayal, and she'd killed her. Jess shied away from the thoughts, deciding to change the subject. "I still don't understand why that one wanted to kill me." Jess nibbled at the edge of a sharp piece of cheese. Surprised, she smiled and picked up a piece of the sliced toasted bread to add to it. "It's not personal, Jess." Isabella grinned at her and, after a moment's thought, picked up a sliced piece of red fruit. Jess felt her eyebrows rise. "He tried to kill me? Admittedly, he wasn't very good, but when someone tries to kill you, I think it's a little personal." Isabella's grin widened. "There are some who believe any addition to the ranks of the kin and elder dilutes their influence and power. He probably thought he could take you out while Damien was away." "But how did he know I was here?" Jess winced at the grumbling tone in her voice and sighed, exasperated with herself. It wasn't like this was the first time someone had tried to kill her. Isabella shrugged. "He probably didn't until you came out from the protection of Damien's estate." Jess groaned at her own stupidity. She'd known that Damien's estate had extra protections, and unlike Isabella and Damien, she still hadn't learned the trick to fully shield herself from the other side of her own kind. "I'm an idiot." Isabella laughed and sipped the last of her drink. Her eyes narrowed as she observed her. "Come, I think it's time to return you to the estate. I'll wait with you until Damien returns. Your shields are erratic." Jess smiled uncertainly, not understanding what Isabella meant, but stood anyway. She could admit she was still unsettled by the attack. That was probably why she'd nearly killed the boy. Jess sighed at the evidence that her emotions were getting her into trouble again, and she ruthlessly pushed them down. Chapter 17. Meetings. William tried very hard not to roll his eyes as the Lord Kessler trailed after him, wringing his hands and babbling about his fears regarding the Sundered. He wondered when the man would get to the point, or if he even had one.
Lord Kyle's accusations against the Order were preposterous. You need to convince the king he's a risk to us all. He should be stripped of the protection of his rank. He's obviously one of the Sundered now. The Order is right with their concerns.
Lord Kessler halted as he realized William had stopped, a frown creasing his forehead as he looked back. William's eyes narrowed. He crossed the distance between him and the Lord, whose eyes widened in panic. Lord Kyle did his duty for the Fourth and the Crown. His loyalty is not in doubt. Be very careful of the accusations you make, Kessler. William turned from the Lord, making a conscious effort to release his grip on his sword. He signaled the elite, who interposed themselves between him and Lord Kessler, preventing the man from following him further. Recognizing his response to the Lord had not been very conducive to the meeting he was about to walk into, William attempted to calm down as he approached the meeting room. The doormen, seeing his approach, opened the doors, and William didn't fail to notice that they exchanged glances as he passed them. They had undoubtedly witnessed the exchange just down the hallway. Thankfully, the personal staff who worked closest to the members of the royal family were discreet. While William was sure they gossiped amongst each other, they spread nothing to the wider population of the palace. If they were found spreading gossip of what they saw and heard about the members of the royal family, they would lose their jobs. The fact that all of them received better rooms, pay, and conditions than the rest of the staff helped to maintain their loyalty. William walked across the room, aware that everyone was watching him. With an effort, he tried to contain the irritation Lord Kessler had caused. The only bright side he could think of was that his official day was nearly over. Ignoring the blank looks of those in the room, indicating that they had picked up on his anger despite his best efforts, William took a seat. He gathered his exchange with the Lord outside in the corridor had been loud enough for those inside the room to hear it. "Report. Have you found him yet?" Even to his own ears, his voice sounded terse. He cocked his head to one side as Marcus grinned. "Yes, Your Highness. The guard report we found him, or at least a place he keeps going back to." This grin was Marcus's first since Alex had gone missing. William felt relief wash over him. "Where is he? Is he safe?" Marcus nodded. "He keeps going back to a small inn, the last stop. It's in Amberbrake, a trade town on the Tri border in the east. Reports suggest he appears to be fine, but is mostly keeping to himself." William felt himself relax. Finally, he'd have something positive to report to his father. It had been rather depressing in his daily briefings until now. "Do the locals know who he is?" Marcus nodded. "The reports suggest that they may, Your Highness. They say the villagers seem awfully protective and reticent. The innkeeper nearly threw them out when they asked after Alex." William couldn't help but smile at the image that provoked. He shook his head. He wasn't sure how Alex seemed to make himself welcome and accepted in bars amongst the commoners, no matter how disreputable the places might be. "Please tell me the inn isn't populated with the more unsavory members of our community?" "No, Your Highness. I'm told it's quite respectable." Marcus's lip twitched, even though his tone was respectful as always. William sat back, relaxing in his chair, and thought through the options. He knew Alex. If he tried to put too much pressure on him, Alex would resist and move elsewhere, and the elsewhere may not be as pleasant. "Send a protection detail. Strictly hands-off unless needed or Alex requests help. Get money off the Chamberlain and instruct the elite you send to make sure the innkeeper is well paid for a room and full board. Get the chest Joshua prepared and make sure it goes into Alex's room at the inn." William paused in his rapid-fire instructions, fixing Marcus with his gaze. "You and James will stay put here at the palace, Marcus." A fleeting look of disappointment flickered across Marcus's face, but he was too well trained to object.
Yes, Your Highness.
William shifted his glance from Marcus to the captain of the guard, nodded, and stood.
Thank you for your work, gentlemen. The king appreciates your efforts.
William paused as he walked toward the door, looking back at them.
I appreciate your efforts.
William left the meeting room, grateful it was at the end of the royal wing so he didn't have far to go to get back to his own suite. It had been a long, eventful day, but at least he had good news that they had found Alex alive and well. That had lifted a weight off of his shoulders. He waved off the household staff and opened his own door. Closing the door behind him, he had stripped off his vest before noticing a rhythmic slapping noise, and he froze. He looked up, his attention drawn to the couch and the spinning knife that slapped into the hand of the person sitting on it. The dagger slapped into Alex's palm as he sat waiting. Having lived in the palace his whole life, appearing here from the Vale hadn't been difficult. He knew these rooms in the palace almost as well as he did his own. Better, actually, since he had spent more time in these rooms than he had in his rooms at the complex of the Fourth. Moving back into the complex was something he toyed with and discarded many times over. He wasn't ready yet. If he was honest with himself, he wasn't sure he wouldn't kill everyone. Restraining his temper, his increasing powers, was not an easy proposition, although he didn't think he'd kill William. Alex tossed his blade again, catching it as it slapped into his palm. The door to the room opened and his brother walked in. He was halfway across the room, stripping off his formal vest before he stopped in his tracks, suddenly aware that he had a visitor. Alex smiled at William's obvious shock and reaction to his presence.
Hello, brother. It's all right, I won't kill you. Or at least I don't think I will.
Alex waited, impatient, as his brother stood, still frozen. Alex felt his anger rise and let it build. He was still confident he wouldn't lose control. At least, he wouldn't lose his temper with William. Alex smiled as William decided, dropping his vest on a nearby chair. He watched as his brother walked over to the drink counter and poured 2 drinks in tumblers. Placing the stopper back in the bottle, William picked up the glasses, handing one to Alex. Alex sipped the drink, savoring the strong, smooth liquor. It was much better than he had been drinking of late, bringing back strong memories of better times. William sat down in the chair next to him, regarding him for a moment. Alex returned the gaze. His older brother looked well but tired. It was likely that he himself was the cause of some of that stress. He knew they looked much alike, both inheriting their father's height and broad shoulders. He smiled. He knew he had more muscle on his frame than his older brother, courtesy of William spending more time sitting down in council meetings while Alex trained. That and constantly using the veil burned energy, managing to strip all the spare flesh from him. All of them, including his sister, he now realized, since he'd recently come face to face with their mother, had inherited their dark brown hair and blue eyes from her.
How have you been?
Alex laughed, closing his eyes, the bitterness clear in his tone.
I've been better. How much do you know, William?
That's a broad question, Alex. How much did I know about what? An instant hot flush of anger ran through Alex.
Don't play games, William. How long did you know our dear brother was trying to kill me? The Killiam Order, kin and elder. How much do you know?
Alex took a deep, settling breath, feeling anger roll over him, as it often did. Transition. Such a simple word, yet its effects were dramatic, hard for normal people to understand. His access to the veil, or perhaps just his ability to use it, had increased. It pulsed and thrummed through him, different power lines swirling around him. That was a change he could track back to the first major attack on his party, as they'd ridden between the Winter and Summer Palace. He'd drawn so much power he'd burned out his mind and nearly killed himself. That moment had heralded the start of the disintegration of his life. Or, more rightly, the kidnapping attempt that had preceded that moment. But it had been that attack that had been the start of his powers increasing and getting out of control. Alex steered himself away from this dangerous train of thoughts. Thinking about that time and all the people he'd killed, even in his own defense, triggered a burst of memories which made him shut down. The cycle of madness then continued. William sat, not saying anything. He waited for Alex to regain control. If anything, that told Alex he was correct. His big brother was not shocked. He'd known more than he'd ever let on. Whether he had known before or after Alex had broken was another matter. William spoke, his assured, familiar voice causing Alex's mind to settle and calm. Daniel has always had an issue with the Sundered, and so with you. He sided with the Killiam Order when he was young, under the influence of the scholar Clemens. Please believe me, Alex. Neither I nor Father were aware he'd joined the Order. William closed his eyes. Pain flashed across his face before he took a breath and steadied himself. We would have stopped him if we'd known. You were the one who killed him? Alex smiled, yet there was no humor in it, the flickering memories of those last few days at the palace playing across his mind's eye, the events that had left him feeling betrayed. It had been an inescapable realization that his father and brother had known far more than they had ever let on to him. They had kept him in the dark, not trusting him or how he would react. Yes, how could I ask anyone else to? You realize the Order was behind the assault on Mother? Anger flared through him again, as it always did when he thought about Daniel's actions and his mother. He closed his eyes, battling to stay on that tightrope of emotion without falling off either side. Once again, silence stretched between them as William gave him time to battle his demons. Alex heard the cork come out of a bottle, the flow of liquid into his glass. He waited, hearing the creak of the leather seat as his brother settled near him again and opened his eyes, taking a sip, savoring the taste as it slid down his throat. Only when Kyle accused the late Lord Vannon in the court, the man had enough time to confirm his involvement before he begged forgiveness. Kyle snapped his neck for treason. William watched Alex and, assessing he was calm enough, continued. We did not know about the Order's involvement in Mother's death. It was attributed to the actions of the Sundered because of your testimony. As unbelievable as some found it, your account was verified by Aaron when he arrived at the palace to take up his post. There was evidence of other involvement, with the arrow wounds, and the guards scoured the countryside. Other than clearing out some unsavory types, the search achieved nothing that pointed back to the involvement in Mother's death. We are still uncertain how they managed it, but we accept your word. Alex shook his head, took another sip, and contemplated what William had said for a moment. He almost whimpered as power surged through him again. He took a shuddering breath. His hand shook. Kyle and Jess confirmed other involvement when I showed them what happened from my memories. The Skull Lord, Simon, one of the kin, is one of Great Uncle Edward's contemporaries. He denied they were involved. The involvement of the League of Skulls never made sense. Jess followed Daniel to one of the Order's meetings. He engaged with the other conspirators about their plans and came away with more of the toxin, and with a promise to dose us all again so they could attempt to take us again. Taking a deep breath, Alex opened his eyes. She overheard them admit to getting away with having a hand in the attack on Mother. They kept that piece of information from Daniel. I wish we'd realized sooner. Things might have been different. You know more about the kin, Elder, and me than you have ever let on. That last was a statement rather than a question. He could tell by William's reactions he was aware of a great deal more than the average person. When he thought about it, it was not surprising, yet still hurt that they had cut him adrift, left him to muddle through on his own. Records have been kept in the locked royal archives for generations. I'm sorry, Alex. The last was said softly. Alex finished his drink in silence and placed it on the low table beside him. He looked at his brother, then nodded. In hindsight, we should have told you more. Father thought you were under enough pressure and didn't want you worried. William didn't look all that sorry, not that Alex really expected him to be. As the heir to the crown, there were many matters that he knew and kept his own counsel on. It was expected. Their father took William into his confidence on most issues of state. He had been doing so increasingly for years now. Alex sat for a moment, staring off to the far side of the room, trying to gather his scattered thoughts. Great Uncle Edward, as in the one that I can blame for that ridiculous legend of the Fourth? He's not dead. Neither are Lord Callum Barraclaw nor Lady Lyanna Katrina Shadden. Alex found it was his turn to smile as the small plate of food William was holding hit the floor. Clearly, while his brother knew a great many things, that had not been one of them. It was nice some things could still shock him. What do you mean, not dead? It was clear that William, usually so quick on the uptake, was struggling to understand. The usual meaning of not dead, William. They never died. I was a little disconcerted when I worked it out myself. Alex felt his lips press together. That little deceit is something I intend to discuss with them next time I run into them. Alex, they lived generations ago. The concern in William's voice was clear. Alex didn't know if he was amused or irritated by William's disbelief. I know that, William. Imagine my surprise, and Kyle's and Jess's, when our dearly departed ancestors kept showing up to talk to us and give some basic instructions on the veil. Alex paused, observing his brother. William, you already know that the kin and elder exist, yet you are struggling with Uncle Edward and his friends being alive and among their number? William opened his mouth, then closed it again, laughing weakly. You have a point. I didn't say I'm consistent. They're immortal. You are immortal. Alex couldn't help the laughter that erupted from him. I'm sorry, William. You should know better than most that those with power can die. You know I've killed enough of the Sundered. Let's just stick with the potential to live longer than most, with the ability to possess great power. They sat for the longest time in silence while William processed the information he'd just been given. Finally, William stirred again. You've never mentioned it before. None of you did. The accusation in his tone was clear. If our situations were reversed, would you have admitted that to me? Of course I... William rubbed one of his hands over his face. Sorry, you're right. I probably wouldn't have. If the healers had found out, I would have been medicated until I was insensible. Besides, I was worried for some time that it was a sign I was going mad. That all of us were. Only worked out that they weren't actually dead right before things got messy. Alex's expression closed down a little as he thought back. Transition. They call it transition. It hit William. You have no idea. I could access power before, but it was nothing compared to the power I can reach and use now. The power level surged. There are times where I black out. I think it's just too much and my brain just shuts down. William's voice was soft. The Ancient Ones couldn't help you? Alex smiled as William shied away from using Uncle Edward's name. I really don't know. I was a little preoccupied the last time I saw him. I needed to get some control and calm down first, Alex admitted candidly. Understandable, I guess. In your shoes, I'm not sure I'd be terribly happy. William grinned, the mood in the room lifting. Believe me, given the circumstances, that is an understatement. Alex pushed the memory of the last time he saw Edward firmly to one side. He looked back to William to find his brother watching him. You haven't asked about Amelia. William's voice was quiet. Alex winced. Before his transition, Amelia had been the only thing he could think of. She'd become his whole world. Since their enforced separation, when he'd fled the palace after killing Daniel, it was like all the feelings he had for her had disappeared. If anything, when he thought of Amelia, he'd reverted to thinking of her with the affection as if for a little sister. The realization caused him guilt and embarrassment now, since unbidden images of their time together flashed in his head. He'd thought he was in love with her, and their relationship had certainly not been platonic. He was under no illusion about his growing attraction for Isabella, so this change wasn't just a side effect of going through transition. None of this was a confession he wanted to make to his big brother right now, or rather the crown prince, since the whole circumstance had potential political mess written all over it. How is Amelia? Alex did his best to smile as if nothing was wrong. The way William looked at him, he wasn't certain he pulled it off. She misses you. You should come back, Alex. No, I can't. Not yet. I still have too many periods where I black out. It's too dangerous until I'm back in my headspace all the time. Alex heard the hesitation in his own voice and stood up, knowing it was time to leave. Look after yourself, Alex. You are welcome back home many time. William stood and walked across to the sideboard, withdrawing a heavy-looking money pouch from the drawer. He threw it at Alex, smiling as he adroitly snatched it out of the air. I'll make sure the supply is checked regularly and replenish it. Take it when you have need. Alex paused and closed his eyes before looking back at his brother. William had always supported him. Still, it was too soon to speak of the things he had done, even if William had guessed a great deal of what he was going through. I'm tracking the other Sundered when I can. There's something odd about many of them, things that make little sense. Alex contemplated the other pressing issue that weighed on him. Kyle and William had always been close, and if he could break away from his new mistress, it was likely that he would show up here. William had the uncanny ability to fix all kinds of unusual problems. Be careful, William. Kyle is, well, compromised. He is bound to another as he was with Alyssa. I doubt he'll show up here, but do not try to separate him from his mistress. She is not as psychotic as Alyssa was, but she will not take interference well. Alex tried to hide his concern, yet he had to warn his brother. He didn't wait for a reply, simply pulling in the veil and disappearing down the paths he was now as familiar with using as breathing. He didn't have to think or concentrate on travel within the veil anymore. He just did it. Still, it was on his list to analyze the process one day to see what he was doing. Right now, it was not a high priority. Chapter 18. Ryan's Benefactor. Marcus grimaced as he watched the men bumble their way through the new drills. Attempting to use the veil was distracting them all. Even knowing they would do better with consistent practice, he still found it frustrating. Matthew, enough. You have those drills down, so I have a task for you. Marcus kept his focus on the training grounds. Captain? Matthew sheathed his sword as he walked towards him. There's a boy, Ryan, that His Highness Prince Alex left with the healers. They tell me he's ready to be released from the medical wing. Marcus turned his focus to Matthew. Go fetch him and put him in a room in the empty barracks we just cleaned out. Then see that he gets to the scholars' training rooms. They are expecting him. Matthew raised his eyebrow, grinning. Sure, Marcus. Do you want me to see he gets outfitted? I take it since he's staying with us, he'll be doing blade work as well. Marcus grinned. That was one of the traits he liked about Matthew. He was quick on the uptake. Joshua has organized the lad's wardrobe, but yes, blades if he doesn't have any. He'll do blade work with us and some rudimentary training on control and use of the veil. According to His Highness and the healers, the lad has power. Make sure he settles in this week and can find everything he needs here in the palace. Marcus waved a hand in dismissal as Matthew snapped a salute and turned, heading off to attend the tasks he'd been given. Ryan sat on the edge of his cot, his hand running nervously over his new vest and shirt. The new clothes had just appeared this morning, and his old clothes were nowhere to be found. The old healer Aaron assured him that everything had been settled and he didn't need to worry. Of course, that didn't stop him from worrying. He may have come from an incompetent failed merchant family, but even he could tell the fabric was of much finer quality than he'd ever worn. His mind turned to the unexpected benefactor and who he could possibly be. This room, with its stark, white utilitarian walls and no windows, didn't help at all. It was a small utilitarian room without much more than his sleeping cot. Whenever he'd asked the healer who the man was, he had just smiled and ignored the question. This morning he had been told he was being released and that he should wait. Someone would be by to pick him up. Ryan looked up expectantly as the door to his small bare room opened. A young man stood there, one who looked a few years older than he was, yet they couldn't be more different. Ryan swallowed. His visitor was wearing a uniform that bore what he was sure was one of the royal crests. He just didn't know which one. Ryan? I'm Matthew. Come on, I've been ordered to show you to your room and then to the scholars' classes. You'll be late for today's lessons, but that certainly isn't your fault. Matthew stood aside, smiling encouragingly. Thank you, Matthew. Ryan stood and followed Matthew, looking around a little wide-eyed. He realized he'd been in a private room off a larger room that had a long line of cots spaced down the wall. Matthew glanced at him. Don't worry, you'll be fine. It won't take you long to learn your way around. Where is here? Ryan swallowed, hoping that Matthew wouldn't think him strange for not knowing. Only the raising of his guide's eyebrows gave away his surprise at the question. You're in the summer palace in Callahan. Ryan stopped in astonishment, staring at Matthew, trying to work out if he was kidding, yet he couldn't think of a reason why Matthew would lie about something like that. He swallowed nervously. Who is he? The man who brought me here. A slow grin spread on Matthew's lips. I believe it was His Highness, Prince Alexander. Ryan felt sure he'd gone pale, his mind repeating the name of the man who'd saved him in his head over and over again. Ryan realized he'd been correct about the crest on Matthew's uniform. He wasn't just any kind of ordinary guard. He was one of the elite. He's the youngest son of the king. Why would he save my life? I'm nobody. Ryan was incredulous, continuing along the hallway as Matthew placed a hand on his back to gently guide him forward. His Highness obviously doesn't think so. Come on, the barracks isn't far. Matthew continued to lead him through the palace, pointing out things of interest along the way. Ryan, for his own part, barely paid attention, his mind still grappling with the knowledge that the dangerous man in the cloak had been Prince Alexander. His eyes widened as he realized that Tyron had tried to rob the prince. Not that he'd known who the man in the cloak had been. He just wanted the money he was sure his mark was carrying. Ryan picked up his lesson book and pen from the table at the end of the day's lessons. His life had settled into a routine here in the palace, although his head still spun when he thought about the changes in his life. He had a small room to himself, and what he'd learned was the barracks of the Fourth's elite. It was just big enough for a small bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The wardrobe had been fitted with clothes. They'd just appeared, all of such fine quality he knew he'd never be able to afford to buy them. He had lessons with the scholar a couple of days a week, and he was doing much better with his lessons with the scholar than his other classes. To his amazement, he was being drilled in sword work, including practice with use of the veil. He'd been shocked to discover all of the elite used the veil, and even more stunned to learn that he was much better with the use of the power, once he started practicing, than he was with the sword. It had been hard to go from hiding to what he was and could do to openly practicing. Well, openly at least in the company of the elite. It was strange for him to think that there was something he could do that others could possibly value. Walking from the room, he felt himself jostled and stumbled into the wall, looking up to laughter as some of his classmates sailed past him. "Careful, Wolfram boy! I doubt you can afford to pay for my clothes if you damage them." Branton sneered at him as he passed, his friends clapping him on the back and laughing. Ryan looked up as some of the girls swept past him, sniffing in disdain and laughing outright at Branton's quip. "Don't get too comfortable here, boy. I've told my father that we have a peasant boy in our classes. You won't be here long." Kelly flipped her hair over her shoulder, her skirts rustling as she went back to ignoring him. He'd learnt that those he shared classes with were the sons and daughters of the peers of the realm. They'd found out he didn't share their lofty heights quickly and had set about trying to make his life miserable. Ryan had chosen to ignore them all. He didn't know how long he would be allowed to take these lessons here in the palace, but he was determined to make the most of it. Little did they know their snipping had little impact on him. He had a roof over his head, as much food as he wanted to eat. He had lessons with the scholar and learning a valuable skill training with the swordsmen that were counted among the best. Ryan straightened his shoulders and nodded. He wouldn't let them distract him. He had a goal in mind, but to get to it, he knew he'd have to work as hard as he could to prove himself worthy. Chapter 19. Family Trait. Amelia ran through the garden, fleeing back to the only thing a part of her mind perceived as safety. She looked around as she ran, the colors in the garden merging from a washed-out gray to the color she knew and back again. She sobbed as a grayed-out figure rose in front of her on his knees, his head flung back and mouth open wide, screaming out, "No! What have I done?" The voice reverberated in her mind, along with a ricochet of other voices, one after the other, their gray, washed-out bodies appearing before her as she ran. "Blood? No! It can't be true! Please, please help me!" One after the other, the specters appeared, and their whispering voices merged over the top of each other, rising to an overwhelming crescendo. Her hands rose to her temples and she sobbed, her head shaking from side to side, trying to negate what she was seeing and hearing. She stumbled as she ran, falling to the ground where she curled into a ball and screamed as the voices rose in intensity, drowning her in their pleas and madness. Then hands picked her up and she struggled and screamed, still lost in the grayed-out world. The voices ringing in her head and those belonging to the hands that picked her up merged, causing more pain and confusion. Amelia couldn't tell the difference between what was real and what wasn't. Strong hands carried her, held her, and didn't let her go. They carried her through the garden and into the house. All the way the voices screamed in her head, merging with the voices urging her to calm down. Amelia was passed from one person to another. She recognized the second person as her nanny, Kate. While that calmed her a little, the screaming voices in the gray world flickering in and out continued to upset her, and she didn't understand what was happening. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The cool voice entered her mind, and this time she recognized the owner of that voice. It was one of the healers here at the estate, Healer Bates. "It's okay, Amelia. I'm here." Healer Bates reached forward and brushed a tear from Amelia's eyes. The healer held a beaker to Amelia's mouth, and Healer Bates's voice said in her head, "Here, drink this. It will make you better." The sweetness of the medication didn't quite hide the bitterness underneath, yet Amelia drank it because she knew from experience she would get in trouble if she didn't. She felt herself drifting off to sleep as Kate tucked her into bed. She could hear the adults talking, but didn't quite know what it all meant. "She's tainted like her brother, isn't she, Healer?" "Yes, she is. It's all right, though. This medication should help her. She is young enough that it should work. She will need to have it on a regular basis. I'll leave the bottle with you along with instructions." The healer's voice was calm and soothing, and as she drifted off to sleep, Amelia heard the clink of bottles being put in the cupboard, the drone of the adult voices continuing as she fell asleep. Amelia's eyes flared open, a scream on her lips that she managed to muffle. She sat up in bed, looking around and trying to get her breathing under control. Relief washed over her as she realized she was in her room in the Fourth's complex. Emotion welled up in her as she realized the world still looked how it should. Her hands trembled as she grabbed one of her pillows, and pressing it against her face, she sobbed. She hadn't had the old childhood nightmare for a long time, yet it still had the ability to terrify her, as did the whispering voices that intruded on her mind again. "Alex, where are you? I can't do this alone." Overwhelming loneliness welled up in her, tears trailing down her cheeks. The pillow muffled any sound that escaped her lips. Climbing from the bed, Amelia crossed over to the windows and drew the curtains open to reveal the garden beyond. Walking back to one of the comfortable chairs, she curled up in it, her feet tucked up on the chair. She leaned against the armrest, pillow still clasped in her arms. Amelia let her mind wander. It was almost hypnotic watching the early dawn light lit up the garden. She felt her muscles relax as the early morning calmness and beauty of the gardens soothed her. Amelia walked through the garden with Elizabeth, a gaggle of ladies following in their wake a discreet distance behind. To all outward appearances, she knew she looked calm and in control. She was dressed immaculately, her black hair piled on top of her head with a small curl running down the side of her face, the necklace of the Consort Elect around her neck, and the bracelet, as always, around her wrist. Both declared her rank as a Consort Elect of the Fourth to everybody, not that anybody here at the palace would ever forget who she was. Yet she moved as if in a dream world. She spoke and smiled and made conversation, but she felt removed, as if she wasn't there. There was another version of herself looking out from her eyes, colder and harder than she had ever been. At times she felt she was just a passenger in her own body. Even though Alex wasn't here, hadn't been here at the palace in months, she was still the Consort Elect of the Fourth. Life went on as those around her seemed to ignore the fact that Alex was gone, along with Kyle and Jess. It was as if everybody avoided the subject, thinking she was made of spun glass and would break at the mention of Alex's name. The thought made her laugh. They weren't far from the truth, although not for the reasons they might think. Yet William, Elizabeth, and even the king behaved as if they expected he would be back. It was only a matter of time. Amelia didn't know whether to have hope or to scream at them. She knew Alex had sundered. Still, she couldn't help but have hope. She had to believe Alex would be back because to think otherwise would drive her mad. She was jolted out of her introspection as Elizabeth spoke. "How are you coping without Alex?" Elizabeth's voice was low as she glanced across at Amelia. I don't know. Amelia thought of all the things she could say and discarded them all. If Elizabeth knew how much her world was falling apart, she knew she'd end up in the healer's hands. With her father being the main advisor and friend to the king, Kyle had spent most of his life from early childhood in the palace, companion to Alex. Unlike her brother, Amelia had spent most of her life in the family estates with her mother. She had visited the palace, of course, yet her life growing up had been very insulated. That was something she was only just learning. Her brother's words warning her of the life she was entering came back to her. It made her laugh to think she did not understand what life as the Consort Elect of the Fourth would be like. Since she had fallen into Alex's world, she hadn't been home. Her life had been one ending string of commitments to balls, dinners, and parties. If you'd asked her before she entered this world, she would have told you it was what she wanted. It sounded like an amazing life. It was a goal she kept in her sight her whole life. Now she was living it, the center of attention, always watched no matter where she went or what she did. The only moment she could ever be alone was in her bedroom, and even there she had to order the servants to stay out when she wanted time alone. Even here, on a simple walk in the garden, the ladies in attendance watched and listened avidly. The elite trailing and always watching not only her and Elizabeth, but everyone around, constantly looking for a threat. She realized what Elizabeth must have been going through her entire life. "I'm so sorry, Elizabeth." Amelia's eyes flicked to one side before tracking back to the woman who was becoming the grounding of her current existence. Elizabeth smiled, hugging her closer. "For what?" Amelia smiled bitterly. "For not understanding." She stopped herself from squirming as Elizabeth regarded her, then released the breath she'd been holding as she saw the smile spread on her lips. "You need not apologize, Amelia. I don't know any different. Neither does Alex." Elizabeth bit her lip, glancing at her. "Or Kyle. He's grown up in our world. Don't regret that you didn't." "I don't know how you do it. You always seem busy, never having time for yourself." Amelia smiled. Amelia thought about telling Elizabeth what was happening, that her mind was disintegrating piece by piece. Then she discarded the idea. She didn't want to add a further burden for Elizabeth. She bore enough worry already. Hearing the cluster of ladies that trailed behind them gossip amongst themselves, Amelia thought about the rumors she'd heard regarding Alex. She grimaced. Some of the ladies had been only too pleased to pass on that particular piece of gossip onto her. "I heard about Alex." Amelia glanced at Elizabeth, yet her face didn't betray anything that she might be thinking. "He's shown up a time or two, talked with William. He's not ready to come back yet." Elizabeth's face was neutral. Amelia shook her head. "I've heard about the woman." This time she noticed that the inane chatter of the trailing ladies halted. Elizabeth turned to gaze at her, the hand on her arm stopping their progress through the garden. Amelia allowed Elizabeth to draw her into an embrace and, despite herself, drew comfort from it. "I'm sorry, Amelia. Alex is my brother. I love him dearly. Yet he's—" Despite this situation, Amelia chuckled, surprised that she wasn't as hurt as she thought she would be. This was one occasion her brain being insulated by a fog was helpful. "I've always known what Alex is, Elizabeth, even though I didn't spend as much time here in the palace as Kyle. The pair of them have a reputation. I'm not angry, although it would have been nice if the madly in love part had lasted longer. Alex and I had an agreement, although I would have preferred it if he had been a bit more discreet in his liaison with another woman." Elizabeth drew back and looked at her for a long moment before looping her arm through Amelia's and recommencing their stroll through the garden. "Isabella, The reports suggest the woman's name is Isabella. Elizabeth paused as Amelia laughed. I don't care what her name is. She's a beauty, I'm told, and that Alex spends all his time with her, that he's sleeping with her.
Amelia smiled, her own reaction perplexing her. She realized that she genuinely didn't care that Alex had taken another woman to his bed. This gave her pause. There it was again, evidence of this other woman she didn't know that well peering out from her own eyes, making herself at home in her head. Amelia wondered if this cold version of herself meant she was growing up. Elizabeth shook her head.
We've heard, but haven't spoken to Alex about it.
She took a breath and looked at Amelia, clearly judging her mood.
Yes, and we've heard those reports as well.
Amelia closed her eyes and breathed in the sweet aroma of the roses in full bloom, her favorite flower of all those in the garden beds, as her hair ruffled in the soft, warm breeze. It was soothing.
My Lady Mother warned me his infatuation with me might fade, that we'd have to find a way to make it work. There are worse fates than a political union with the fourth.
Amelia smiled sadly and took a settling breath. Despite her words, she still wished for a moment that she could go back to that time where she and Alex had been happy.
Political unions between high-ranking families go with the rank, unless we are exceedingly lucky. Does he intend to break our proposed union?
Despite everything, she cared for Alex. That she was certain of, and it was a good thing in a union like theirs.
I don't believe so, Amelia.
Elizabeth's voice was low and calm, as if they were discussing the evening's dinner. Of course, Elizabeth faced a similar union of her own, a political one, as did William. It was the life they had all been born to. Amelia smiled faintly.
If he could manage to be a little more discreet in his liaisons in the future, it would be better.
She glanced across at Elizabeth. Amelia waited until Elizabeth nodded understanding before turning her gaze back to the well-manicured gardens. She breathed in the scent of flowers, trying to settle the agitation caused by the conversation. She had no doubt that the message would be passed on to Alex when he next paid a visit to William. Out of the corner of her eye, Amelia saw the world flicker. She almost groaned and had a hard time suppressing her terror as the world merged between the world she knew and a washed-out gray one. She remembered this from childhood, yet the medication her family healer had given her had kept it under control. Until now. She had been placed at the palace so long her own supply of medication had run out. Lately, she had heard the voices again, the screaming, pleading voices of people who weren't there. The world flickered and merged between what she knew and the washed-out, colorless place she remembered from childhood. A place that terrified her. Yet she hadn't dared to tell anyone, not even the healers now responsible for her welfare here in the palace. If only her old healer back at the family estates was here, she knew Bates could help her. Amelia smiled and nodded at a comment from Elizabeth, hoping her reaction was the correct one. She had been too distracted by the screaming in her head and the world fading from her sight to hear what Elizabeth had said. Since Elizabeth smiled and they kept walking at a steady pace through the garden, Amelia guessed her response had been correct. Amelia concentrated on trying not to let her inner turmoil show. She had toyed with the idea of requesting Aaron, the healer who had attended Alex, Kyle, and Jess for help. Yet she didn't trust the palace healers after what had happened. Amelia wished she could be sure it wasn't the care of the healers here at the palace that had driven Alex mad. Whispering voices clamored in her mind, yet none of them was her own. Amelia only realized she had come to a stop when Elizabeth's words hit her.
Amelia, what's wrong? You've gone pale.
Elizabeth looked at her, concern written on her face, still standing with her arm wrapped around her shoulder.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I'm fine. I think I need to rest. This fuss about Alex. I haven't been getting much sleep of late.
Amelia smiled at Elizabeth, but knew that wasn't very believable.
It must be hard. Give it time. Things with Alex will sort themselves out.
Elizabeth smiled, her understanding and sympathy making Amelia feel guilty that she'd lied.
Come, let's get you back to your rooms. You should try to get some rest. Don't come to dinner tonight. Take the night off. I'll explain to Father.
Amelia nodded, placing her hand on Elizabeth's and noticing the tremble in her hand. She hoped that the trembling was due to exhaustion. They turned without a further word and walked back toward the compound of the fourth.
Amelia curled up on the bed, her hands pressed against her temples, body shaking. She kept her eyes firmly closed so she couldn't see the room around her flickering between the world it should be and the horrible washed-out gray world. The tremors and feeling so sick were new. Amelia had barely been ill in her life and didn't know how to cope now that she seemed to be. It was like her life had been turned upside down since Alex had left, resulting in a downward spiral that she couldn't halt. And now even her own body was betraying her. As the whispering voices increased in tempo, Amelia moaned. "Leave me alone. Please leave me alone," she whispered, tears trailing down her cheeks. This, she knew, was what it felt like to start going mad. She had thought, after all these years, that she had missed out on the burden of the taint that her brother bore. Now she knew that she had been wrong. Unlike her brother, who had suffered from it most of his life, for her there had only been a few occasions. Her memories from childhood came rushing back to her. This is what it had felt like as a child, worse than what she remembered. As a child, she had been confused, not knowing what was happening to her. Yet now she knew it was the taint. However, of all the things that Kyle had told her, that Alex had told her to expect with the taint, they had never mentioned feeling sick. Wrong. Amelia rolled onto her side, grabbing the bowl she'd put on the bed next to her as a contingency, unable to stop herself from being sick. Sweat broke out on her body as the tremors shook her, and she moaned as a stabbing pain shattered her concentration. She felt herself heave again and was glad she'd thought to get the bowl before she had collapsed into bed. The only thing Amelia had to be grateful for was that she wasn't expected at high court tonight. She also doubted the servants would disturb her. Instructions left that she needed to sleep before she had retired to the inner chamber should take care of the inconvenience. That was something to be thankful to Elizabeth for. Amelia was sure that Elizabeth had reinforced the orders that she wasn't to be bothered. Still, lying there in her misery, Amelia only hoped that she would have regained her composure by tomorrow. Amelia shoved the bowl she'd been clutching onto her bedside stand before falling back into the pillows. Even though her stomach still felt queasy, she doubted there was anything left to come out. The sweat trickling all over her body was uncomfortable. It felt like her body was on fire, and rolling onto her side, she muffled her sobs with the pillow. Regardless of the orders not to disturb her, she knew that if the servants heard her crying, they would come in to see what was wrong. If that happened, they would send for the healers. Amelia didn't know why she was terrified at the thought of being tended to by Aaron, but she was. A small part of her mind knew that fear was irrational. Knowing that her mother would be here at court soon, Amelia had left instructions that Healer Bates and Kate, her old maid, be given access to her quarters. She only hoped that they arrived before anyone else thought to check on her. Hearing the door to her rooms crack open and scolding voices without, Amelia opened her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. "There's no need, I tell you. We'll tend to Amelia. We've looked after her since she was a child." The scolding voice belonged to Kate, her maid and nanny when she had been younger. Amelia was relieved to see that Healer Bates was a step behind her. Trembling, almost doubling up as pain assaulted her, She still sobbed with relief at the sight. Amelia couldn't help the moan that escaped her lips as the pair bustled around. She knew the bowl she had been sick in was removed as the pungent smell disappeared, and then the healer was there, propping her up, holding a bottle to her lips. She almost gagged at the sickly sweet taste she remembered too well as the medicine slid down her throat. "It's all right, Amelia. You know it'll make you feel better. It's been too long since you've had your medication." The healer's cool mind voice reassured her, and she drank as she was bid. The healer continued to talk to her, urging her to sleep and rest. "You can trust only me." A cool cloth wiped across her brow, instantly making her feel better. As the healer spoke to her, whispering in her mind, she felt herself relaxing. "That's it, Amelia. Only I can protect you." This was familiar, known. Bates had been looking after her since she was a small child, since the very first time she encountered the taint. Amelia trusted Bates more than she did anyone else. As she drifted off to sleep under Bates's urging, a small part of her mind wondered whether it was Bates herself that caused her to distrust the other healers. Yet somehow that thought did not seem necessary. As always, Bates had made her feel better. "Sleep, Amelia. Your medication will make you well again." As Bates's mind voice compelled her, she drifted off to sleep, her body relaxing, the shaking stopping, the pain drifting away. More importantly, other than the whispering voice of Bates, she couldn't hear any of the other mind voices. "Thank you, Bates. Please don't let the taint take me." Amelia let herself drift off to sleep as the healer had directed her to, relieved, knowing that under the healer's ministrations, she would be okay. Chapter 20. Before the Sundered War. Theft. Junior healer Gale Killiam backed up, feeling the sharp bite of the edge of the cupboard in his back as healer Katrina stormed out of the office. Her step was even and precise, face closed, and she gazed straight ahead without looking at anyone in the office. He watched her as she walked out the door, closing it behind her. Killian had been watching the research with interest, not sure even within himself whether he wanted it to fail or to succeed. He judged from healer Katrina's actions that the research was failing, as far as she was concerned. Gale had been tracking the research himself, meticulously reading over every piece of information as it came in from the test groups before he placed it on her desk. Unlike healer Katrina, he felt the research had value. Gale frowned, looking around at the other staff in the room, all whom pretended to be busy. He stood for that moment, frozen, and then realized this was his moment. This was the moment he could act, do what he knew needed to happen. The others would be unlikely to register what he was doing. They were too busy trying not to come to the attention of healer Katrina. Gale took a deep breath. He wasn't proud that he could hear his breath catching in his throat. His nerves were evident, at least to himself. Smoothing down his robes, being careful not to glance around, he walked toward the office door. He opened Katrina's door, passing inside and closing it behind him, careful not to slam it in his hurry. He didn't even have to guess. He knew what he needed. The cupboard he wanted was off to one side and contained the samples of the trial medication he needed. As he opened the wooden doors of the cupboard, he smiled in triumph as he saw rack upon rack containing the vials of the medication, each bottle stamped with its own date and batch number. Smiling, he looked around the room and saw a discarded bag off to one side. Walking across the room, he picked up the bag and looked inside and found that it was Katrina's day pack. He upended it, spilling the contents, a pad, book, and pencils, to the floor. He stood and walked 2 paces backwards toward the open cabinet, before he stopped and gazed back. Looking again at the plain leather-bound notepad there on the floor with the pens and the papers. A grin spread across his face, and he stooped to pick up the notepad and flip it open, his eyes scanning the familiar, precise handwriting. His face lit up. It was her diary. Gale moved to the cupboard and grabbed the vials, knowing he didn't have much time. He placed one after the other in the bag, hoping they wouldn't break. Stepping back from the cupboard, he noticed the small drawer below. On an afterthought, he reached and tried to open it, but it was locked. Damn the woman. Then a smile spread across his face. There would only be one reason to lock the drawer in a personal office. Killiam grimaced and wrenched the drawer open, hearing the snap of the lock, and then watched the contents of the drawer spilling onto the ground around him with a dull thud, a bunch of paperwork bound in leather. Gale licked his lips and looked around, waiting to see if anyone would come into the room to investigate the noise. Relaxing when no one came, he reached down to grab the bound paperwork and place it in the bag. As he moved toward the door, he paused, hands moving to the edge of his tunic. He tugged at it, then smoothed his hands down the front. Running his hand through his hair, he took a breath and then reached out and grabbed the doorknob. He walked through the outer office without stopping, walking with purpose, as if he had an important task. Gale walked through the room past the others, none of whom paid the slightest bit of attention to him, and into the outer corridor. Trying not to run, he went down the stairs at a trot before making his way across the open gardens of the Healers' Guild toward the exit. He took another deep, calming breath as he walked away from the guild. It really was that easy. Chapter 21. Subtlety. Alex felt himself stiffen as one rapid-fire image after another hammered into his mind. Finally, they stopped, and, taking a breath, he looked up as he realized he must have come out of a blackout period. It was always confusing and unsettling finding himself in unfamiliar surroundings, although this time he was in a bar that he recognized. Alex chuckled. Not that the particular thought was terribly helpful. He had been to more bars with Jess and Kyle than he cared to count. Of course, a great many of them were disreputable and in the run-down parts of the villages. The other part that perplexed him was how he'd ended up here, sitting in the back corner of a bar he vaguely recognized in the first place. The last thing he'd remembered was leaving William, intent to hunt down some Sundered. And then, here. Prodding at his memory didn't reveal anything except blankness. Sighing, he gave up, confident that some memories would come back to him eventually. They usually did. Reaching down to his belt pouch, he pulled out some coins. Remembering that his money had at least been given to him from William, Alex slid them across the table and signaled to the barkeep he wanted a drink. The portly man nodded and poured a mug of ale, then he passed it across to the serving girl with a nod in Alex's direction. The girl walked across the taproom floor and placed the mug on the table in front of him, her cheeks flaming red. She looked at the coins and picked them up, looking at him through her lashes. She blushed even more as she took the payment with a shaking hand before she turned and walked back to the bar, glancing back at him several times on the way. Alex chuckled. He'd obviously been charming enough to make a friend, even if he couldn't remember. There was so much that was swallowed in darkness. It worried him what he might have done in that time, but he knew better than to prod at the emptiness. Back at the palace, he thought he was in full control of what he was doing, yet now he knew that he hadn't been at all. The gaps in his memory were significant and startling enough that he knew he was losing time. Still, he had more moments like this, where he seemed to at least have some control over himself. While he hoped that this lucidity would last, he knew enough now to see that hope was futile. Someone would say something or an event would trigger him, and he would be lost again. Lost in the confusion of overpowering emotion, voices ringing in his head,
power surging through him that he grappled to control, but failed due to the turmoil in his own mind. Alex pulled himself up sharply from that train of thought. It wasn't helpful and would likely set him off into a spiral that would lead to someone dying at his hands. He was beginning to learn in these moments between that he could exert some control for a space of time. These were the moments he searched for the others like him, the Sundered. He was learning that not all of the Sundered were the same. There seemed to be degrees of madness in the ranks of the Sundered. It was a circumstance that he found strange, as the difference was stark. Right now, he didn't know enough, and going off the rails himself didn't help. It did give him something to investigate when he was sane enough to remember. He knew that going back to the palace was not an option. He didn't have the control. Alex just hoped that in his moments of madness he didn't just take himself back there anyway. Reflecting on that concern, he realized that he couldn't really say with any certainty that the others wouldn't perceive him in the same way as he saw some of the Sundered ranks. Yet he could hold off the madness for more extended periods of time, sometimes managing to divert himself entirely. Alex also took hope that he apparently wasn't always murderous, even if he wasn't always in total control. He'd somehow gotten here to the bar where he was known. No one was apparently dead or running screaming from the room. That had to be a good sign, even if he didn't quite understand how he got here, how long he'd been here, or why he was here. Indeed, the barmaid seemed to like him, so he'd probably done something to impress her. If she only knew the truth about him, she wouldn't be so happy about that circumstance. Sipping his beer, he was pleasantly surprised at the quality of the brew. Alex pulled in a small amount of power, gazing around the room casually. No one here flared with power in his mind's eye. All of them were normal. He was also incredibly surprised at the bar he was in. It was decent. Alex shifted his gaze toward the doors as they creaked open, and in the flare of light from the lamps out in the street, a figure walked in, a dark outline against the lights outside. As the door closed, Alex found his attention was caught immediately by the woman who'd entered. Isabella. The woman's name was Isabella, and Alex had seen her before, yet he couldn't say right now when or how. With the recollection of her name, the memory of their meeting had flashed in his mind. They had been in a bar. This bar. They'd been sitting together and had slept together many times. Memories continued to flood his mind, and he allowed them to play out one after the other. He knew better than to try to resist or force this bombardment. Alex reeled at the memory of Kyle stabbing him. He remembered it was Isabella who brought him back from his spiraling madness. Alex smiled, his eyes drinking her in. He firmly ignored that part of his mind nagging at him that it would be better if he avoided entangling her in his world. Isabella looked around the bar, and a spark of recognition lit her eyes. She walked through the crowded bar. She made her way to the back. She sat down opposite him without saying a word, raising her hand to the barkeep, gesturing for a jug to be brought and a platter of food. Isabella said nothing until the pitcher and food arrived, and paid the barmaid. Alex nearly snorted at the disappointment on the barmaid's face as she glanced between him and Isabella before retreating to the bar. Isabella pushed the sharing platter onto the table between them and refilled Alex's mug. Her gaze didn't leave Alex, and the woman was clearly assessing him. "Back with me, I see, Alex." Alex raised an eyebrow at her and swallowed a mouthful of the brew. On second taste, it was even better. Then again, perhaps Isabella had ordered a jug of something better than the contents of his original mug. The series of images flashing through his mind finally stopped. I'm still a little confused, but yes, I'm back in my own head.
Isabella nodded and poured more beer into Alex's mug before topping up her own. There was no judgment in her at all. You are coming back to yourself sooner, I think. It's the sudden rise in power levels that overwhelm your mind. You remember me? Isabella took a long sip of her ale, not seeming concerned with the answer she was going to get. Alex smiled and nodded. Reaching across, he grabbed her hand, and he kept his eyes on her as he kissed her palm. He decided even her blush was pretty, and pulling her gently across the bench, he wrapped his arms around her. He closed his eyes, sighed, and relaxed. I remember enough. You saved my sanity and my life more than once. Isabella relaxed into his arms, and they sat in silence. Alex was grateful she knew him well enough to allow his mind to catch up with being back. It was always disturbing, with his memories fragmented, coming back in bits and pieces like he was trying to put all the parts of a shattered mirror back together. Alex lay back on his bed at the inn he seemed to keep returning to even when he was out of his mind. This time, even though he'd spent a delightful evening with Isabella, he hadn't ended in bed with her, although that was more Isabella than him, since she'd practically pointed out that he needed more time to come to terms with being back first. She didn't want to take advantage of him, he realized, and he chuckled in amusement. At least none of the flashing images filling in the gaps in his memory indicated he'd killed anyone this time. These days, he had to take the small personal victories when they occurred. Isabella's face flashed in his mind. Mentor, friend, lover, and all-around complication in his life that he didn't care to avoid. Last night, by mutual agreement, they had both decided to put the lover's part on the back burner. At least until he'd settled down into being back in his own head. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Isabella was correct. Coming back to himself was always a little unsettling. Absently, he willed small flames in and out of existence. It was one thing to practice in the middle of nowhere with no risk at all to anyone. Yet here he had to exert control over himself and his power. If he didn't, the inn and all the occupants would likely end up dead in an unexplained fiery death. He knew that he would live. His first unwitting experience had proven that. Frowning, Alex remembered his encounter with the Sundered when he'd gone to try and help Kyle and the blow he'd received from his opponent. He'd instinctively copied what the Sundered had done, yet he still wasn't sure how he'd done it. Alex sprang up from the bed and shifted from his room at the sleepy little village back into the depths of the forest, where he'd learned how to use fire. He'd come to think of the blackened area as his training ground. There wasn't much standing in the large blackened circular patch. A few blackened tree stumps and some boulders were about it. Alex looked toward the edge of the forest, but didn't want to cause more destruction on the old wood than he already had. It had stood impervious to the devastation that was humankind, until he had come along and changed that in an instant. Switching his view, he saw the swirl of colorful power flow around him more clearly, in stark contrast to the black place he stood in. Concentrating, he pulled on some of the silver-gray strands that he associated with wind and speed, or at least he knew that to travel faster on the veiled paths, he used more of that color. He frowned as he formed it into a ball and sent it at a large boulder a few paces away from him. The result wasn't spectacular. His efforts just rolled over the rock. Biting his lip, Alex paced a few steps before turning back and walking again. Finally, he turned, drew in more power, and flung it at the boulder. His eyes narrowed as this time his efforts resulted in the boulder rolling over. Not what he had in mind, yet better than his first effort. Conscious that his anger level was rising, Alex pushed his concern aside. This time he drew in both the silvery gray and wove some of the green strands, the earth, through it. Compressing the power into a smaller, tighter formation, he hurled it at the boulder. Alex's eyes widened in shock, and he hit the ground, covering his head as an explosion rocked the clearing, booming over the forest in a loud crack. Alex instinctively raised a shield of air around himself to block the shards of rock flying through the air, shunting the projectiles on a different path. Leaves fell to the ground from the distant trees as the missiles shredded them off the branches. Alex looked up, saw a hole and rock shards where once the boulder had stood, and let his barrier fall. Looking around, he noted the eerie silence that had fallen over the forest. Not even so much as a single bird call could be heard. Finally, he hauled himself to his feet and looked at the devastation he'd caused. Hearing delighted laughter ring out behind him, Alex spun around to see Isabella, hand covering her mouth, which did nothing to hide her mirth at all. Alex groaned and covered his face with his hands, knowing that his whole face was burning red.
How about we try that again, Alex? This time with a little more control.
Alex looked up at the sky and shook his head, then spun, and crouched reflexively as another explosion rang out. He realized he didn't need to dive to the ground as the pieces of the boulder Isabella had exploded flew through the air. Isabella walked towards him, absently throwing up her own barrier to keep them safe. Alex looked down at the ground, then back up at her, unable to help the grin that spread on his lips. He shook his head self-deprecatingly at her display and turned, looking for another boulder. Spotting another large one off to the side, he took a deep breath and concentrated on what he wanted. This time he attempted what Isabella called control. It wasn't as easy a thing to achieve as she made it seem. Sometimes it felt like the veil had other ideas. Alex felt the warmth of her body as she pressed up against his side, one of her hands on his back, the other resting on his arm. Her voice whispered in his mind.
Now concentrate, Alex. Draw what power you need to perform the action you want, and no more.
Alex took a deep breath, blocking out everything except the sound of her voice, and began to draw in power, this time making a conscious effort not to overdo it. The forest around them was teeming with creatures. All of them stayed frozen in place, quiet, knowing predators when they heard them. Alex sat in the back corner of the inn that was fast becoming his regular. At least he'd finally worked out its name. The last stop was a surprisingly comfortable inn in the village at the edge of the forest on what many considered a forgotten corner of the realm. It had the added advantage of being close by to his favorite practice ground, and was surprisingly civilized. He threw back his hood and removed his cloak. He'd given up trying to hide his identity. Given a chest of his own discreet unadorned clothing had arrived at the inn along with a couple of the elite, and that the bill always seemed to be paid, he guessed the publican knew precisely who he was, or at least guessed. The regular patrons certainly didn't pay him any more attention than to nod welcome as he entered. If they knew who he was, they certainly kept their own counsel and didn't seem all that bothered. Then again, he'd never caused them any trouble here, that he was aware of. The elite kept a discreet eye on him, but didn't interfere. He guessed they had strict orders. Either way, he was glad that they let him be. One of the evenings, not long after the elite had arrived, a caravan master had offered the elite on guard a job. The regulars in the bar had laughed in amusement, and even Alex had smiled as the pair politely turned it down. That, if anything, told him that the local residents knew exactly who he was. They knew full well that the two well-armed, quietly confident, and watchful men propped in the corner were not mercenaries waiting around for a job on a caravan. The clearly oblivious caravan master had then sized him up and began to walk in his direction. The elite hadn't needed any orders. Alex's face had obviously conveyed to them he wasn't in the mood to be approached. They had reacted swiftly enough, without any requests at all, and headed off the caravan master, suggesting to him that it wouldn't be a good idea. That had caused even more amusement to the patrons. The caravan master had been clearly confused by the reaction of the bar to his offer, and Alex had no doubt that he'd left even more confused, with no one willing to clarify the situation to him. Alex wasn't sure what to make of his gear and some of the elite taking up permanent residence, other than that William had obviously located him, and, rather than try to have him hauled back to the palace, was giving him the space he needed. Alex sighed as the familiar feeling of guilt settled on him. A visit to his brother, if not his father, was overdue again. It was something he had recognized he'd been putting off. Still, now that he was a little more stable, it was a risk he should take more frequently. He knew that he could relocate himself easily, yet that would worry his brother, and then he'd only send people out to locate him again. If he was honest with himself, it also showed him that perhaps the door wasn't as closed as he thought it was. Alex grinned as the owner's lad brought a jug of wine and a plate of food in his direction without having to be asked to do so. Feeling the low-level surge of power, then seeing the steam rise from the plate of food, Alex realized that the boy had heated it. It surprised him a little, and he looked at the boy curiously. Not that the lad had much power. Small, low-level uses of the veil were a part of daily life that was often discounted, although generally kept hidden from sight in this day and age, like the dirty little secret that everyone was keeping from each other. People thought, incorrectly as it turned out, that it wasn't the same type of power that made this sundered. Power was power, and it all came from the veil. It was just that the more common usage was akin to comparing a tiny droplet of water dripping from a water glass to a waterfall. Yet here, in this small, remote village far from everywhere else in the realm, they seemed to have very little stigma associated with those little abilities. Alex wondered whether it was their very isolation that helped them maintain their way of life. He'd also not seen any sign at all that they were killing children detected to have abilities like his, as happened in the bigger villages. Still, there also hadn't been any sign at all of any of the sundered nearby that he had detected either, nor any stories of farmers' children going mad from the taint. Alex thanked the boy and picked up the fork. He tasted a mouthful of the stew, big chunks of tender meat, vegetables, and fragrant herbs, and he smiled in appreciation. The kitchen staff made good use of the provender from the edge of the forest. Alex realized he made short work of the plate of food as he wiped up the last of the rich gravy from the dish with the last of his bread and popped it into his mouth. Sitting back contentedly, he polished off the last of the wine he'd been served with it. It was a local variety that they were extremely proud of, and well they should be. It would be entirely in place on the king's table. Contemplating the empty pitcher, he caught the innkeeper's eye and held the empty pitcher up with a hopeful smile. The man grinned and filled a fresh pitcher from the cask behind the bar before making his way across to Alex, quietly refilling his goblet before placing the pitcher on the table. Alex thanked him and gestured for him to sit. The barman scrutinized him for a moment, then nodded agreement and settled onto the bench opposite. The innkeeper's boy darted across the bar with another goblet for his father and moved back to look after the bar. "I take it my brother is paying you well?" Alex sipped his wine, keeping his eye on the man, deciding a little bluntness was in order. "Yes, Your Highness, but you were always welcome here, even before then. You've never caused us any problems." The man's voice was sincere. Alex smiled sadly. That meant even here they had heard about the trouble that had occurred. "You weren't ever worried that I'd go mad and kill you all?" Alex felt he might as well be forthright. Apart from everything else, he was curious. "No, Your Highness." He looked up at Alex and took a sip from his own goblet before continuing with care. "Even when you weren't quite so well, you never tried to harm any of us." "You knew who I was?" Alex glanced around, aware that many in the bar were trying to look like they were not paying attention to the conversation and failing miserably. He'd liked the idea of being anonymous for a small space of time, but that apparently hadn't happened even though he thought it did. The barman chuckled in amusement, his eyes lighting up. Yes, Your Highness. We're a small village at the edge of the realm, but you're the son of our king, and word travels, even out here. Alex considered those words for a moment and absently filled up the man's goblet before refilling his own from the pitcher. He hardly noticed when the boy, at a gesture from his father, came and replaced the pitcher before retreating once more. Finally, Alex stirred. Thank you for the refuge this place has been and the risk all of you took in taking me in. Alex relaxed back into his seat, noting that the elite sitting quietly in the corner did so as well. They were always vigilant, even if they didn't look it. He knew they wouldn't have been happy about the distance between them and him. The guards never were in bars, particularly after the kidnap attempt. The portly man shook his head. No thanks needed, lad. You'll always find refuge here should you need a break. We'll defend you like you're our own kin. Alex noted the amusement in the guard's eyes, although they carefully didn't laugh. The barman was obviously sincere in his claim. He glanced around the bar and noted that they all seemed to be. Alex felt overwhelmed that these strangers would take him in, regardless of hearing the various rumors that he'd gone mad and was death on two legs for any that confronted him. They had ignored all warnings and taken him in regardless. You don't fear the Sundered? Alex was genuinely confused. Everyone feared the Sundered, or so he had thought. The man shrugged. We've heard about them. You're not that if that's what you fear, lad. Alex turned his attention back to the barman, who took a sip of his wine, then licked his lips before replying. What do you mean? The barman looked at him sincerely. You're just a mite confused with the gift and all. We've had some turn like that. You're not the murderous kind. A harsh bark of laughter escaped his lips before he could stop it. He could hear the bitterness in it. I've killed. My memories show me I have. Hearing the creak of a chair nearby, Alex flicked his gaze up and caught the eye of the woman who'd moved to face him. I'm sure you have, lad. I'm sure your guards over there have killed when the occasion warranted it as well. Yet I'd rather them sitting over there in the corner than some others who think of themselves as respectable. The old woman nodded her head emphatically, and much to his bemusement, so did others at the bar. Alex realized that they accepted him not because they didn't know the risk he represented, but because they did. Yet they didn't fear what he might do. That gave him hope that perhaps he might be better and safer than he thought he was. Alex was drawn out of his introspection as the door to the inn opened, and without having to look, he knew exactly who it was. The barman looked over, and smiling, he raised his goblet to Alex before standing clear of the table as Isabella drew near. Alex held out his hand to her, and she took it without hesitation, sliding into the seat next to him. She smiled at the barkeep as he poured her a drink before retreating to the bar. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. She simply settled back into his arms. Alex found that was one of the things he really liked about Isabella. They could sit there in companionable silence. She knew when to speak, to draw him out, and when to let him be. They sat and enjoyed the evening and each other's company, finishing off the food and drink between them. Keeping his eyes on Isabella, he stood, backing up toward the stairs that led to the rooms above, tugging on her hands lightly. Isabella laughed. Rising from their table, she joined him in retreating upstairs to his bedroom. They rolled apart, spent. Alex took a breath and chuckled. For the first time in a long time, he was calm and happy in his headspace. The power threaded around both him and Isabella, yet he didn't feel overpowered by it. He just let it be. Thank you, Isabella. I haven't felt this good. Alex stopped abruptly and chuckled. Well, in a long time. Isabella rolled over onto her side to look at him, a smile on her lips. Alex found himself distracted by the sight of her. He couldn't resist reaching out one arm, gently snaking it around her slim waist and pulling her closer, lightly kissing down the side of her neck. He knew the thrill of pleasure went through her since she shared the feeling with him.
You can't possibly be ready to back up already, Alex.
Her elegant eyebrow rose, and she laughed with him before contentedly lying in his arms as his hands gently stroked her body. I like feeling the thrills of pleasure in your body, learning what you like. I'll stop if you want me to. Alex was earnest, although he hoped she didn't want him to stop. He was rewarded with her lazy laugh.
Not to put a damper on things, Alex, but we should talk about it. Our display was hardly settled last night.
Alex smiled, shaking his head. Subtle or otherwise, it wouldn't matter. I'd be surprised if reports about you being in my company haven't already made it back to the palace.
But we were discreet, or we were before last night.
Isabella's cheeks flamed red. Being seen with me, discreet or otherwise, doesn't make a difference. I'm sorry, Isabella. I should have thought to warn you of the consequences of being in my world.
It's me who should be sorry. You're only newly transitioned, and I know the confusion that can cause.
Isabella laced her fingers in his long dark hair at the base of his head and pulled him down to meet his lips with her own. They lay there for a while, content in each other's arms, before Alex chuckled softly. You know, it occurs to me you know just about everything about me, but other than you being from Illerith and of the Elder, I know very little about you. That would cause some issues, since he knew his brother would ask for details before too long.
What do you want to know?
Isabella looked at him, not seeming worried in the slightest. Were you born in Illerith? Alex shifted, settling them both a little more comfortably with the pillows piled up behind them.
No, I was from around here before Vallantia was Vallantia. It was a long time ago.
Isabella shuddered in his arms. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Alex pressed his lips against her forehead, sensing a wave of distress from her as she thought about the past.
Only a few began to emerge with true power back then, closer to what we now think of as kin. My master was such a one.
Alex's eyes widened. Your master?
He was cruel with powers that no one else had. People were scared of him. He was the war chief of this whole area. He observed me playing with the other girls in my village and took me as one of his bed slaves.
Alex felt his breath catch in his throat as images and feelings flashed in his mind from Isabella as she spoke. I'm sorry. Alex hugged her, his mind whirling. She shook her head and drew closer to him, seeking comfort in his arms as she continued in a soft voice.
He always took what he wanted, people, food, even if it was just to let it spoil while the villagers starved. It was his undoing in the end. There was an uprising. My brother had just come into his own power and used the resulting mayhem from the rebellion to take me from him. We fled far away to escape my master. I was scared for a long time that he'd come for me again. The place we ended up is now known as Illerith. My brother found out years later that many people died during the uprising, but they were free of that evil, and in its place, Vallantia was born.
They lay in silence as Alex struggled to process what she'd told him. Now you're of the Elder and nobody's slave. He kissed her gently, pleased when she responded. What happened to your brother? Is he alive and still in Illerith? Isabella suddenly laughed, her mood lightening.
You know my brother. You've met. It's Damien.
Alex realized as soon as she said it that he should have known or guessed, particularly since he'd already knew that Jess had gone to Damien. That had prompted the man to send Isabella to check on him. I will understand if you don't want to be pulled into my world, Isabella. If you'd rather we just met each other here or elsewhere, then that is what we will do. If you'd rather never see me again, well, I'd be miserable because I do really like you, but I will abide by your wishes. Alex turned his head to see Isabella smiling at him. She pulled him to her, kissing him, leaving no doubt at all in his mind that she at least wanted to be with him. Chapter 22. Barrier. Jess frowned and sat back into a comfortable chair that hadn't been there moments before. She filed the information of the chair and how she'd made it away for when she had time to consider it. Rolling out from her, the veil pulsed and throbbed as if in tune with her concentration as she stared at the shield. At least she could see it now, even if it was even more perplexing. It was constructed in power. Not just any power, but a power level that could only be wielded by another of the Elder. Jess guessed not just any Elder either, an extremely powerful one. She suspected that Elder was Damien, but she couldn't bring herself to ask at the moment. He'd been badgering her about the need to stop cutting off her emotions. He'd blown her nearly killing the boy in the village right out of proportion when he'd returned and was filled in about her exploits. Having had her fill of being lectured, she'd left early before Damien woke up. She'd wandered aimlessly for a little before ending up here, looking at the barrier that surrounded Illerith. The power it would have taken to construct it was something she struggled to understand. Yet she needed to. Jess flung herself from her chair and started pacing, a habit she recognized with an absent part of her mind as one she seemed to have picked up from Alex, although she remained calm. At least that was something she could be grateful for. The pulsing of the veil around her grew more erratic, bands of power striking and exploding, sending sparks, tiny motes of light into the air around her. She frowned, wondering what caused the instability, then dismissed it. She didn't have time right now to ponder the peculiarity of the veil. Right now, she needed to understand the shield. As thunder rumbled and lightning struck through the veil, Damien sprang out of bed. He knew the upheaval was caused by Jess, he just didn't know why. A quick scan told him she wasn't here in his estate. That much he could sense. He folded the veil, traveling the distance between where he'd been and her location easily and quickly. She stood there in a center of calm while the veil roiled and churned out from her. Damien swallowed as he tried to close the distance between them. The disturbed energy flowed over him, through him, but it didn't hurt him, so he gathered it wasn't directed at anyone in particular. He stood behind her, yet she hadn't even noticed his arrival as she stared ahead of her. Damien looked over her shoulder, seeing Illerith's shimmering curtain of power that captivated her attention. Still, she should have known he was here no matter how fascinated she was by the curtain of power. Jess? Damien's arms flashed up in an automatic response, deflecting her strike. She froze, looking at him, pale, her eyes wide in shock. The veil around them crackled and rumbled in response. "Damien, you startled me." Damien reached out, placing his hand on her shoulder, trying to get a sense of what was going on with her. He'd been battling to get through to her about the consequences of locking away her emotions. She dug in, stubbornly resisting, unable to understand what was so wrong about what she was doing. She could not see herself. She maintained steadfastly that she was fine. Yet the reaction of the veil around her, responding to her, showed she wasn't. Not really. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Jess, you need to rein in whatever it is you think you are doing." Jess looked at him, perplexed, then glanced around at the veil, finally noticing the upheaval around her. She smiled slightly, clearly not understanding. "I'm not doing this, Damien. Why would you think I am?" Her tone was defensive as she had been for days, and she backed up a step. Damien glanced around, assessing the veil again. It had her mark threaded all through it, yet she seemed to be telling the truth, as far as she knew. As unbelievable as he found it, she clearly didn't realize that the veil was responding to her. "Yes, you are. It is responding to you. Your signature is threaded all through this. Jess, snap out of it. Stop what you are doing." Damien walked forward, scanning her shields and noting that they were leaking, although he could tell she didn't realize. He also knew her shields weren't like this all the time. It was a recent deterioration. He placed his hands on her shoulders, expanding his own shield to cover her as well. Jess's eyes widened, but she didn't back off or take any action to stop him. As his shields covered her, the agitation in the veil stopped. Jess glanced around, her confusion written all over her face. "I don't understand. I have my shields up." Damien nodded. He could see that she did, except she leaked. Badly. Without asking, he drew them both away back to the relative safety of the sitting room at his estate. He knew she liked the sitting area and the view it afforded. Damien hoped it would settle her. Jess slumped into one of the chairs, curling up in it and looking confused and miserable, refusing to look at him. "Your shields are almost non-existent." Damien sat down on a nearby chair, maintaining his own shields around her for now. I don't know why that happened. I guess I was letting my emotions get the better of me. The shield and how it was made is frustrating me. I'm sorry, Damien. I'm normally better at pushing my emotions down." She winced, biting her lip. "I'll do better." Damien groaned. "Jess, I keep trying to explain this to you. You can't lock away your feelings. It doesn't work that way." Jess shook her head. "Damien, it's too dangerous to get out of control." "You're already out of control. Refusing to acknowledge your feelings the way you are, well, they're finding another way to express themselves." Damien held up his hand, stopping her protest. "What I saw from you in the veil is not someone who is in control." Damien threw images at her of the veil and how it had reacted to her lack of control. Another of her being unaware of his presence when she should have sensed him since he hadn't been hiding his power from her. Lastly, he threw the image of what her shields had looked like to his other sight, broken and leaking out into the veil around her, leaving those around her vulnerable, leaving her exposed to anyone else with power. Damien sighed, seeing her lips tremble, her motions raging inside the shield he maintained for her. "I don't understand." Damien stood and walked over to the couch she was sitting on, pulling her into his arms. She remained stiff for a moment before she broke down. Emotions she tried to lock down since she'd killed her mother rose up, seeking an outlet, overwhelming her. He could sense that even though she didn't understand how she'd been wrong, she was now listening. Damien rocked her and let her cry. Time for instruction could come later. Jess sat curled up on her favorite lounge chair in the sitting room, looking out at the mountains beyond. She found the sight soothing. She took down her own personal shield, then painstakingly reconstructed it again, over and over. It was remarkable how difficult it was to rebuild something that had at one point come naturally to her. She sensed Damien enter the room and smiled at the small victory. She felt his approval wash over her and turned to look up at him. "Oh, stop it. If I hadn't been so stubborn and had listened in the first place, I wouldn't have had to work to get back what I had previously." Still, Jess smiled, allowing herself to bask in success. Damien sat down in the large high-backed chair next to her and shook his head. "It was my failure for not being able to get the problem across to you until you started falling apart." "How did you become so wise?" Jess rested her head against the armrest, looking up at him. "The same way anyone does. The hard way. With much worse results than you." Pain flashed on Damien's face. "What happened?" Jess bit her lip, sensing the sadness and guilt that rolled off him. "The world I grew up in was brutal and under the control of a warlord. He promised the village they would be safe if I joined his war party.
They didn't see any other way to protect everyone, and it seemed like a good deal. Trade me for everyone else in the village. I became a killer for him. The only way I could do it was to cut myself off, not to feel or empathize with those I tortured for him.
Damien closed his eyes as he recounted that time, his face a mask. Did it keep them safe?
Yes, for a time. The things I did, it was he who ordered it, but I was the one who committed the atrocities. It gave him great pleasure. He liked owning people. We belonged to him. I didn't much care. I was incapable of it, or so I thought.
What changed? Jess knew something must have, and almost dreaded finding out. Damien today was not the man he was describing. She knew people didn't change that much without something to cause it.
My little sister was beautiful, and my parents mostly tried to keep her out of sight, but because he'd taken me and promised to leave them alone, they relaxed.
Damien opened his eyes, taking a shaky breath. Jess felt horror well up inside her. It wasn't the village. It was your parents who gave you to him to protect themselves. To protect your sister?
They didn't have a choice. He was kin. If they didn't give me up, he would have taken me anyway and killed them along with the whole village as punishment.
Silence fell between them, and finally Jess prompted. So, your sister?
The warlord ordered me to kill a boy. I don't know why something happened that day, but despite the death and cruelty I'd committed in his name, I refused. He saw my sister playing with the other girls at the edge of the river. She was not a little girl anymore, but not of age yet. Still, she was attracting the eye of more than one man in the village. As punishment for my disobedience, he claimed her as his own, to use her as his bed slave.
Jess gasped, her hand flying up to her mouth in shock. I'm sorry, that is inadequate, I know.
Damien laughed, but there was no warmth in it. He chained me in a cell across the courtyard from his bedroom, so I could hear her cry and beg him to stop as he took her. It broke something inside me. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I went through transition. All that I had done came back to haunt me, and I thought the pain was my punishment.
That is when you became kin. So you escaped? Jess spoke quietly.
He'd finally done enough to break the villagers, and they rose against him. Despite his power, he was a coward, really. He ran out, releasing those of us he kept to terrorize others from our cells, ordering us to fight for him. We all turned on him as well. I used the distraction to grab my sister off him. I promised I would keep her safe, and we fled as far as we could run.
You ran here to Illerith. Isabella is your sister. It wasn't really a question, but Damien nodded. Jess rose from her own chair and slid into the seat next to him. Wrapping her arms around him, this time she comforted him until the bad memories the conversation had brought to the surface faded into the background. Chapter 23. Perverted Bonds. Alex restlessly hunted for the Sundered when he sensed that roiling mess of madness that was not quite the same as some of the others of his kind. His movement through the veil slowed, and he concentrated on moving from that place in between the worlds back into the real world. He did it smoothly and slowly, never taking his eyes off the sobbing man who sat with his back against the tree and his head cradled in his arms. Alex just stood there quietly, waiting for the Sundered one to notice his presence. He was sure he would eventually. If he didn't know it would startle the man, Alex would have laughed. Even a couple of months ago, a couple of weeks ago, He never would have contemplated doing this. He'd always viewed the sundered ones as being dangerous, like rabid animals that had to be put down. Now, because of his own path, he knew that perhaps going through transition wasn't as simple as he'd thought. Not everyone sank into madness, or at least not everyone descended into madness and stayed there. This man was not totally crazy, yet his mind imprint glowed and stuttered, similar yet not so similar to the crazy ones of their kind. Alex frowned and wondered if he could be reached rather than just killed. Finally, the man started and sprang to his feet, immediately going into a fighting crouch, his hands raised in front of him, balled into fists, yet empty of any weapons. An inarticulate growl escaped from his mouth, echoed by his mind voice as he looked at Alex with wide eyes. Alex drew in a little of the power of the veil, using it to put a barrier between him and the man, and, remembering how Isabella had pulled him back from madness, sent soothing thoughts out, trying to get the man to relax. The sundered in front of him seemed to lose some internal struggle as he screamed and ran at Alex. Alex didn't even flinch as the man came to a halt, impacting with a barrier he couldn't understand, and fell to the ground, obviously stunned. Alex filtered through the jumble of images and rambling thoughts from the man's mind, and had a moment of recognition. He had seen this man before, had watched as he succumbed to madness, killing his family before running off into the forest. It had seemed like almost a lifetime ago now. He was shocked that he was still alive. "Calm down. Devon, isn't it?" Alex spoke calmly, projecting authority, looking sadly at the seemingly broken and confused man. Alex frowned once more as Devon struggled with himself, searching for words. Then Alex smiled slightly and imposed a barrier around his mind, cutting him off from what must be the constant whispering voices of the other tainted running through his head. The difference was almost immediate, and Devon cried out in relief, almost curling into a ball on the ground. Alex felt a surge in the veil and smiled as he recognized Isabella. She'd found him, as she often seemed to. How she managed to track him so well was a conversation he needed to have with her another time. He knew she was there and sensed her sudden interest and sadness at the quivering mess of what had once been a man. Alex moved forward, one foot carefully placed before the other, closing the distance between him and Devon. He sank down on one knee near the sobbing man, ignoring the bite of twigs and a stone from the forest floor through his trousers. Alex placed a hand on Devon's shoulder as he sobbed, and just sat there, letting him cry out his fear, sorrow, and anger. Alex wasn't sure how long he sat there, projecting soothing, calming thoughts and emotions at him, but eventually he calmed down. Alex was under no illusions, though. His calm was artificially imposed in part due to the barrier that Alex was maintaining. His mind was still switching between healthy, sane, and angry, chaotic.
"You don't know what I've done, what I am?"
Devon's voice was low and gravelly with raw emotion.
"I couldn't stand it anymore. I killed them. I didn't mean to."
The man stopped and looked up at him, frowning.
"How do you know my name?"
"I know who you are and what you are, Devon. You bear the taint. You succumb to madness." Alex paused as the man groaned, and he caught the flashing images from his mind as he flashed back to his killing frenzy. "Shush, you were not in control. No one taught you how to control what you are. It's not your fault." Alex continued to project calmness and keep his barrier on Devon's mind, sheltering him from the whispering, screaming voices that were not his own. That, at least for now, seemed to be helping him stay reasonably calm. Alex grimaced as he felt Devon stiffen at the realization he was being controlled. Devon glared at Alex, his sorrow fading fast to the anger that was bubbling up in him.
"What are you doing to me? How are you doing it?"
Devon started and pushed himself back away from Alex, then froze, staring behind Alex. Alex grinned, knowing that the broken man had just noticed Isabella behind him. He knew how startling it was to see. She also had drawn in her not inconsiderable power, and he had no doubt that she would use it if she needed to. Devon snarled, his mind snapping, spiraling into turmoil. He lurched and, in a surge of raw, uncontrolled power, wrenched himself from Alex's control, fleeing into the veil. Alex sighed, looking over at Isabella. Isabella closed the distance between them. Placing her arms around his shoulder, she pulled him into an embrace. "He's broken, Alex. There isn't much that you could do that would reach him." "I'm not so sure, Isabella. There was something wrong. I don't think he was broken, as you put it." "Not all the broken are capable of mending, Alex." Alex heard the sympathy in Isabella's tone. Suddenly he felt guilty, certain she remembered all the times in the past where a piece of her had been crushed to discover yet another broken that she couldn't help. Yet he couldn't help that niggling part of his brain that insisted that this wasn't the same. "I can't help but track the Sundered down, Isabella. Something about him is similar to the Sundered." "I'm sorry, Alex. I have other things I must attend to. I'll catch up with you later." Isabella pulled his head down and brushed his lips with her own. Alex sighed, sure that he'd upset her with his own uncertainty. He pushed a little of his remorse at her and was rewarded with her smile before she turned, heading off into the veil. Simon swore as he saw a woman, obviously kin with Alex. He wanted Alex to see him as a friend, to trust him without another getting in the way. Simon sighed. Today was not the day when that was going to happen. Pushing his irritation aside, he watched as Alex departed through the veil, and shrugging, decided to follow. He had a little more time before he had to be back. Simon stiffened, barely aware in that split moment before he was hauled back to face the woman that had been with Alex. Only this time he gasped. She glowed. A part of his mind froze. The woman who had been with Alex wasn't kin. She was elder. "Who are you, and why are you prying where you are not wanted?" The elder's voice was cold, the hint of anger not that well restrained. Simon licked his lips, his mind racing. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interfere. I'm a friend of his uncle's. I said I'd look in on Alex, look out for him." Simon allowed himself to babble, shunting aside the knowledge that it was not far from the truth. He may have been numbered as a member of the cohort in his day, but that didn't mean he wanted to go up against an angry elder. He swore internally, keeping his annoyance to himself. The elder's eyes narrowed as she looked at him. "Go. If I catch you around again, I will kill you." The anger glowing in the elder's eyes left Simon with no doubt that she was serious in her threat. Feeling her release her hold on him, Simon wasted no time in fleeing through the veil, determined to put as much distance between him and the elder as possible. Alex felt the battle rage surge inside him, the power pouring into him, and a predatory smile spread on his lips. His eyes lighting up as the rage rose deep within. He was stronger than the mad one below him. Then he froze, eyes fastening on the one who came out of the tent. Human, not sundered. Watching the scene as it unfolded below him, Alex saw the sundered try to back away. His power flared as he was about to fight, then his knees buckled and he screamed, begging for mercy from the human. The human snarled, his hand holding out a capped bottle to the kneeling man in front of him. As Alex watched, he saw the sundered's hand shake as he took the bottle.
"Kill me, please. I'm lost. As soon as I take this, I will fight you. Kill me."
Alex stiffened. He watched as the mad one swallowed the contents of the vial. The sundered one crumpled in pain and screamed, his body shivering in reaction. Then Alex saw it. The insidious bonds he recognized from Kyle. They pulsed as he watched, filaments reaching out from the primary connection and binding their way around the broken man like a spider's web. His skin glowed in a pattern that crisscrossed his body, melding with the balefully glowing lines, the power coming from the man, the human man, in a way that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Alex couldn't work out what it was about the power of the human that was triggering his memory. Shaking himself out of his introspection, Alex transitioned into the glade where the pair camped, drawing his sword as the Sundered rose from his knees, madness in his eyes. Alex called fire, wrapping it around his blade, cutting through the fiery bonds that he could see. He was learning to use power to fight the power, and the genuine sword to follow through against the flesh. As his sword followed through and up, he saw the mad one stumble, like a puppet cut from its strings.
Kill me! They'll retake me! Kill me!
Alex felt hopeless rage well up in him as he slashed his blade back down, using the strength of the wind and earth to cut through his opponent's neck, severing the head from the body. Alex watched, like the moment was in slow motion, the head falling back, tumbling to the ground. The body stood for a moment as if not realizing that its life had just been ended, then toppled bonelessly, sprawling next to the separated head. Alex didn't pause to think as he spun, looking at what appeared to be a man. Wanting the kill, he drew power to him and screamed. Instead, he pulled back and cast it at the man, holding him in a cage of fire and earth. Alex paused, knowing his eyes lit with the inner flare of power as he teetered on the edge of madness. Alex saw a questing trail of power reaching out toward him and snarled. He reached out with his own power, hauling that malignant thread to him, then extinguishing it. It was the power of the veil, yet was wielded differently to how he did. Still, power was power, and that was something he had more of. The other's abilities seemed somewhat constrained and limited compared to what he was able to do. Strangely enough, that was enough to settle his mind and bring him back to a semblance of stability. Nice try. That won't work on me. Now how about we find out who and what you are? The bound and gagged man stumbled as Alex hauled him back with the rope crafted from power tied around his neck and waist, his lips curled back. Not too far ahead, little man. We're nearly where we need to be. If you don't behave, I might leave you here. Alex had no patience for the quivering wreck of a man who only hours before had been tormenting a Sundered one. Alex didn't pause to assess his own anger at that. He himself killed the Sundered easily enough. They were monsters. They had tormented and haunted his dreams as a child. Yet somehow that scene in the clearing of the forest in the middle of nowhere had shaken him. He may have killed plenty of the Sundered, yet he didn't torment and torture them. They were tortured enough. After securing the man, he had ransacked the camp. He'd found a leather bag filled with familiar brown bottles, the same type of container that Daniel had been given to poison them all. Eyes narrowing, he realized there was definitely more going on than the Order trying to kidnap a prince and his friends. The reaction of the Sundered one. He had been almost normal for a brief time. He'd known Alex was there. Instead of attacking straight away, he'd begged for death. Then, in pain, trembling, he'd taken the drug. After that, his mind had closed off, and he'd become the killer Alex had expected. That he was used to encountering. Alex had no regret for granting his request. The sniveling companion, however, he was another matter entirely. Alex had been about to kill him when he'd remembered that the man wasn't tainted. He had access to power, yet not like Alex's own. This had given him pause. The feeling of the man's ability was familiar. It was triggering a memory, yet it took Alex some time, and finding the brown bottles to remember. The power was the same that he'd sensed from Aaron. His failed attempt to reach into Alex's mind had solidified his course of action. Shifting into the veiled paths, he hauled his captive along to the palace, covering the distance with remarkable speed. Pausing, Alex was glad to see his brother alone in his room. Not giving any thought to how William would react, Alex, dragging his prisoner, appeared in his brother's room. William stiffened, dropping his coffee mug as he spun to face him, swearing, "Damn it, Alex, you startled me." William's eyes tracked the cowering man behind Alex, who had got as far away from Alex as his bindings would let him. William looked at Alex, his eyebrow raising as he stooped to pick up the mug he'd dropped. "Sorry, William. I need Aaron to look at this filth. He's not tainted, but he was controlling one of the Sundered, like what Alyssa tried to do with Kyle." Alex dumped the leather bag filled with what he suspected was the toxin on his brother's couch. His anger simmered below the surface as William went to the door and requested Aaron be summoned immediately. Turning back, William refilled his mug from the flask of coffee on the side bench. "Coffee, Alex?" Alex shook his head and contented himself with glowering at his captive. It didn't take long for Aaron to arrive. It never took anyone long to come when summoned to attend to a member of the royal family. Aaron entered the room, then froze when he saw Alex and the bound man cowering behind him. His eyes wide, he looked at William. "Your Highness?" "Alex needs you to assist with his prisoner. He apparently did to one of the Sundered what Alyssa tried to do to Kyle." William nodded his head toward the gagged, trembling man. Aaron turned to look at the man, his interest spiked. Any sympathetic feeling for the man he'd initially had died with William's explanation. Alex smiled as he recognized the change in attitude in the healer. "I believe that one isn't tainted, but someone with the healer's gift." Alex positioned himself behind his captive, hauling him to his feet, restraining him as the healer walked towards them. Aaron used his own power and shut down the man as he tried to speak mind to mind with the healer. "Enough. I don't need to listen to your lies to find out the truth." Aaron placed his hands on the temples of the sobbing man, his eyes drilling into him. While Alex knew that Aaron was exerting power, he still couldn't quite follow what he was doing. There was no doubt that it was effective. They stood, eyes locked for long enough that Alex traded glances with William. He was about to intervene when his prisoner slumped into unconsciousness. Alex let him fall unceremoniously to the floor in a crumpled heap. "I'll take charge of him if you don't mind, Alex." The healer held up his hand as Alex's eyes narrowed to forestall the objection that he knew was coming. Not that it worked. "Well, Aaron, am I right?" "Yes, Alex. Your assessment is correct. He was a healer." The healer's face dropped. "Unlike Alyssa, he was formally trained by the Healers Guild. I need to investigate this. It should not have been able to happen." Alex looked at Aaron, trying to decide whether he trusted the healer. His instinct was to kill his enemy now that he'd learned that the man was a member of the Healers Guild. Pushing down his anger, he tried to approach it logically. If Aaron had meant him harm or to kill him, then the healer had had plenty of opportunity over the years. Aaron could likely extract more information from the corrupted healer than Alex could. If he tried, the man's mind would probably melt. Alex closed his eyes, battling his own instinct. "All right, Aaron. I trust you. Find out every detail from him." "I will, Alex." Aaron's lips compressed, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the captive. William stepped forward, glancing from Alex to Aaron, then to the unconscious man on his floor, apparently concerned. "If the Healers Guild is involved somehow, if its members are being subverted, we need to know. Do not let your guild know anything until we get to the bottom of this, Aaron. The Force Elite will assist you to get him to a cell and keep guard over him." The command in William's voice was unmistakable. Aaron opened his mouth, then closed it again. Frowning, he nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." "You think I'm harsh? People are dying, Aaron. The rise in the number of Sundered, the viciousness of them, hasn't made any sense. If the Healers Guild is involved in this, we need to know what they are doing." Aaron nodded assent, bowing to William, acknowledging the order even though it was clear that he was not happy with the situation. The Healers Guild took steps to ensure the compliance of its members to the Guild's orders, yet clearly someone had found a way around them. He had a duty to tell the Guild, yet being assigned the primary responsibility to members of the royal family, he also had sworn a duty to them. Even with just the brief insight into the broken healer's mind, he knew that the Guild, or at least someone of high ranking, was involved, and that there were likely more healers involved than one. It would have to be to have accomplished this. Their guild instilled compulsions, yet their control had somehow been broken. Until he knew more, he could not trust that the guild masters themselves, or at least one of them, were not involved. Alex crossed the room and picked up a leather satchel from the couch and handed it to him. Aaron undid the buckle and looked inside. Seeing unmarked brown bottles inside, he glanced up at Alex. "That's what they are using on the Sundered ones. I saw him give some to the Sundered he controlled as well." Alex was careful not to look at the man on the floor. He knew that he would be tempted to kill him. The rational part of his mind knew that the current plan would give more information as to what was going on. That was the most important thing right now. Alex felt like he was drowning. Something was wrong. He just didn't have all the pieces. The rise of the Sundered, the Order, the corrupted members of the Healers Guild. It was all forming a picture that he didn't like. Still, he didn't want to run off and kill members of the Healers Guild randomly in the act of retribution. The healers could have just been targeted individually, or there might be someone in their own guild selling them out. If that was the case, it was likely they were high-ranking. Alex needed to know who it was. Then he would track them down and kill them. Alex drew his attention back to the healer when Aaron spoke.
"How are you, Alex?"
"I'm getting used to this. The surges in power drilling into me, extremes in emotions, blackouts. Yet I'm not losing as much time as I was in the start. You have no idea what I'm capable of." Alex shrugged, laughing. "I don't know what I'm capable of." William walked forward and pulled him into a hug before stepping back. "Stay safe, Alex, and come back when you feel you can. The Force compound is still operational. Or use my rooms. You know when I'm likely to be here." William frowned, catching Alex's arm before he disappeared. "Try to come back a little more regularly, even if it's just to sit and talk. Father's worried, and I can at least assure him that I've seen and talked with you." Alex looked at William. Feeling guilty, he nodded. Somehow his big brother always knew how to get to him. Chapter 24. In the time of the Sundered War, jealousy. Simon slumped onto the bench next to Kevin after his own practice bout, exhausted but trying not to show it. He took a deep, slow breath, glancing around, hoping no one actually noticed how much practicing combining fighting with the veil cost him. He knew he could do better, he just needed time to get stronger. If they found out, they would kick him from the inner circle, and he would lose the advantage of the training that he gained by being in this particular set. After all, how many in the realm could claim to be in the inner circle of a prince? And not just any prince, but a powerful one, even if he didn't know it. Then there were his closest friends, scary beyond belief, yet somehow they rated him in their number. Still, there was Ed. Then his inner circle, Kat and Cal. No one was breaching that friendship. Then there was this circle beyond that. That was the circle Simon was in. Even if others didn't realize the difference or notice that the layers existed, he knew that he wasn't quite in Prince Edward's actual inner circle. Feeling a surge of the veil, he looked back at the fight that was still ongoing. Edward was fighting, and doing superbly well, as he always did. Simon fought down his own jealousy and anger. How could one man be born with so much advantage over everybody else? It wasn't as if he actually deserved all the attention or accolades that he received. Still, he put a pleasant look of approval on his face, It wouldn't do for Ed, Cat, or Cal to realize how he really felt. If that happened, he knew he wouldn't be in any circle of the prince, regardless of how good he was using the veil, for very long. Being kicked out of Edward's company was not in his plans.
Careful, Simon. Your expression might be pleasant, but you're leaking how you really feel.
Kevin spoke in an undertone. Simon glanced around, noting the noise in the training grounds would have been sufficient to cover the comment. He was grateful everyone else was too busy watching Ed fight to pay attention to him. Concentrating on strengthening his personal shield, he shot a grateful glance at Kevin. He was the closest he had to a friend in the cohort. Simon chuckled as Ed stumbled.
"Come on, Ed, you can do better than that."
Simon grinned, quite enjoying the fact that Edward, for once, was being run around the work ring by the weapons master. It was rare to see Ed actually have to exert himself. If he spent as much time practicing his skill set as he did running away partying and drinking, it would be sensational. The only indication that Simon had that Edward had heard his taunt was a slight flicker of amusement on his face that was quickly replaced by a tight grin. It was clear that Ed was actually enjoying this fight with the weapons master. He concentrated and switched his view. Now the world was overlaid by the veil. He could see the strong colors thickest around Edward, passing through him and coming from him. It was one of the ways you could tell how powerful someone was. The power of the veil was always drawn the most to the individual that was the most powerful. That person in these training grounds was Edward. If only Edward stopped pretending to be so noble, he'd realize that he would be a much better ruler for Vallantia than his untalented normal sister, the crown princess who would be queen when their father, the king, died. Still, there was always potential. There had been rumblings of late that some of the people going through transition were going totally mad. Rumors were flooding in of entire families being slaughtered. The king and his council were contemplating how they would react and what they would do. As with all things related to a committee decision, it was taking time. Simon was hopeful that Edward would be sent to investigate. If Edward were dispatched to investigate, that meant Cat and Cal would go with him. That in turn would mean that Simon would be going with them as well. Their entire circle would, since they were the ones who could combat the kin. This might mean the chance he was looking for Edward to realize that he could control the realm. Ordinary people couldn't hope to stand against them if they chose to rule. A smile spread on his face as he contemplated that potential future, where he would be the power behind the throne that controlled the realm. He just had to nudge Edward in the right direction. Chapter 25. Drawn. Devon emerged from the fragmented confusion and pain his world had become into an area that was somewhat familiar. He was near his childhood home where he'd grown up. His mind shied away from the associated images of his family, dead on the ground by his hand, amid flickering flames that reduced his family home to ash. Yet as painful as those memories always were, and no matter how far he tried to flee from them, somehow, eventually, he'd always find himself back in the vicinity of the village that he'd called home. Devon looked through the trees to the nearby home. It was the journeyman healer's hut, one of many spread throughout the kingdom. As the light faded from the sky, he saw light flare within the cabin and the familiar figure of healer Jenny Medcalf's silhouette in the window. He sat watching her hut as the light completely faded and darkness set in. Healer Medcalf had been away, visiting the surrounding villages when he'd finally succumbed to the taint. She had been trying to help him, even leaving a supply of the medication. He remembered his little sister had been playing and bumped into the cupboard, and the bottle containing that vital liquid had fallen to the floor. The precious liquid seeping into the floorboards and disappearing between the cracks, lost forever. Devon whimpered, curling up on himself and sliding down the tree trunk he'd been leaning on, barely noticing the harsh bark cut through his tattered shirt into his skin. The memory brought up others, a flickering succession of images, feelings and smells as if he was reliving the moment over again. His little sister, Emma. He'd been so angry with her, the anger and fear growing, boiling up inside him. Then, out in the yard, a scythe in his hands, her scream resounding in his head, her crumpled, bloody, lifeless form on the ground, his father, mother, and brother nearby, the smell of smoke and the crackle of fire burning his home. Blood all over him. Their blood. Devon sobbed, his fist pounding into his head as the images kept flickering in his mind's eye, and the voices all around him whispering to him, echoing in his head.
Please stop. I didn't mean it.
Devon's broken, pleading mind voice joined the chorus of others carried through the veil. Devon wasn't sure how or why he'd crossed the intervening space between the forest and the healer's door. Caught between fear and the desire to be healed, he froze outside her house, his hand raised to knock on the solid wooden door. He swallowed, eyes squeezing shut, lines of pain etched across his face. She would hate him for what he'd done, turn him away. The door creaked, light flared on in his eyes. Devon's eyes flew open. Wide-eyed, he looked at her, still frozen. The instant flash of fear in her eyes hurt. The compassion that followed, with her hands reaching out to draw him into her home, caused great racking sobs to come from deep within him.
Help me. Please help me. Don't let me kill anyone else.
Chapter 26. Prisoner. Simon turned as one of his people, Keith, walked into his rooms. He grimaced. Alex had killed a great many of his good people when he'd come hunting him. Thankfully, since Alex's rampage had been contained to Vallantia, and he also had a base in Callahan, he hadn't managed to find and kill all of them. Simon smiled. Not that it was taking long to fill the ranks of the League of Skulls, human nature being what it was.
My apologies for the interruption, Lord Skull.
Keith grinned at him, pushing his unkempt red hair out of his eyes.
I'm sure you aren't sorry. What is it?
You did ask to be notified of unusual goings-on at the palace.
What is it?
Simon growled at the man, impatient. Keith grinned at him, not concerned by his display of temper.
One of the maids that works in the kitchen sent word back about a prisoner.
People ending up in the cells are not unusual, Keith.
Simon went to turn his back on the man in dismissal.
It is when it's elite that guard him, and he's a healer that is also a member of the Order.
Simon swung around, his eyes wide.
How does she know this?
She had to prepare a meal for him, and the servants are all gossiping about it.
Keith shrugged. Simon's eyes narrowed as he contemplated that small piece of information.
Send Blake to deal with the healer.
Simon turned his back on Keith as the man nodded and went to do his bidding. If he understood correctly, the healer should have already been dead. If he was alive and a prisoner of the crown, it meant something had gone wrong. It wouldn't do at all for the healer to give up his secrets. Blake kept the veil wrapped tightly around him as he walked carefully through the palace. He shivered. The temperature was noticeably cooler down at this level given it was underground. It wasn't common for him to have a job at the palace, although this place was just as easy to infiltrate as most places, at least for him, unlike most of his contemporaries, who were human. Having even limited power like he did gave him many advantages over a human. The only concern was that the elite were reportedly on guard over his target. Still, the lords and ladies were all busy attending a banquet where the king and crown prince were in attendance. If the elite were on duty over the special prisoner, he doubted it would be anyone powerful. They would be on duty in the ballroom. Seeing the locked metal door with the ordinary guards on duty on the other side, Blake stopped and waited. He wasn't powerful enough to appear in the cell, but he could hide himself with the veil and walk through the doors when they were opened. Hearing a noise, Blake looked up and grinned, seeing the servant bearing a tray of food. Just in time. As the man walked past him, the guards inside opened the door, pushing the bars back. The servant mumbled his thanks, and Blake, keeping his steps light, walked behind him through the doorway into the cell blocks. He gave no mind to the door as it clanged shut behind him, his attention on the two members of the elite sitting at a table halfway down the row of cells. These ones were for special prisoners of the Crown. Blake looked around at the small windowless rooms with 3 solid rock walls and metal grates for doors. He eyed the elite and smiled. The Skull Lord had been correct. These men were not strong, and unless he did something stupid, they would be unlikely to detect him. One of them looked up and grunted. He stood up, taking a key off the table, and walked down to the next cell. "Move back to the wall," the guard barked at the occupant of the cell that Blake assumed was his target, particularly since the rest of the cells appeared to be empty. Blake heard the metal clunk as the bolt drew back and the elite pushed the door open. The servant placed the tray on the table, picking up the bowl with a spoon and a metal mug, and nodded at the guard who remained at the table. Blake nearly laughed out loud in amusement, but stopped himself in time. Obviously, the rest of the food on the tray was for the guards. That should keep them preoccupied long enough while he did his work. Once again, he walked behind the servant into the cell. He stood out of the way as the servant placed the bowl of what looked like oats and the mug of water on the small table without ceremony and turned to leave without comment. Given that it was usually high-ranking prisoners of the Crown who graced these cells, they had a few more amenities than the cells for the common criminals, like the privacy of their own cell, with a basic cot, a table, and a small wooden chair that adorned the otherwise stark stone cell. Still, it was a luxury compared to the regular cells. Blake paid the clang and rattle of the key that signaled the door being closed and locked no mind at all. He grinned. They'd be back soon enough. He eyed the man he'd come to kill. The man had been huddled in a miserable ball against the far wall. He'd obviously learned not to disobey his keepers. He'd been stripped of everything except a basic linen shift, even his feet bare on the cold stone floor. As his target walked forward to reach for his food, Blake moved quietly behind him, keeping his concealment.
"Shush. Be still, traitor."
The healer froze as he'd been ordered, trembling. These corrupt healers were so open to compulsion if you knew how to target their broken bonds. Thankfully, Blake was fully aware of how to deal with them. This wasn't the first of these he'd been sent to kill over the years. Taking the coiled rope over his head, he stepped carefully up onto the stool, then table. Having prepared the noose earlier, he made short work of stringing it up on the chain that held the lamp hanging from the stone ceiling. He knew he had to hurry. The guards would probably be back for the bowl and mug soon.
"Step up on the stool."
Blake watched, his eyes glittering as sweat broke out on the man's forehead. Shaking, he complied.
"You know what to do. Don't worry, it'll be quick. You don't want to compromise the order."
The healer reached up and grabbed the noose, and standing on his toes, he placed it around his neck. A tear trailed down his face as he trembled and tightened the noose without requiring direction. Without ceremony, Blake kicked the chair out from under the man. It smashed into the wall. His victim fell the short distance, jerking on the end of the rope as the distinct noise of his neck snapping sounded. Blake backed up and positioned himself to one side of the door. The elite on duty walked up to check on the prisoner, his bored expression melting as he saw the healer dangling from the ceiling. The guard swore, calling for his companion as his key rattled at the lock and he yanked the door open. Blake waited long enough for the second guard to enter before he eased out of the door, careful not to make a noise as he made his way to the next door at the end of the corridor. He didn't have to wait long. He grinned as one of the guards pelted up to the door at a run, keys rattling at the door as he burst through it, bellowing for assistance. Blake sighed happily at a job that had gone to plan and made his way carefully out of the palace the way he'd gone in. Of course, there was a servant who was going to have a very bad day trying to explain that he hadn't dropped the rope off to the prisoner when he'd left the food. That, however, wasn't his concern. Chapter 27. Lockdown. Master Healer Kevin Meeker walked through the ancient halls of the Healer Enclave. He smiled at a young healer trainee that almost fell over himself trying to clear out of his path. "Trainee, I've heard good things from your tutors. You'll be joining me in the journeyman healer ranks before too long, I hear?" He smiled as the trainee blushed with pride at the compliment and continued on his way. The smile disappeared from his face as soon as he passed the trainee. They were so irritating with their abject obeisance, yet it was enlightening to point out the ones who were more useful as journeymen. While it was helpful information for future planning, it wasn't his primary purpose today. His own assigned journeyman kept him appraised of the best candidates, yet he did think it was essential for him to keep tabs on and have a personal connection with the potential new recruits. Walking along the hallways, with benches and small tables at conveniently placed locations along the old corridors, he had to acknowledge that the ancestors knew what they were doing when building the Healers Guild. The benches were convenient for healers to take a rest if they had just exerted themselves, or if masters needed to stop along the way between destinations to consult before heading on their own paths. He just felt it was a shame the Healers Guild had strayed so far from their original purpose. Here in the heart of the guild, where they swore to protect life, they turned their back and didn't do anything about the cancer in their own society that threatened everyone. There was once a time that he had been young and naive and had believed wholeheartedly in the cause of the guild. Then he'd returned to his home after seeing to healing needs of the locals in his zone. He'd found his wife and children slaughtered in their small backyard. It made no sense to him. They were just torn apart and left, scattered, forgotten. No one had defended them, even though the villagers in the surrounding houses must have seen and known what was happening. Yet even after the monsters had left, none of them had made an appearance, not even to cover his wife and child with a blanket to protect them from scavengers. Still, that was long in his past, and he'd made his own road. Devastated and disillusioned, he'd gone to the Killiam Order. He'd known about their existence, of course. All journeymen were alerted to watch out for the Order. They were told that the Order was filled with misguided individuals. And yet, the founder had been a healer himself. Much like him, the founder had lost his family to the blight on their society that was those with the taint. It didn't help that Kevin knew that he and every other healer used power from the veil as well, yet it was not to the same degree as the monsters. The healers helped people, or they were supposed to, and not just helped the individuals that history had shown them over and over again meant them all harm. The Order had welcomed him into the fold with open arms, grateful to receive someone of his stature and training. The current leader, Scholar Clemens, had been particularly sympathetic to his circumstances as his own history, with his wife and child being slaughtered, had been similar to his own. Still, he found a way to help drag the Healers Guild back to what they should have been, what they'd been formed to be. It was hard to walk through the halls with no acknowledgement of that, but the time would come. He'd made it to the Healers' Council now, and that at least meant he had more control over what the guild did. A day would come, soon, he hoped, when all would know what he'd done to fulfill his healer's oath and protect the people. The Order, with his aid, had helped him break the healer's compulsion. That had been an integral moment in his past. Still, unlike most, he'd had the spine to go and find a solution.
He'd spent his time since helping others break free from the guild's compulsions and move forward toward a future of helping humans against the monsters in their midst. Master Healer Meager smiled and nodded at another healer in acknowledgement as they walked past each other. It interrupted his internal monologue. Not that it mattered anymore. He knew who he was. He just found it useful to run through his fictional traumatic history in his head, so he wouldn't forget it. It wouldn't do for anyone here at the Healers Guild, or from the Order, to realize he wasn't the person they thought he was. Master Healer Kevin stood behind the journeyman, his hands splayed on either side of the young man's temple. He could feel the trembling running through the boy's body as the talented journeyman tried to fight back against Kevin's will. A cruel smile twisted his lips. He always enjoyed this part. The part where the skilled journeyman realized that Master Healer Kevin wasn't just inserting a trading bond into his mind, but that he was subverting the old binding and instilling his own. The truly talented always tried to fight back. If Kevin hadn't already seized control of the journeyman's vocal cords, he'd be screaming in agony. Not that he had to inflict much pain in this process, but he enjoyed breaking them more when he did. They either lost or they died. Generally, they lost. The only issue was that when they died, he had to find some plausible excuse as to what had happened to them. It was such a waste of a good slave. What he did to the journeyman healers, breaking their compulsion and binding them to his will, was similar in nature to what he did to those who bore the veil. He had learned through experience that those with actual power had more ability to fight back and heal, or they would if they weren't drugged first. The properties of the toxin thankfully made resistance impossible. Unlike his emerging brethren, the healers were primed for him to take over their minds. They'd already submitted to another's will, their gifts being bound from childhood before they grew old enough to fight back to ensure they didn't hurt anyone. The guild helpfully instilled controls over their mind to ensure their trust and loyalty to the guild, to ensure they didn't go back on their oaths, that they didn't kill another human being. All he had to do was twist and manipulate the compulsions that were already implanted in their head. Kevin laughed as he felt the young journeyman collapse under his mental assault with one final soundless sob escaping the boy's lips. He smiled grimly and finished laying the bonds in the boy's mind before laying him back and compelling him to sleep. Kevin turned as his door opened, unsurprised to see one of his aides, Eric, come through the door, a look of concern on his face. That, if anything, caused some alarm, but he just waited patiently for his aide to tell him what was wrong.
Master, the Grand Guildmaster has issued a lockdown. None of us can leave the guild.
Eric was wringing his hands, sweat beading on his forehead. Slow down, what's happened? Why has the Grand Guildmaster issued a lockdown?
I don't know, Master.
The young man shuddered.
A messenger came. Rumor said that it came from the king.
Kevin kept his face calm, even though he wanted to rage. Just when things were going according to plan, something had apparently happened to turn those plans on their head. He couldn't afford to be locked down in the Healers Guild at this point in time. Their plans were too close to fruition. Still, it was too early to show his hand at this point. He had no choice but to comply with the Guildmaster's orders. That didn't mean he couldn't speak to the Guildmasters and try to convince them he needed to leave the grounds out of concern for his journeyman. Kevin felt himself relax as a plan formed in his head. He just had to go to the Guildmasters to find out what the cause of the lockdown was, then find a way around their injunction. Calm down. Stay here and watch our newest recruit. He should sleep for a while yet. I will go down and see if I can find out more about the lockdown. Then I'll be back. Kevin gathered his things and left, quietly closing the door behind him. He made his way down the hall he knew so well, seeking the other guildmasters who, like him,
were the heads of the various sections and sat on the council. Although at this time of day, with an alarm raised, he knew where he would find them. As Kevin had thought, it didn't take long for an out-of-breath healer trainee to find him. Breathlessly, he imparted his message that the Grand Guild Master requested Kevin to attend the council. He thanked the boy, who barely paused, before continuing on his way to find more of the people he had been tasked to find and give his message to. Kevin felt his mood darken even further. It showed the gravity of the situation that he'd been called to counsel. He couldn't remember anything that had happened previously that could be serious enough for the guild to be on lockdown. The last time that had occurred was when a contagion had broken out. There was no contagion this time. If there had been, he would already know about it. Kevin continued on his way, although he didn't change his pace. It was not customary for him to run, and he wasn't about to start now. Turning the corner, he made his way over to the rather ornate staircase that led to the upper floors, the home of most of the guildmasters, their offices, and the boardroom. He kept his pace measured as he climbed up the stairs, 20 of them. He didn't even have to count, he climbed them so many times. On both sides leading up the staircase were portraits of the previous Grand Guildmasters that had served the Healers Guild. It was an impressive display, showing exactly how long the Healers Guild had been around. A Grand Guildmaster's portrait was never placed on these walls until after he was dead. Kevin wondered idly where the next paintings were going to go, since there were already 40 portraits, 20 on each wall, evenly spaced all the way up. Kevin admired the view from the expansive windows that looked over the healer's grounds as he walked toward the boardroom. The well-manicured gardens could rival the ones at the royal palaces. It was a soothing sight, yet today it did not have that effect. He was way too agitated, wondering what had gone wrong, and hoped that it was nothing to do with his plans. At least he couldn't see any of the king's guards out in the gardens. It was important to find the positives when things went wrong. That was a fundamental lesson he'd learned long ago. Kevin smiled and nodded at the youngsters on the doors as they acknowledged him and pulled the doors open. He entered the room without pausing, walking down the side of the table to take his usual seat, noting that those already present turned to stare at him as he entered. They all looked flustered and slightly panicked. He'd never seen any of these men and women look like this before. They were generally a confident bunch of people. As Kevin took a seat, the Grand Guildmaster cleared his throat. "To fill you in, Kevin, the guild is on lockdown by order of the Crown." The aging Grand Guildmaster stared around the table before looking back at him. "The King's Master Healer, Aaron, advises us that healers have been implicated in attacks on people, and in somehow using the Sundered." Kevin felt his heart sink. It was worse than he thought. He felt his anger starting to burn and with effort pushed it down. It would not help for these men and women to see how much this information got to him. How the King's Healer had learned of his journeyman's healer's involvements in running the Sundered he could not even begin to imagine. It should not have been possible for the man to find out about the plot. "Grand Guildmaster, surely this is some mistake. If this is true, then my journeymen would be at risk. I cannot stay here safely within these walls. I must seek them out and check on their welfare." The Grand Guildmaster shook his head. "The instructions from the king are clear. We are on lockdown until we have checked every member here to ensure their healer's bonds remain intact." Kevin carefully kept his face blank. He knew he couldn't afford to allow the Grand Guildmaster or anyone else into his mind. He'd have to kill them. It was too soon. He was not ready to leave his position here at the Healers Guild. If he couldn't divert their attention elsewhere, he was going to have to kill his latest recruit and get rid of the body before they found out. "If you will allow a suggestion, Grand Guildmaster." Kevin made sure to keep an appropriate expression of concern on his face. "Of course, Kevin.
Anything that may help in this situation."
The Grand Guildmaster turned to give him his full attention. "This will take some time to clear the whole guild. In the interest of expediency, you could start with those masters who have smaller departments to look after. The rest of us could go back to our offices and, as heads of our departments, muster our people so they are ready. Once you have finished clearing, say, Master Darius, he can then in turn come and clear me. Once I am cleared, I can in turn start checking those who look to me." Kevin looked up, a pleased smile on his face as he saw the Grand Guildmaster nod.
An excellent suggestion, Kevin. It makes sense. You might as well go to prepare your people. I'll start with Master Darius and will then move around to check you all. Remember, don't start checking your own people until you've been cleared by either myself or Darius."
Kevin stood, careful to keep the relief from his face as the Grand Guildmaster turned to Master Darius. He thought furiously as he walked back down to his own domain. Hopefully it would be old Darius who came to clear him. The doddering old fool would be easier to deal with than some of his other fellow council members. Kevin sat at his desk in his office. He had paperwork everywhere indicating he was working hard, but it was an illusion. While he was relieved that the Grand Guildmaster had decided to implement his suggestion, it was still playing at his nerves to wait. They were only humans, but some of them were stronger than he'd thought possible. He had learned a surprising amount about how to maximize the power he had from how the healers worked with their limited power supply. Kevin looked up as his door opened and smiled as Master Darius walked in. His assistant glanced at him and then closed the door quietly.
"My turn already, Darius."
Kevin stood in greeting and moved around the desk.
"Yes, you're the last of the healers who sit on the council to be checked. I don't know what the king is thinking. I don't believe any of us is compromised."
The old man was clearly grumpy that he had work to do rather than relaxing in his office or the gardens like he was more inclined to these days.
"I agree, but he is the king, so it is best to humor him."
Kevin smiled at the old man.
"Let's get this over with, shall we?"
Darius raised his hands at Kevin's nod and went to place them on his temples, his own mind shields lowering so he could probe Kevin's bonds. Before he could complete the action, Kevin's own hand shot up, grasping the old man's head in a firm grip. The old man's eyes widened in shock. An inarticulate gurgle came out of his mouth as Kevin put niceties aside and sent his own mind probe piercing into his mind. He froze his victim's vocal cords as he quickly took over, careful to scrub this moment from the healer's mind and put in its place a series of fleeting images he copied from the multiple times the old healer had performed this act on his fellow healers this day. Finally, he constructed the memory of Darius finding nothing out of the ordinary in his mind. Finishing up, he removed his own hands, standing quietly in front of Darius. As he withdrew from the other's mind, he shook his head, as if disconcerted by the other healer's search of his mind. Darius looked momentarily confused before he smiled.
"I'm sorry, my boy. It's always a little disconcerting to have another in your mind that way. Take a rest, and you are clear to vet your own people when you are recovered."
Kevin smiled and complied, as the old man courteously directed him to rest on one of his own lounges, before leaving his office to return and report the all clear to the Grand Master Healer. The smile dropped off Kevin's face as the old man left, his eyes narrowing. It was such a shame he had to invade the old man's mind cleanly and quickly. He much preferred to play with his victims. Inflicting a little pain and torture on them always put him in a good mood. Kevin walked out of the gates, entering the outer gardens of the guild. He looked around and spotted the man he'd come to meet. He was angry since he knew that all in the Healers Guild were being watched now. He just didn't know why. That detail had not been revealed even to those of them on the council. Walking across the manicured lawns, he noted the immaculate garden beds. Even the trees were all trimmed, and the leaves raked every morning. There was nothing out of place. Simon had taken a horrible risk coming here of all places, particularly now while the guild was still alert for anything that was strange or out of order. Still, there he stood by the tree waiting for him, not looking concerned in any way as to his fate. Surely he should have known to stay away while Kevin was late reporting back. There was a reason. Simon turned and smiled as he recognized him. "Kevin, it's good to see you. I thought I'd check if you needed a hand. Some of these master healers are too sensitive for me to shout at you over great distance." "Simon, what are you doing here?" Kevin kept up their verbal conversation for the sake of the observers in the garden to disguise their double talk. "I'm fine, at least for now. What is going on? The Grand Guildmaster hasn't been very forthcoming." Master Healer Meager looked around and saw that there were a few within the boundaries of the outer gardens that looked at them curiously. He wasn't known to have friends or family visit at all. In fact, he wasn't known to have any family. It wasn't in his carefully rehearsed backstory. So to anyone recognizing him, this was unusual. Frustratingly, Simon smiled at him, unconcerned by the attention they were drawing. "You missed our family meeting. I became concerned. Alex cleaned out many of my people in his temper tantrum, but I still have some eyes and ears in the palace. One of your pet healers was taken. He was in the hands of Master Healer Aaron and the Elite." Kevin nearly ground his teeth. "I've been busy, Simon. I am a Master Healer, head of Journeyman Healers now. I've been vetting the new Journeyman Healers about to go into the realms. I have responsibilities. You should realize by now that I will certainly drop by when I can." "How much do they know?" Of course, my mistake. I just worry about you. I've heard there was a fuss here at the guild. You do understand?" "Don't worry. I've had people take care of it. He's dead and can't reveal more than he already has. If your identity had been revealed, the king's men would already be here to take you." Kevin could see that they were still drawing the keen attention of the others in the gardens, yet at least some had turned away, dismissing the meeting. He breathed a sigh of relief, trying not to let it show when he realized what he'd done. "I know, Simon. It was resolved easily enough. I'm sorry. You know I will come and visit when I can." Kevin kept a pleasant smile plastered on his face. "Thank you. I should be fine for now. I'll leave this place if I must." Simon smiled and nodded. "Be careful, Kevin. This is a dangerous game you are playing. If Edward finds out what you are up to, well, I doubt you will live very long." He kept his eye on Simon and nodded acknowledgement to the warning as the man then turned and walked back down the road. He smiled. Despite the risk, Simon had come to see if he needed help. His pleasant smile faded from his face. He was right about Edward's likely reaction if he found out. Of course, Simon failed to see he'd be just as dead for helping him. His friend needed to stop being so scared of Edward and pick a side. Chapter 28. In the time of the Sundered War. The same. Edward sat on the windowsill, one foot dangling down towards the ground, his other leg propped up against the other side. He looked down into the courtyard below as his father's advisers droned on in the background. It was rare for him, as the fourth son of the king, to actually be involved in one of his father's meetings. Still, he guessed they would get to why he was asked to attend this meeting eventually. If he had to guess, it was likely to be about the rumor spreading that those with access to the Veil were going mad and killing people. The tales were wild, everything from single people to entire families to villages being slaughtered. The one thing in common between all the recent deaths was that the acts had been committed by someone who bore the talent. Forgetting himself, Edward chuckled as one of the young guardsmen below in the training ground fumbled his sword, dropping it to the ground. It was the trials today, the day young men around the realm could try out for the guard. or even for selection to the elite if they were good enough, though it was rare for anyone to progress straight to the elite from such trials. It was clear that the young man who dropped his sword wouldn't even get into the guard. Edward hid a smile behind an upraised hand as some of his father's advisers glanced at him, clearly irritated. Edward didn't much care. Aware of a silence that had grown in the room, he finally looked over to see that everyone was looking at him, including his father, who at least seemed amused, and his sister Jocelyn, who was biting her lip, looking suspiciously like she was trying not to laugh. Edward gathered he missed his cue. "Sorry, I was watching the training session below. You finally need me for something?" Edward smiled, trying to put all the charm and sincerity that he could muster into his voice. "We were all talking about the recent deaths, Ed." Jocelyn's voice didn't give away a hint of her amusement.
"Specifically, whether you, your friends, and guard could go out and investigate the claims?"
While his father's request was phrased as a question, he had no doubt that there wasn't really a choice involved. Edward looked away out the window, although this time to the forest he could see beyond the palace walls, thinking of the rumors. He also wondered whether this was the time to admit that he could hear the mad ones. Their screams rang out day and night. There was little sense he could make from them other than pain and rage, like an animal that had been provoked and driven into a frenzy. He doubted that either he or his friends could help them. "We will of course go to investigate, Father. I think you need to consult with the healers, though." Edward kept his gaze out the window, but knew all at the table would be trading glances.
"I have talked to our master healer. He told me there isn't much he knew or that he could do. Unless you have more information for me?"
His father's voice was calm, but Ed could hear the firmness and the surety. His father, as always, knew he was hiding something. Ed closed his eyes, letting his head sink into his hand, his fingers absently massaging his temple. "I can hear them, Father." The silence in the room was deafening, the only noise coming from the clash of blades down in the practice ring below. Ed heard the wooden scrape of a chair being pushed back, the rustle of skirts, and the clip of court shoes, telling him without having to look that it was Jocelyn who was coming to his side. He didn't look even when a hand was placed on his shoulder. "Are you all right, Edward?" Jocelyn's voice was soft, a hint of concern escaping her usual blandness. Edward couldn't help it. He flung his head back and laughed. He turned his head to look at her, only seeing the concern in her features. "Yes, Jocelyn, I'm fine. We all are. But you need to understand what you're asking us to do." Edward kept his gaze on her, the coolness of the stone wall soothing to the skin. He was aware that the rest of the board members were almost holding their breath, listening avidly to their exchange. "Then explain it to us, Ed. You know none of us has enough of the talent to understand this." "They scream. It's like a never-ending wail of confusion, pain, rage. They just want the pain to stop, so they kill those around them. Sometimes they come back to themselves, and they discover themselves covered in blood. They're horrified, sister. They have no understanding of what they've done except that they must have killed their family and friends. They must have slaughtered those that were closest to them. Then the cycle begins again. The shock, the wailing, confusion, pain, rage." Edward shook his head, still ignoring all the other advisers, noting absently that none of them had moved. "We've been blocking them out. It's the only way to keep our own sanity." Ed turned away from his sister's concerned gaze to stare at the distant trees. Taking a deep, steady breath, he opened his barriers just enough, and he could hear them. Crazy ones crying out in pain, in confusion, begging for what they'd done to not be true. Edward winced, slamming his barriers back in place. Rubbing his temples once more, he chuckled. It had been a while since he'd tested. Still, at least he knew that he could track them down. It didn't seem like the mad ones, the broken ones, were trying to hide their presence at all. That would have taken some intelligence behind the madness. Ed pulled his attention back as he heard his father's voice.
Is it different from what you went through with your own transition?
One of his father's counselors leaned forward to stare at him intently, waiting on the reply. Yes. No. Ed shook his head, trying to think. You don't understand. It's different for everyone. More power charges into you. Your shields falter, opening you to other thoughts not your own. You know nothing but pain, and the increased power can cause you to black out. You think it's normal? Jocelyn frowned, clearly trying to understand what he was having trouble explaining. It could be. I can see how it could drive some mad. Mad enough to kill their entire family? I didn't suffer from it, but I've heard transition can cause blackouts, and in that state some have been known to kill. Although it is usually when someone makes the mistake of confronting the person in that state. Sometimes the power can explode out of control, destroying everything. There really are not that many of us at this power level, not like the healers. We call some of our own the broken. Some recover eventually. Some do not. Transition is enough to break their minds. Edward looked away from the intense stares of the entire council and returned his gaze to the window.
If it's too much for you, Ed, for all of you, if it's too dangerous, then you shouldn't go. We'll think of something else.
The king looked around at his advisors, receiving nods all around. He was about to launch into a strategy when Edward interrupted him. No, father. My friends and I will go, and most of our guard. It's too dangerous for you or any of the others to go after them. They killed not just with their own hands, not just with weapons. They kill using their talent as well. No one else that you send will be capable of standing against them. Ed put his hand on the windowsill and jumped to the floor in one smooth motion. I will leave half my guard with you. Otherwise you will be unprotected should any here at the palace and surrounds who bear the power of the veil suddenly go mad. Ed strode towards the door, pausing just before walking out. With your permission, father, I need to do some planning with my men. We should leave in the morning. Seeing his father's nod and a look from his sister that said they would be speaking later, Ed turned and walked out the doors that were hastily opened by the servants. Chapter 29. Confessions. Alex sat quietly as William issued instructions to Sean that he wasn't to be disturbed until morning, waiting quietly for acknowledgement, and the door closed before turning back to him. He resisted the sudden urge to leave. When William left instructions that he wasn't to be disturbed, it meant what he needed to deal with was serious. Since Alex himself was the current issue his brother was dealing with, it didn't bode well. What is going on between you and Amelia? William crossed the room and sat in the chair opposite him. Alex was taken back. He had expected this talk to be about Isabella, since he was certain William would have been briefed by now. Nothing. I haven't seen her since before I killed Daniel and left the palace. Alex looked down and swallowed. There was a time when you two were almost inseparable. Now you are avoiding her. Don't try to say it's because you are afraid you will kill her. It isn't true and you know it. You haven't killed me. William sipped his drink, sighing and relaxing back into the cushions of his chair. Would you accept it's because I'm an idiot? It's my fault. I don't know what I was thinking. You could have just had a torrid affair with her and gone your separate ways. She is your Consort Elect, Alex. There's no getting around that. William rolled his head to one side and pinned him with his gaze. I know. I remember how I felt back then, and it bears no resemblance to how I feel now. If anything, when I think of Amelia, I feel mild affection and a little embarrassed." Alex felt his cheeks heat. "Do you think it is a side effect of your transition?" William frowned. Alex shook his head. It was so tempting to jump at that excuse for his behavior, the only problem being he knew it was a lie. However tempting it was to fall back on that lie to make things easier for himself, he couldn't do it to himself or Amelia. He knew she deserved better. "Thank you for giving me an out, but no. Going through transition does not kill off the ability to feel for other people." "Since you brought up feelings for other people, tell me about the woman you've been seen with." William shifted in his chair so he was facing Alex directly, his stare uncompromising and disturbingly implacable. Alex squirmed in his chair. This was a conversation he'd been expecting, and he still wasn't ready to have it. Although he had to admit it would probably never be an easy conversation to have. "You've never bothered to quiz me on women I've been with in the past, William." Alex recognized his stalling tactic for what it was, and knew it wasn't going to work. It rarely did with William when he wanted to know something. A smile spread slowly across his brother's face as he obviously recognized the deflection for what it was. "You've never had a fling with the same woman for this length of time before, Amelia. I didn't need to ask about Amelia." William's tone was dry. Alex looked at William above the rim of his glass, taking a sip, considering his options. He was better off just talking with William about it. Otherwise, knowing his brother, he would utilize other methods to find out what he wanted to know. Of course, it made it much easier that, unlike some occasions in his past, he didn't have to ask which woman he was talking about. "Isabella. Her name is Isabella." Alex couldn't help but smile. "Well, at least the reports I received on a daily basis got that part correct." William's eyebrows rose, his tone dry. "She's Elder. I owe my sanity and my life to her. She pulled me back from moments of madness I don't think I would have myself." Alex shuddered at the painful memory that admission provoked. He looked at William and saw no judgment at all. Running his fingers through his hair, he stood abruptly and started pacing across the room. William sighed. "She's your what? Mentor?" Alex heard his brother stand up and walk across to the sideboard, and he watched him refill his glass. He turned and held up the bottle in a silent question to Alex. Alex looked at his glass, surprised to see it empty, and walked towards William, holding out his glass to be refilled. Recognizing the tactic to bring him back in, to divert his mind momentarily, Alex made an effort to calm his own agitation. He should be used to everyone's obsessive prying into his life by now. Indeed, if William was asking, that meant his father knew as well and wanted answers. If Amelia knew, the court gossips were hard at work, and he could only imagine the spin that they had put on it. "Mentor, friend, and yes, William, as I'm sure your reports have suggested, I love her. I like her." He shook his head and took a breath, thinking bluntness was the better option. "I like her more than I should." Alex noted that William hadn't stinted in refilling either their glasses. His brother was serious about not wanting to be disturbed, which was a rare thing. Alex looked at William, who was watching him, still calm, not judgmental. That was one of the things Alex really did like about William. He was always quiet and never judgmental. Even when he was angry, William just tended to get even calmer, which was scary when you knew him. "Where do you see this liaison with Isabella going?" William turned and leaned against the sideboard, watching Alex as he continued his pacing around the room. Alex felt his mixture of emotions swirl and rise, threatening to overwhelm him. He took the time to breathe slowly before trying to reply honestly. "I don't know, William. We haven't discussed that. I live day to day between moments of madness." Alex swallowed some of his drink, savoring it before looking up at his brother, a lopsided smile on his lips. I knew I didn't need this added complication in my life, yet I come back to myself and inevitably, more often than not, I find I'm with Isabella. Please don't ask me to cut ties with her. I don't think I can go through this alone. William walked across the room and sat back down, gesturing to the chair opposite himself, waiting patiently as Alex struggled with himself before finally deciding to comply and slumping into the chair. I thought you were getting better. I am. I have more time when I am present in my head, and the periods of memory loss are getting further apart. William's gaze didn't waver. I need to meet her, Alex. Father is concerned and wants details, although he won't lend weight to the rumors that you have taken a mistress by meeting with her. Which puts this in my court. He needs to know if your continued relationship with Isabella is any risk to the crown. Or to you. Alex tried to breathe normally. That framed the request more as a royal order. It didn't mean he had to like it. Finally, he nodded. He knew William would not give up, even if it was his father's request. Isabella, William wants to meet you. It didn't take long. It never did when he reached out to her. He couldn't help the smile that lit his face as her familiar signature sang across the veil and she solidified in the room. She unerringly faced him and smiled in return. Alex stood and crossed the room to greet her, holding out his hand. With a slight hesitation as she glanced at William, she took his hand. Isabella, this is His Highness, Crown Prince William. William's head tilted to one side and he threw an exasperated glance at his brother. Alex nearly panicked for a moment, then he saw his brother smile as he put his drink aside. William rose from his chair and walked a couple of steps to close the distance between them. He reached down and took her free hand in his own and kissed her fingertips. Isabella, thank you for coming. There is no need for formality. Call me William. He waited until her eyes rose to his own. Thank you for your part in helping my brother back to himself. Isabella smiled in return, her gaze darting to Alex before going back to William. He did that mostly by himself. I've just lent support when I could. Come, take a seat. William gestured to the chairs as he turned and led the way, waiting for Isabella to take a seat before he took his own. Alex watched the byplay a little wide-eyed and noticed William's smile at his hesitation. He stalled, aware that William knew it for what it was, and walked over to the sideboard. Taking a glass, he filled a fresh drink. He quickly checked his brother's glass and noted that William had barely touched his own. That, if nothing else, told him that his brother had flipped back into official mode. Alex walked over and placed the drink for Isabella on the table next to her. With a barely visible hesitation, he gave in and slid into the chair next to her. So, what do you want to know? It seemed Isabella had decided there had been enough pleasantries between them. Where is home for you? William smiled. Isabella smiled in return. Illerith. Illerith? The mysterious land that none from outside get to enter. A place of magic, good or evil, depending on which tales you listen to. William looked so startled that Alex nearly laughed. The very same. My brother made it as a sanctuary for me many years ago. Since then, many others of power call it home. Sanctuary? So you weren't born there? William's head tilted to one side as he considered her words. No, I was born in a different era in a small village at the base of a high hill where the warlord's castle sat. Vallantia did not exist back then. William leaned forward, seeming fascinated. Do you know where it is? I'd be interested to hear your account of that time one day, and I'm sure the scholars would as well. No. I could probably find it, but I've never been back. Isabella shivered. Alex shook his head at William, who took the hint and changed the subject. He launched into being as pleasant and charming as he possibly could be, The conversation moved smoothly from topic to topic, all under William's guiding hand. He didn't bring up Isabella's ancient history again, although Alex was under no illusion he wouldn't be grilled for the information later. Not that I don't appreciate it, but why did you seek out Alex? William's gaze and expression was casual, but Alex wasn't deceived at all. My brother, Damien, became aware that Alex was going through transition and asked me to check in on him if I could. We have learned over the years that, in particular for those as powerful as Alex, the outcome is much better for everyone with some guidance. Isabella met William's gaze, candidly answering without any hint of deception. At hearing Damien's name, William visibly relaxed. While there was much that he didn't know, Damien was a known entity. Ah, so it seems Vallantia owes Damien yet another thanks for helping to save my brother's life again. Alex felt himself relax as it became apparent that William approved of Isabella. He breathed a sigh of relief. For now, at least, he wasn't going to be ordered to break off his association, his relationship with her. Amelia looked up, irritated, as the door to her inner chambers opened. Her maid, Carla, entered and curtsied. "I'm sorry to bother you, my lady, but you asked if I heard anything about His Highness to let you know." Carla kept her eyes down as she babbled. Amelia's interest was aroused. "What have you heard, Carla?" "He's here in the palace right now with Crown Prince William." Carla's eyes looked up from her study of the floor to meet Amelia's before sinking once more. "Thank you, Carla." Amelia went to turn but frowned as she noticed Carla was staying put. "Is there more?" "Prince William has asked not to be disturbed for the night, but those orders don't apply to family." Carla blushed and curtsied before retreating from the room. Amelia considered the information her maid had given her, and then, with a decisive nod, she stood. It was time for her to take action, rather than sitting in her rooms in the complex of the Fourth waiting for someone to bother to advise her what was going on. She swept out of her rooms, leaving the complex of the Fourth, taking the passageway that led to the royal wing. Amelia smoothed down the front of her dress before raising her head, just as the doors to William's chamber opened when the staff on duty saw her approach. "Be careful." Amelia nearly faltered as she heard the voice whispering caution in her mind. Other than Healer Bates, he was the one who whispered to her the most. She couldn't afford for William to see, to discover how unhinged she was becoming. The only worse person would be the king. Yet William was dangerous. He spoke with the king's authority and voice. You must not let them see. Amelia felt a light sweat prickle her forehead as she wondered what she was thinking coming here to confront Alex. As if that wouldn't be difficult enough. Now that the whispering voice in her head had returned, she wished it would retreat. This meeting was going to be difficult enough as it was, yet that presence in her mind did not withdraw as it sometimes did. That made her even more nervous. But the next moment, unaccountably, she felt reassurance wash over her. Do not fear. I am with you. I have always been with you. Amelia walked into the room with a pleasant smile on her face, hoping that it reflected in her eyes. It should, after all her years of practice since childhood. Yet she knew William was schooled in the same mastery, one that Alex, while he could do the same, most of the time discarded entirely. The thought of Alex made her smile in truth, although it was tempered with sadness. Amelia made her way across the room, heading unerringly towards William. She paused, placing her hand on her heart and bowing her head. She was taken aback as she saw the momentary flicker of panic on William's face before he hid it smoothly behind his official mask. She steeled herself when she looked up and saw Alex, but the thing that made her heart freeze was the presence of a woman she didn't recognize. An incredibly beautiful woman, standing with her body pressed close to Alex. Amelia almost gasped as she felt the presence surge within her, narrowing into the other woman's blue eyes, blonde hair, and delicate features. She felt a burst of desire mixed with ownership. Possession that was not her own flooded her. Mine. The desire that followed that one hissed word caused her to stumble. Then the presence fled, and she was saved from falling by William grasping her arm, and then, with the other hand around her waist supporting her, walked her to the couch.
"Sit, Amelia. I'm sorry. Elizabeth told me you've been sick."
William sounded more concerned than usual. "I'm all right, William. It's been a little stressful lately, and the sight of your visitor shocked me." Amelia steeled herself to deal with the woman, anxiously trying to think of a way to keep Alex and his mistress from coming too close. As much as she wanted to confront him earlier, she now desperately wanted to escape his presence.
"I'm sorry, Amelia. I know this is a shock."
William went to the sideboard and poured water from the pitcher into a glass, placing it in her hand, not withdrawing his own until he was sure that she had a firm grasp on it. Amelia took a sip of water, grateful for the small delay it gave her in responding. She glanced across at Alex, then to the rather stunning woman standing at his side. The rumors that had been reported to her surfaced in her mind. She smiled, although this time she didn't care that it reached her eyes. As if it wasn't bad enough Alex had chosen someone else over her. That voice that had been with her since she was a small girl desired and wanted to possess this woman as well. She felt jealousy spike in her. "So, this is the woman I've been told about? The one you've been sleeping with, Alex?" A part of her died inside to see the pain in Alex's face, yet it didn't stop her from wanting to cause him pain. "Amelia, please." "Oh, please, Alex. We both know you grow bored quickly and dispose of your women as easily as you drink and kill." Amelia heard the bitterness in her own voice and realized she half believed her personal accusation. She hardened her own heart, seeing it was the last barb that had hurt him more than anything, as she had known it would. As Alex took a lurching step towards her, Amelia stood up abruptly and headed towards the door, genuine tears streaming from her eyes, only to have her hand caught by another just as she was reaching the door. Amelia nearly fainted as she felt the thrum of power emanating from the woman at her touch. "Please, Lady Amelia." The woman's blue eyes bore into her own. Amelia quailed inside, understanding the warning she had received from the voice. The power in this woman was unbelievable. She tore her glance away and looked back at Alex, fighting back a sob before returning to the woman's intense gaze. "Keep him safe." The last was said quietly as she wrenched her hand free and stormed out of William's rooms. She hauled up the folds of her dress and ran down the hallway, retreating to the dubious safety of the Fourth's complex. Isabella frowned as Alex's consort ran out of the room. "Alex, I thought you said Amelia didn't have power." "She has a little. The healers say it isn't enough for her to go through transition, though." Alex looked at her, still distressed by the run-in with Amelia. Perhaps that is what I sensed." Isabella stood for a moment longer, staring at the door that Amelia had fled out of. Her signature had been odd, with a strange ebb and flow to it,